Chapter 1 The moment the door opened, I was delighted to welcome two super cute and adorable babies. Outside, there was a loud knocking on the door. Su Yuanhang was cooking dinner and, upon hearing it, he could only temporarily turn down the heat and then come to the living room and shout, "Who is it? Daddy, open the door quickly." What the hell? As soon as Su Yuanhang heard this, he felt that it was a child from some other family who had entered the wrong house, so without thinking, he opened the door. Just as he was about to tell the child that he had come to the wrong place, he saw a super cute and adorable baby pounce at him. It wrapped its arms around his thighs, then tried hard to hold its head up and shouted, "Daddy, you are our daddy, aren't you?" Su Yuanhang was dumbfounded. Looking again at the other adorable baby close at hand, it was like a double vision, as it looked exactly the same as the little cutie hugging his thighs. In an instant, a word popped into his head: twins? But soon, Su Yuanhang's attention was drawn to a woman with a full of temperament standing behind the cute baby. Elegant and noble, her pure appearance was slightly flirtatiously made up. While removing her sunglasses, there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes, and she seemed a little at a loss as she grabbed her designer bag with both hands. In an instant, Su Yuanhang's eyes changed, and he fell into memories. 5 years ago one night, Su Yuanhang was still a fourth-year graduate student. While on an internship, he was not in a good mood because his boss treated him like a horse, so he went to a food stall to drink alone. After a few beers, Su Yuanhang was suddenly knocked over, knocking over the bottles on the table and causing quite a commotion. He was about to get angry, but then he turned his head and saw a girl with a dazed look in her eyes looking at him for help. "Please help me, I have been drugged." Su Yuanhang looked closely and recognized the girl as Tang Kursen, the school's beauty queen and a member of the same year as himself. Smelling the perfume on her body mixed with the smell of alcohol, Su Yuanhang supported the other person's limp body. Looking further away, he saw two men in suits tailing them, so he immediately threw 100 yuan to the owner of the food stall and hurriedly took Tang Kursen and fled the place. Then, they found a room in a hotel to hide from the sneaky guys for the time being. At this point, after putting Tang Kursen to bed, Su Yuanhang wanted to just leave, but was stopped by the other party. Then, to Su Yuanhang's surprise, Tang Kursen was so infatuated that she took off his clothes in one go. "Don't go, I'm so hot, I want to." Her continuous pleading, accompanied by a seductive, soft-spoken tone, made Su Yuanhang, who was already a little drunk, fall for her as well. This encounter took Su Yuanhang by surprise, but when he woke up, Tang Kursen was already gone, leaving only a shocking pool of blood on the bedsheet. "Su Yuanhang, we meet again." At this point, the gentle and moving Tang Kursen spoke. Her voice was tinged with a hint of trembling as she greeted Su Yuanhang, and it also brought his thoughts back to reality. Although he didn't know where to start, he felt that he still had to let you know that you have 2 daughters. As he gazed at the noble and elegant Tang Kursen, Su Yuanhang had actually heard a lot about her. After all, she was a popular actress and top-tier celebrity who had become famous over the past few years and had hundreds of millions of fans across the entire network. But I never thought that the two of us, who had long since had no chance of crossing paths, would meet again in such a ridiculous way. And there are 2 super cute daughters. Looking at their appearance and contours, they resemble me a bit. Especially their eyes and noses, with their thick double eyelids and upturned noses, are very bright and moving. Their mouths also have a general outline that is somewhat similar to Tang Kursen's, as if they were a combination of the two. Su Yuanhang opened his mouth, just about to speak but not knowing where to begin. Suddenly, a very pleasant prompt sounded in his head: "Ding, awakening daddy system, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to hear thoughts." The next second, Su Yuanhang directly heard Tang Kursen's inner voice, which was also echoed in his ears after being reminded by the system. Ding, at this moment, Tang Kursen is very nervous, and the host can obtain a 5 million yuan cash reward just by relieving her emotions. As an author of online novels, Su Yuanhang knew very well what this sudden voice represented. He had unexpectedly bound himself to the system. At this moment, the sound of the elevator opening could be heard behind Tang Kursen, and then 2 figures walked out. When they saw Su Yuanhang, as well as the cute baby with its back turned to them and Tang Kursen, the old couple were slightly surprised, but they didn't think much of it and greeted him. "Xiao Hang, you have a guest at home?" Tang Kursen hurriedly put on her sunglasses and then firmly embraced the manghua in front of her with both hands, looking as if she was hiding something. Su Yuanhang knew what a sensation it would cause if Tang Kursen was recognized by ordinary people in her current identity, so he hurriedly responded, "Yes, they are all my friends." After explaining, Su Yuanhang knew that the doorway was not the place to talk, so he invited Tang Kursen, "Come in first, let's talk inside." "Thank you," Tang Kursen said politely, before taking the hands of the young children and entering the house. As Tang Kersen was about to take off her shoes, Su Yuanhang stopped her. You don't need to take off your shoes. Come in, have a seat on the sofa for a while, I'll get some water. This was a house that Su Yuanhang had bought with the royalties he had earned over the past few years, and he had paid the full price. It wasn't expensive, only about 700,000 to 800,000 yuan for 100 square meters. Of course, after buying it, Su Yuanhang's savings also bottomed out, with only about 100,000 yuan left. He then designed and decorated it according to his own preferences, spending another 200,000 yuan in total. As a result, he is now in negative equity and owes the bank some loans. Fortunately, he can pay it back with his royalties, so he is not too short of money. After entering the kitchen, Su Yuanhang first turned off the stove on low heat, then opened the refrigerator and asked Tang Kersen and the Meng children, who had already taken their seats on the sofa, what they wanted to drink. There was juice and mineral water. It's fine. Tang Kersen responded, then surveyed the layout of the entire house. Although monotonous, it did not seem empty or messy, but rather orderly. In particular, the bookshelves placed in the hall had all kinds of famous works as well as books on psychological horror and crime, making people want to explore them. Su Yuanhang walked over at this moment, and seeing the curious yet reserved faces of the cute kids, to be honest, he was also very anxious. 3 glasses of juice were served to them one by one in disposable cups. If they don't like the juice, there's also water. Su Yuanhang explained to Tang Kersen. Thank you, we can drink it. Tang Kersen smiled faintly and said, my dears also like to drink juice. Daddy, we love to drink juice. Usually at home, Mummy gives us hand-squeezed orange juice, and it's delicious. Daddy, will you drink it too? Su Yuanhang was about to respond, but heard the voices of the cute children. Ding, the super cute children want to share the good things together. If the host drinks the juice with them, they will receive a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Ding, after Tang Kersen drank the juice, she eased her nervous emotions a bit and received a cash reward of 1 million yuan, which has been credited to the host's account. The follow-up payment of 4 million will be paid in full after Tang Kersen's emotions have completely eased. Listening to the system's prompt, Su Yuanhang felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. He immediately pulled it out and looked at it. Sure enough, the entire 1 million yuan had been deposited into the account. In addition to being shocked, he also saw the cute kids looking at him with expectant eyes, and the juice in his hand was even raised halfway up in the air waiting for his response. Chapter 2, Soothe the goddess's emotions and receive a 5 million cash reward. Su Yuanhang reached out to take the juice in his hands, and then took a small sip, before coaxing her and saying, it's delicious, baby, your juice is so delicious. He. The little Mo baby also immediately smiled, revealing a cute dimple. Daddy, this is your own juice. Ding, congratulations, the host has drunk the juice handed over by the cute baby and received 10,000 yuan in cash. After the prompt tone fell, Su Yuanhang's phone vibrated. Although he didn't look at it, he knew it was a prompt that 10,000 yuan had been credited. Su Yuanhang returned the juice to the cute baby and lightly smiled, saying, thank you, baby, you can drink it too. The cute baby accepted the juice and then started to drink it while hugging it. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet again. Tang Kersen, who had not spoken up until then, spoke softly to her twin daughters, sweeties, you can play with the phone, but can I have a word with your father and you? Sure, Mum, you can talk to Dad, we don't mind, hee. Mum, we'll play with the phone nicely and won't eavesdrop on your conversation. The 2 adorable twins were full of mischief and were very cute. Especially when they smiled, they could melt people's hearts. Seeing them holding their phones and playing around the sofa, Su Yuanhang also had many questions he wanted to ask Tang Kersen, so he said to her, shall we go to the room and talk? That's fine. Tang Kersen nodded, then got up and, led by Su Yuanhang, walked into the room where he usually worked and wrote. After closing the door, Su Yuanhang also pushed the armchair he usually used for writing over to the other person, while he moved a small stool and sat down. Tang Kersen noticed that Su Yuanhang seemed to be living alone. She had been observing the room since entering. In the shoe cabinet, apart from men's shoes, there were only 2 pairs of slippers, and there was not even a hint of femininity in the room. It is said that women are sensitive creatures, and Tang Kersen was no exception. Naturally, she understood that Su Yuanhang had been living alone and had remained single all these years. Looking at Su Yuanhang's computer, it still displayed a coded Word document, so it looked like he was rushing to finish a draft. After a moment of silence, Tang Kersen spoke first. Su Yuanhang, I took the liberty of coming to see you this time, and I want to know how you are feeling. After she finished speaking, Tang Kersen stared at Su Yuanhang, her hands clasped together but slightly clenched, and she couldn't help but swallow. Ding Tang Kerson's nervousness is fluctuating quite a bit, and she urgently needs your recognition and reassurance. Su Yuanhang once again heard the other person's thoughts, but he crossed his arms and said, "To be honest, I'm very surprised, especially since you found me with 2 children and called me dad. I really wasn't prepared." Ding reminder, Tang Kerson's mood is even more tense. But Su Yuanhang spoke again, but was interrupted by Tang Kerson. But what? Because of the daddy's heart system, Tang Kerson's inner thoughts were laid bare before Su Yuanhang's eyes. Su Yuanhang continued, "But I thought about the situation when I met you 5 years ago." Tang Kerson's body trembled, and then she smiled wryly. "It's my fault, I'm sorry." "No." Su Yuanhang shook his head, saying, "I'm also responsible. I shouldn't have been so impulsive, and I shouldn't have done it without any protection." Su Yuanhang couldn't say the rest. But Tang Kerson understood. She lowered her head and said, "It's no use talking about it now. What's happened has happened. If you're under psychological pressure, you can pretend I never came, or you can disown them." Su Yuanhang, however, interrupted her before she could finish. "That's not what I meant. I want to know what you think." Tang Kerson looked at Su Yuanhang again, but her heart was filled with anxiety. "They are very cute, and they look a lot like us." Su Yuanhang didn't know where to start, and his mind was a little confused at the moment, but he tried to ease Tang Kerson's emotions as much as possible. "I want to know what the babies' names are." Tang Kerson explained, "They both have my surname, the older one is Tang Feier, and the younger one is Tang Ronger. They were born only about 5 minutes apart." Tang Feier, Tang Ronger. Su Yuanhang repeated, "When is their birthday?" "October 1st. Tang Kerson continued, "They were born at 1 a.m. After secretly writing down the birthdays, Su Yuanhang widened his eyes and said, "So their birthdays are just a few days away?" At this point, Tang Kerson noticed Su Yuanhang's surprised expression, and for some reason, she felt a little relieved. She then said, "Yes, they have been clamoring to spend their birthdays with you, so that's why I made up my mind to come find you." "How have you spent all these years?" Su Yuanhang, however, had many doubts. After all, with Tang Kerson's special status, it was very difficult for her to bring up 2 children on her own. "When you gave birth to your baby, did your parents know?" "No." Tang Kerson shook her head. "I've been hiding it from them." Having said that, Su Yuanhang could sense that Tang Kerson's inner emotions were very complex, mixed with all sorts of feelings and a great sense of grievance. "I was afraid to tell them, for fear that they wouldn't be able to accept it. But now that you found me, if the paparazzi follow me, it will definitely be exposed, which will deal a fatal blow to your career. Su Yuanhang knows that as an artist, you must set an example at all times. Once a scandal is exposed, it will also have a certain impact on your career, not to mention that Tang Kerson has given birth to 2 cute children. While her career is at its peak, being exposed will cause turmoil in the entertainment industry." However, Tang Kerson's eyes became determined and she said, "Before I found you, I already announced to the outside world that I have 2 daughters." While Su Yuanhang was in a daze, Tang Kerson clenched her fists, and the blue veins on the back of her hands were faintly visible. "You probably haven't seen my news, right? It has been fermenting since last week, and some of the brands I have collaborated with have terminated their contracts with me." Su Yuanhang has been busy writing articles these past few days, so he rarely pays attention to these entertainment gossip stories and was unaware that such a major entertainment news event had happened. He immediately took out his phone and searched for the keyword Tang Kerson, and immediately a lot of negative news about her popped up. The first topic of heated discussion was an article surrounding the fact that she has 2 twin daughters, and speculation about the identity of their biological father, which was spreading all over the internet. There were also people secretly rumoring that the twins were the children of a certain wealthy businessman, and the rumors just got more and more outrageous. Su Yuanhang was furious when he read it. "Bastards, these paparazzi media have no bottom line at all, they will say anything to gain attention. The entertainment industry itself is like this." Tang Kerson, however, smiled helplessly and said, "They will invisibly amplify your blemish just to attract attention." Su Yuanhang thought of something else and said to Tang Kerson, "What about your parents, do they know as well?" Chapter 3, For the sake of you and the children, I am willing to withdraw from the entertainment industry. Tang Kerson nodded with pursed lips. "They should all know after I announced the news." Since he understood her thoughts, Su Yuanhang also knew what had happened. "They contacted you, but you turned off your phone and then came to see me, right?" "Yes." Tang Kerson was a little surprised that Su Yuanhang knew what she was thinking. She continued, because of my identity, I considered many issues when I was thinking about coming to see you. Once you recognize the children, then because of my identity, it is bound to be exposed to the attention of the media across the entire network. At that time, the overwhelming abuse will fill your eyes, so I don't know if you can accept it. Ding. Hearing Tang Kerson's emotional swings, she was very worried that you would bear the blame and be spurned by everyone because of her. To be honest, Su Yuanhang was indeed not mentally prepared. Although he also works in an internet-related field, the general public he faces are all literature lovers. Even if the plot of the article is not well written, and there will be readers who abuse, they will not personally attack him or his family, and they will not do human flesh searching. The audience for celebrities, however, is much broader, and naturally there are all kinds of people, so it is inevitable that you will encounter extremely crazy people on the internet who abuse you with their keyboards. I am the biological father of the child, and that cannot be changed. Su Yuanhang has also figured it out. Since there is a problem, he will face it bravely. I will not be a coward and will take the responsibility as a father. These two simple sentences made Tang Kerson's heart flutter. Ding. The words of the host made Tang Kerson more determined to bring the cute children to the door to recognize their father. The emotional pacification was successful, and she received a 2 million yuan cash reward. Ding. The host is willing to face the unknown difficulties together with Tang Kerson. The reward is a super item, so please check it. Su Yuanhang immediately checked the system items and was surprised to find an item card about social pressure. So, it also indirectly solved the biggest problem for Su Yuanhang and Tang Kerson. Tang Kerson didn't know that Su Yuanhang had a way to solve this problem, and her eyes reddened when she heard his words. Over the years, Tang Kerson has actually been paying attention to Su Yuanhang's movements, so she was able to find him at the first opportunity. When I left without saying goodbye at the beginning, Tang Kerson felt that she had gained a huge amount of courage from Su Yuanhang. She then went on to describe what had happened over the past few years. On the one hand, she really didn't know that she was pregnant, and on the other hand, she didn't know how to face you. I seduced you, and you were also forced to have physical intimacy with me once, so when I got pregnant, I didn't blame you. I even considered abortion at first, but when I went to the hospital and found out that I was pregnant with twins, I couldn't bear to do it. At that time, my career was just starting, and thanks to you, of course, I learned how dark the entertainment company that was scouted by the talent scout was, and I escaped its clutches. After that, I decided to find a place where no one could find me to give birth to my child, and then rely on hard work to enter the entertainment industry and realize my dreams. I debuted with a girl group, and after being signed by a major company, my career developed very smoothly. Then I resolutely transformed and entered the acting industry, and also gained market recognition with my acting skills. At this point, Tang Kerson's face was full of pride, and I was thus able to get rid of the label of being a flower vase. In fact, Su Yuanhang has also been following the news of Tang Kerson's hard work in the entertainment industry in recent years. Her looks do give her an advantage in the entertainment industry, but she has worked hard to improve her singing, dancing, and acting skills. She has released several hit singles and starred in movies and TV dramas that have grossed over 2 billion yuan at the box office. She has also won numerous awards in each of these fields that represent her own strength. However, at the peak of her career, Tang Kerson directly announced the news of her twin daughters on her personal WeChat account without the company's consent. It was like an atomic bomb going off in the entertainment industry, causing a sensation at home and abroad. The news media reported it extensively, and it became unstoppable. Her image as an innocent young woman collapsed, and her fans lost their trust in Tang Kerson. The number of people unfollowing her on social media skyrocketed every day. She was also forced to reveal the identity of the children's father, and she is still doing so to this day. Now, all my business activities have been suspended. Tang Kachin has no regrets, but after meeting you, I heard the babies happily calling you daddy, and I feel that my decision was the right one. At least I have given the babies a complete family. Su Yuanhang just listened quietly as Tang Kachin recounted this experience. He could tell that Tang Kachin had summoned up a great deal of courage before making such a choice. Thank you. Su Yuanhang was feeling a mixture of emotions, and said gratefully, I'm willing to let the children know they're related to me. Tang Kerson looked at Su Yuanhang with a smile of relief in her beautiful eyes. She said lightly, you're willing to accept them, and that's the best outcome. I also thank you, because I might be subject to online bullying. So what? Su Yuanhang laughed. I'm just a passerby. Besides, even if I get scolded, it won't hurt me. On the contrary, I've gained 2 cute biological children. I've made a profit out of this deal. Ha ha. Looking at the young man in front of her, who had instantly become the father of her children, Tang Kurson did not understand his character, but she had read his books. The author specialized in writing suspenseful crime-solving themes, and she had even finished reading every one of his works, and had even rewarded him with a reward, becoming #1 on the list. However, Tang Kurson planned to keep this secret. Tang Kurson's emotions were completely appeased, and she congratulated the host on receiving the remaining million reward. Su Yuanhang listened to the phone vibrate, picked it up, and saw that after the system transferred the money in 3 installments, the 5 million reward had been transferred to his bank card. Now he was also a millionaire. Su Yuanhang, if you are willing to recognize them, then I can rest assured that I can do the next thing. Tang Kurson took a deep breath and then said to him, I am going to quit the entertainment industry and become a full-time mother to spend more time with my children and make up for the lack of time together over the years. However, Su Yuanhang could hear Tang Kurson's inner struggle in her heart as she made this decision. Giving up her beloved career would undoubtedly be like cutting off a piece of her flesh, and it would be so painful that she would not want to live. Su Yuanhang did not want Tang Kurson to regret this for the rest of her life, so he encouraged her. Since they had already announced the existence of their children with such honesty, then naturally he would also take on the responsibility of being a father, including being criticized by the entire network, which he did not care about. After all, they were insignificant people, and he did not care. But you are different. If your fans really like you and recognize your work, then no matter how much time passes, they will definitely accept you again. After all, you are such an excellent actor and singer. I believe that this storm will surely subside slowly. I have thought about it, and only if I stop acting can I protect you and the babies. I don't want you to be hurt because of me. Tang Kurson has made up her mind. Tomorrow, I will hold another press conference to announce my thoughts. Chapter 4 Fulfilling the wishes of cute babies and bursting out with rich rewards. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Su Yuanhang did not continue to insist. Instead, he secretly used the public opinion elimination prop card. The next moment. In a subtle way, the public opinion elimination prop card also seemed to spread like air, suppressing the news about Tang Kurson's illegitimate daughter. Congratulations, the host has used the prop card to eliminate the negative impact of Tang Kurson. It is expected that the news will be completely resolved in 12 hours, changing the current situation. The system's prompt was also like a reassurance, giving Su Yuanhang more confidence. At this point, the two had almost finished talking. Tang Kurson stood up and forced a smile on her face as she said to Su Yuanhang, I should go now. Thank you for receiving us and listening to me for so long. Leaving so soon? Su Yuanhang said with some surprise. I can't stay here all the time. After all, I will be followed by paparazzi at any time. Tang Kurson hesitated for a moment and then said, Su Yuanhang, can I ask you for one more favor? You name it. Su Yuanhang actually already knew what she was going to say. Tang Kurson looked towards the lobby with a trace of reluctance in her eyes. I want to let the girls stay with you for now. They will only be implicated if they follow me. I want to come back to find you after the press conference is over. There's no need to be polite. Su Yuanhang laughed, speechless. This is also their home, and I also want to spend more time with the girls to get to know their personalities and habits. Thank you. Tang Kurson still felt a little guilty and distant towards Su Yuanhang, so I'll leave now, and I'll leave the girls in your care. Su Yuanhang did not try to stop her, and followed her out of the room. When they arrived in the living room, Tang Kurson's face wore a faint smile, and she shouted with full of affection to the cute kids who were playing with their phones, babies, mommy and daddy are done talking. The two cute kids, dressed in Lolita fashion and made up like little princesses, simultaneously shifted their attention from the screen of their phones to Tang Kurson. They beamed and said in unison, Daddy and Mommy, we're hungry. Can I make you something delicious for dinner? Tang Kurson saw the cute kids fling themselves at her, hugging her body, and their eyes full of reluctance. She said, Mommy still has some things to take care of, but I'll come back for you after I'm done. No. The cute kids hope that the family can sit at the same table for dinner. After their wish is granted, they are rewarded with 5% of the shares of Tomato Comics, and become shareholders of the group. Su Yuanhang was slightly surprised to hear this. He didn't expect the system to be so generous and the reward system to be so crazy. Immediately, he said to Tang Kursen, "You see, the kids all hope that our family can sit together for dinner. Even if you are in a hurry to leave, it shouldn't take that long, right?" Tang Kursen saw that Menghua and Su Yuanhang had both said this, so she happily nodded and said, "Okay, let's have a nice family dinner. Why, mom is the best. We can finally have dinner with our mom and dad." Ding! Congratulations to the host for fulfilling the wishes of the Menghua children. The reward has been distributed, and the host has become a shareholder on the shareholder list of Tomato Novel Network. In his mind, the annual profit and financial statements of Tomato Novel Network also appeared. Annual advertising revenue is roughly 30 to 40 billion, plus revenue from short videos, adaptations, and other channels. Although Su Yuanhang only receives a 5% dividend, the revenue is still very considerable. He has transformed into a person who receives over 9-digit dividends every year. The most important change in his status is that he has gone from being an ordinary writer to a shareholder of the novel website, and his status has suddenly increased a lot. This wave of fulfilling the wishes of the cute kids has made Su Yuanhang feel like a winner. Amidst the cheers of the children, Su Yuanhang looked at the kitchen and said, "The food is almost ready. It's all home-cooked food, but you can try it. If you don't like it, I'll order takeaway." "Daddy, we're not picky eaters, hee," Tang Feier said with a smile. "Dad, we love all the food you cook, even if it's just home cooking," Tang Feier said with a smile. Su Yuanhang had only known the two girls for a short time, but he had already come to understand that they were both very sensible, although it was also heartbreaking. They were only 4 years old, and their innocent and pure appearance was very endearing. From their behavior, it was obvious that they had been very well brought up by Tang Kursen. Tang Kursen also said, "Just help yourselves, they're not picky eaters." "Okay, I'll heat it up and it'll be ready to eat in no time. You guys sit down for a while," Su Yuanhang said, hurrying into the kitchen and getting busy. The cute kids looked at Su Yuanhang's figure, but they took Tang Kursen's hand and laughed. "Mommy, Daddy is so tall." "Yes, he is very tall." Tang Kursen gazed at Su Yuanhang's back, his tall figure and long legs, plus his very handsome appearance. Even if he went into the entertainment industry, he could have a place there. "Babies, do you like your father?" The adorable children nodded vigorously in Tang Kursen's expectant and apprehensive gaze. "Yes, we like him very much. Daddy and Mummy are a perfect match," Tang Feier said with a smile. "That's why you gave birth to such cute babies as us, hee." Then Tang Feier asked, "Mummy, do you like Daddy?" Tang Kuxan knew that Tang Feier was naughty, eloquent, and full of ideas for her young age. However, she did not expect such a tricky question. Seeing that they were all staring with their big round eyes, waiting for her answer, Tang Kuxan petted their heads affectionately and said, "If I didn't like him, why would I have given birth to you two cute little babies with him? It seems like it, hee." "Then Daddy and Mommy must be very happy." Su Yuanhang was busy in the kitchen, but he could hear the three of them talking in the living room. Especially when Tang Kursen asked the cute kids about their impression of him, Su Yuanhang even got nervous. After hearing the praise in Tang Kursen's response to the cute kids, Su Yuanhang's mouth unconsciously lifted up the corner, and he worked even harder to plate the meal for tonight. There were sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and fish soup. If it were just one person eating, it would be quite a sumptuous meal, but now there were 4 people, and Su Yuanhang felt a little embarrassed. He quickly reheated the food and served it to the table again, then shouted to the 3 of them, "Koexayan, my dears, dinner is ready, come and eat." Yes, let's eat. I have a little donkey, I never ride it." Tang Linger hummed a children's song as she ran towards the table, which made the atmosphere much livelier and more pleasant. With the 2 little ones around, Su Yuanhang felt that his always cold home had also become warmer. After everyone was seated, Su Yuanhang passed out the chopsticks and spoons one by one, saying, "Try the tofu fish soup. It's very fresh. Let me know if it's not tasty enough." The children were eager to try it, but they could only wait happily with their chopsticks in hand as Tang Kursen and Su Yuanhang both ladled fish soup for them. "Try it. You really wanted to eat the food your father made, right? You can have your wish today." Tang Kursen smiled at them. The 2 little girls each took a sip, with Su Yuanhang feeling both excited and nervous. "Wow, it's delicious. Mommy, Daddy's fish soup is delicious, try some." The 2 little girls both praised Su Yuanhang's cooking, which made him feel completely at ease. Tang Kursen also took a sip, and found Su Yuanhang's cooking to be surprisingly good, so she took a few more. Su Yuanhang saw this and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "If it's good, then drink some more." Ding, congratulations, the food you have made has been recognized by the cute babies in Tangkursen, proving that your cooking skills no longer require the system's god of cookery skill. Keeping it authentic is the greatest sincerity to the cute babies. For this, the system will reward the host with additional skills as compensation. Chapter 5, Obtain the god level of accompanying manhwa and improve your physical fitness. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining the god level UGIO. Skill. Note, this skill will better interact with the manhwa in terms of games and improve your intimacy. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but smile. Currently, what he needed most was to have some interaction with the manhwa, so as to make up for the time he had lost accompanying them. When dinner ended in the sound of the children's laughter, Tangkursen intended to help clear the table, but Su Yuanhang refused. I'll go first, then. Seeing that there was nothing else to be done, Tangkursen looked at the children, who were playing with Su Yuanhang's phone, and said goodbye to him. Sure, I'll walk you out. Su Yuanhang did not try to stop her this time, but wiped his hands instead. No, you stay and play with them. Tangkursen picked up her shoulder bag and came to the door, then said as if remembering something. Their luggage and toiletries are all in the suitcase, you can take them out and put them away for them later. If they need anything else, please go and buy it for them, I'll transfer the money to you. Su Yuanhang laughed and said, no need, I can afford to pay for this. Besides, this is what I should do as their father, so you don't need to be polite with me. Okay. Tangkursen's face broke into a smile, and she continued to give her instructions. They usually go to bed at 9 o'clock, and they need someone to read them a story before bed. Su Yuanhang, however, felt that this was not a problem at all, and he smiled lightly. I know, and this will also help to strengthen the bond between them and me. Tangkursen nodded, then opened her arms wide and called out to the children, babies, mommy has to go now, give me a hug. The two toddlers had already arrived at the door by now, and somewhat reluctantly, they rushed into Tangkursen's arms as she crouched down. They cooed in unison, Mommy, you have to come back early. We'll miss you, and you have to remember to miss us too. Okay, my darlings, Mommy will think of you all the time. Tangkursen was also full of reluctance, but she could only softly reassure them, my darlings, give Mommy a kiss. Boo. Bye. The cute kids each gave Tangkursen a kiss on the left and right cheeks, and then waved at her as she left. Although Su Yuanhang really wanted to see her off, he couldn't do so with the two cute kids at home, so he had to give up. He waited until Tangkursen had disappeared into the elevator before closing the door. Ding, the two cute babies also want to hug their host, giving them a sense of encouragement and security. Satisfying their desire will earn them a new reward. The system's prompt tone sounded, and Su Yuanhang saw that the cute babies were sulking, obviously missing Tangkursen. He bent down, holding each of the two cute babies with one hand, supporting their little bottoms before standing up again. At this time, their weight was still within Su Yuanhang's tolerance range. Although they were not as light as if they had no bones, they were not too heavy either. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a cash prize of 100,000 yuan and your physical fitness has increased by 1. Daddy, you have such a strong body. This was the first time Daddy had ever held me, and I'm crying. Tang Linger suddenly burst into tears, leaving Su Yuanhang at a loss for words. He ignored the system reward and walked over to the sofa, put them down, and then comforted them. Baby, I'm sorry, it's been bad for me these years. I promise I'll hug you every day from now on. Daddy, do you mean it? Tang Feier's eyes were also filled with tears. Over the years, they had always wanted to know who their father was and where he was. But every time, Tangkursen had used the kind lie that he had gone to a very far away place and would be back soon to get away with it. Now that they have really met, they are acting very happy, and it is only after Tangkursen has left that they truly release their inner thoughts about Su Yuanhang. Daddy, let's pinky swear that you won't lie to us. Tang Linger is crying, but she is extending her little finger, her face full of tears but with an innocent and pure gaze, she says. Su Yuanhang's nose twitched. This kind of blood connection made him feel very familiar from the very first time he saw the children. Although he knew that they had been well taken care of by Tangkursen over the years, the lack of paternal love was always a regret, and their lives were not complete. The spiritual void made Su Yuanhang's heart ache when he saw them sad. Okay, let's pinky swear that if I lie to you, I'll grow a long nose like Pinocchio. Su Yuanhang promised. Dad, you can't go back on your word, we know about Pinocchio, he has a long nose, and anyone who lies will turn into it. Tang Feier stopped crying and laughed. After making a pinky promise with the cute kids, Su Yuanhang glanced at the clock. It was only a little after 7, so there was still some time to spend with them. My dears, who usually takes care of you when I'm not at home? Su Yuanhang turned on the TV and tuned in to an animated film, which happened to be showing big-headed son and little-headed dad. The cute kid said while watching the film, Auntie Chen takes care of us. Who's Auntie Chen? Su Yuanhang could only think of a nanny. She's the auntie that Mum hired to take care of us. She's very nice and cooks just as well as Baba does, Tang Linger said with a face full of innocence. Su Yuanhang then thought of a more important question: have you been sent to school by your mother? However, both of the cute kids shook their heads. But Mum has hired a teacher to come to the house to teach us to read and write, and we can all speak English now. Say hello to your father, Daddy, Tang Feier even blurted out, while raising both hands in a heart shape. Tang Linger immediately corrected her, saying, Sister, that's not right, it should be I love you, Daddy. Oh, right, I was speaking Korean, hee hee. Tang Feier burst out laughing, her little tiger teeth showing were exceptionally cute. Su Yuanhang knew why they hadn't yet started kindergarten at the age of 4, it was obviously a taboo due to their status. However, they have been able to afford private tutors, so they have not fallen behind in their education. Su Yuanhang feels a little more sympathy for Tang Kersen. Over the years, it seems that the children have been well taken care of, but this is also based on the fact that Tang Kersen has suffered a lot. All Su Yuanhang has is guilt. You guys are awesome. Su Yuanhang is full of praise, you're much better than your father. When he was young, he couldn't speak any languages, not even Mandarin. Hey, that's because we're smart. Daddy, it's all thanks to Mummy. She taught us all this, the children say. Su Yuanhang nods, yes, so we have to take good care of Mummy in the future and not make her sad. We will. Tang Feier said, as if remembering something, and added, but Daddy, just yesterday, I found Mummy hiding in the toilet crying. Mummy looked so sad, and she thought we didn't know. Daddy, can you please comfort Mummy? We all know she's been unhappy lately, but she won't tell us. Tang Linger said, grasping Su Yuanhang's fingers with her small hands, her face full of pleading. Chapter 6, interact with the cute kids in a game, and 1 million yuan will be deposited into your account. This is the voice hidden deep in the hearts of the cute kids. Su Yuanhang can hear that they are very eager to see Tang Kersen smile. Okay, Dad will comfort Mom properly and not let her feel sad. Su Yuanhang promised. Only then did the cute kids' faces once again wear smiles. Ding, the host's comfort has eased the emotions of the cute kids, and they have received a 1 million yuan cash reward. While listening to the system's prompt, Su Yuanhang felt that this day was like a dream, especially the more than 6 million yuan in the balance that had been added by the card and the inheritance of 5% of the shares in the online novel website, which were all so unrealistic. Daddy, I want to play the game Gold Miner. No, sweetie, there's no such game on Daddy's phone. Seeing that the children were in a better mood, Su Yuanhang thought to himself, Daddy has LAPD, so you can download this game for you to play. Yes. Daddy is so good. Daddy, Gold Miner is so much fun, do you want to play together? Sister, this game can only be played by 2 people at most, but if Daddy wants to play, I can give up my place. Tang Feier said very generously. Su Yuanhang had played this game before as a way to pass the time, but the higher the gold value required, the more difficult it was to fish, so he had stopped playing. He patted his sensible Tang Feier's little head and laughed, saying, Daddy will just watch you guys play. With that, Su Yuanhang got up and walked into his office bedroom, picked up the LPAD from the table, and downloaded the game again. This LPAD has always been used to look up information. As for the computer, in order to be able to focus on writing, he locks the screen directly in the word processing software, which makes it impossible to switch screens to look up information. After arriving in the living room, the game was also downloaded, and Su Yuanhang handed the LPAD to the cute kids and said, Play, babies, Daddy has already downloaded it for you. Yes. We can play games now. Daddy, I'll play with my sister for a while. The levels are too hard, so can you help us pass the levels? Tang Feier said with a look of expectation. Of course I can. Daddy will try hard too. Su Yuanhang leaned against the side of the cute kids, watching the 2 of them place the tablet on their thighs while tapping their little fingers to activate the 2-player mode. At that moment, Su Yuanhang could feel the emptiness in his heart being filled, and he was very satisfied. On one side, he watched the 2 cute girls use the hook to find the right moment to catch gold, only selecting gold worth 500 yuan, while ignoring the smaller gold. It was obvious that they had gained some experience playing the game. He couldn't help but ask curiously, My dear, how many levels did you clear at most at the beginning? A dozen levels, and then we failed because we ran out of gold, Tang Fei pouted. It was clear that she was very unwilling. Sister, you eat this side, I'll eat that side, time's almost up. Tang Linger suddenly shouted, grabbing the small gold, there's not enough time for the big gold. In the end, Tang Fei ended up with an empty hook, which was a great pity. However, the money value required for the initial levels was very low, and basically if you didn't make any major mistakes you could succeed. When it came to choosing items, they generously purchased 138 yuan worth of dynamite, 88 yuan worth of clover and a potion of strength. Su Yuanhang did not stop them, after all, it was just for fun, as long as the girls were happy. Time passed by minute, and the girls worked hard to pass the 7 levels. However, due to repeated mistakes, they ran out of gold and the game ended. They were all discouraged, saying, "Oh, it's so hard." Su Yuanhang, however, reassured them, "Babies, you've done really well, you've cleared all 7 levels." "But Daddy, our best score was 13 levels, we just had bad luck today." "Sister, it's because we spent too much money on the items we bought, otherwise we would definitely have cleared the 8th level." Tang Fei found the reason for the failure and summed up the experience. Fei was right. In fact, there were several times when the explosives were more expensive, and you all bought them, so the losses outweighed the gains. Su Yuanhang thought about it for a while, and still offered them some advice, but it didn't matter, we can just start again after we've learned from our experiences, and we'll definitely do better than the first time. "Daddy, you play for me." Tang Fei, however, said with a smile, "I want to see how many levels Daddy can pass." "I want to play with you too." Tang Linger looked forward to it. Now that there was such an intimate interactive game to play, Su Yuanhang naturally couldn't ask for more. Instead of saying no, he picked Tang Fei up in his arms and then leaned over to Tang Linger and said, "Okay, I'll play with you. Let's work together to pass more levels." "Yes, yes. Go, Daddy." The game then started again. Su Yuanhang also activated his god level UGIO skills at this point, grasped the timing to play his trump card, and directly fished up the most valuable big golden treasure. Tang Fei saw that Su Yuanhang had fished up the big golden treasure by playing his trump card for the first time, and had even avoided the small golden treasure. She was so excited that she exclaimed, "Daddy is so amazing. Daddy, there's a big gold piece over here, let's catch it too." But Su Yuanhang didn't do that, instead, he created an opportunity for Tang Linger to remove the small gold piece, and then said to the child, "Baby, you come and catch the big gold piece." "Okay, watch me." Tang Linger's eyes widened, and then she gave the hook a little tap with her little finger, and the hook immediately went towards the big gold piece. This time, Tang Linger finally hooked the big gold, and she danced happily, "Yes, we've caught all the gold, ha." The first level of gold was almost completely cleared with the combined efforts of Su Yuanhang and Menghua. Su Yuanhang then went to the prop store, where he was lucky enough to find dynamite for only 15 coins and high-quality diamond props for only 30 coins. Su Yuanhang said to them, "Baby, let's buy them all." After spending less than 100 yuan and emptying all the props, they started the second level. "Ouch, I caught a rock. Use dynamite." Bang! Under Su Yuanhang's command, they also had a good haul in the second level. They started the latest level again. There were more and more goldfish they caught, as well as diamonds and mysterious bags. I don't know if it was just pure luck, but after Su Yuanhang took over the game, they all passed level 10 without realizing it. "Wow, Daddy, we have so much money." The little one's eyes sparkled as they looked at the more than 4,000 points, which far exceeded the required amount for the light card. "Yes, it's more than twice the required number of points, which means that you are very good." And Ling, our commander, also played a very important role. The two cute kids couldn't stop smiling when they were praised. Su Yuanhang glanced at the clock and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock. He then followed Tang Kerson's advice and said to the girls, "Sweetie, it's time for bed. I'm going to pause this game and play it again tomorrow, okay?" The cute kids, however, answered very obediently, "Okay. Then Daddy will take you to wash up," Su Yuanhang said, and opened the suitcase. Inside were the clothes they usually wore, as well as pajamas and toiletries. The cute kids walked over and helped, saying, "Daddy, this is my little toothbrush. This is my tooth mug. Mommy bought us the exact same one. Daddy, don't you think it's cute?" Su Yuanhang looked at their sets of daily necessities, and the little tooth cups with the printed circles of strawberry bears were very cute. He agreed, saying that they were as cute as his babies. He #nervous face #I think so too. The cute kids said happily. Chapter 7 Your bed is so comfortable. After washing the kids, Hang noticed that they could brush their teeth and wash their faces on their own. He just supervised, not doing much. After arranging for them to sleep in their own room, the kids didn't recognize the bed, but were very happy instead. Daddy, your bed is so comfortable. It's so warm, hee hee. Hang half laid on the edge of the bed, looking at the two of them change into their pajamas, and couldn't help but smile. Sometimes it's mommy. Tang Feier said with a smile. Tang Linger added, of course there's also Auntie Chen, she reads fairy tales to us every night. But Tang Feier explained we don't like fairy tales. My sister and I like scary stories. It's just that every time Auntie Chen tells a scary story, she scares herself to death, and we can't hear it anymore. Hang didn't realize that the cute kids had such a hobby. Aren't you afraid? But Tang Linger said with a face full of innocence, of course I'm afraid, but precisely because of that, my sister and I will cover ourselves with the quilt and fall asleep quickly. Although they were smiling and saying seemingly insignificant things, it sounded so heartbreaking to Hang's ears. It was clear that the cute kids had lacked fatherly love over the years, and Tang Kursen, who had been busy with her career, had not been able to be by their side all the time, which had led to some psychological gaps and a sense of insecurity. It was only because they were sensible that they hid their insecure behavior deep inside and used external factors to hypnotize and vent. Unable to help himself, Hang reached out and took both of his young daughters into his arms, then whispered softly, my darlings, I promise I will always be there for you every day. Feeling the embrace of their father's love, the young daughters could sense it, and they beamed, Daddy, you promised before, and we believe you. Daddy, can you tell us a scary story? Last time, Mummy didn't finish telling it, and it's been a long time now. Hang looked up, smiled at them and said, okay, if the girls like it, Daddy will tell you one. He pulled out his phone and prepared to look it up on the web, saying, what scary stories did Mummy tell you? The Horror Anchor. Tang Linger immediately said the name. Sister, no, it should be the Horror Radio Anchor. Tang Feier corrected, Dad, let me tell you, this anchor is not human, but in the quiet of the night, it will appear and tell everyone all kinds of bizarre horror stories. I remember it all. Han's expression changed, however, and he had an incredulous look on his face. After watching it, the cute kids opened their eyes wide and said, Daddy, what's wrong? Are you scared? After coming back to his senses, Hang closed the web page and went directly to the Tomato Novel app, where he found his novel and his emotions became mixed. He never imagined that Tang Kursen would tell the cute kids about the content of the novel she wrote. This book had been offered for publication, but the royalties were not high. Of course, Hang also earned his first monthly income of over 100,000 yuan in royalties from this book, but the lack of inspiration in the later stages resulted in a sloppy ending, which was a big regret for him. Tang Kursen has been reading my book. Hang wasn't sure if this was a coincidence, but a huge wave of emotions washed over him. It seems that he has the opportunity to ask her properly. When the children asked, Hang grinned and said, no, Dad was just a little surprised. I know this book. Ah. The children were also slightly surprised and said, Dad, did you read it too? So you like horror novels too, Dad? Mum told me at the beginning that I inherited your genes, giggling. Hang did not expect Tang Kursen to say that, which proved that his novel had been read by Tang Kursen. He smiled faintly and said, Dad does like horror novels, and the novel the kids are listening to was written by me. Wow, Dad wrote this novel. Daddy is awesome, no wonder Mommy reads it to us whenever she has time. Hang also browsed through the chapter titles and generally remembered the plot, but forgot some of the details. With the adoring gaze of the toddlers, he said with a smile, Baby, where did Mommy read to you last time? Just give me a general idea and Daddy will find it. At the beginning, the protagonist went under the bed of a family, and when he climbed out and stood by the window, he saw a big boy holding a baseball bat and beating the puppy to death. Tang Feier recalled the scene with great effort. Your sister is right, but it's a little further back. Tang Linger also became excited. The big boy found the protagonist, then went upstairs with a baseball bat, covered in blood, and looked for him viciously with dead fish eyes. As soon as they finished talking, Hang immediately remembered the plot. He still remembered this part of the horror plot. When he wrote it down late at night, Hang completely immersed himself in it, so much so that he was creeped out when he finished writing it. He immediately swiped to the chapter and stopped at chapter 136. The chapter was titled Eyes Hiding Under the Bed. At that time, not only did the male protagonist hide under the bed, but there was also an evil spirit. There were a total of 2 ghosts in the entire house, and one of them possessed a supporting character. However, the cute kids haven't heard the rest of the story yet, so Su Yuanhang can present the most exciting part to them. Kids, shall we start with the story of the big boy holding a baseball bat and personally killing the dog? After Su Yuanhang clicked in, he turned the page to the story he had originally stopped at and whispered to the cute kids. The children were naturally happy, but they curled up in fear. Seeing the 2 of them snuggled up close to each other, Su Yuanhang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, my dears. Daddy will sleep with you tonight. Promise, Daddy." The fear in the children's eyes eased a little. Su Yuanhang leaned against the bed and began to read aloud. Because he had written the story himself, he had a strong sense of empathy and read it more excitingly and with more meaning than Al or anyone else. Soon, Su Yuanhan's low but magnetic voice rang out. The empathy was like a special effect, and the cute kids immediately cringed, clutching Su Yuanhan's arm tightly. They looked scared but loved listening. Ding! Congratulations, host, for telling the children a bedtime story. You have won a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Su Yuanhang felt that the money had come too easily, just by taking care of the children. Daddy, did the protagonist run away? After hearing that the older boy possessed by the ghost had killed his mother, the protagonist ran out and then encountered a car driving towards him. The children were secretly worried for him and asked. Su Yuanhang laughed and said, "The ghost has found him, so no matter where the protagonist runs, he will be caught." Tang Linger was concerned about another character. "Daddy, what about the police officer? She was attacked by the ghost, did she die? I'm so worried. If Daddy tells you, it'll spoil the story." Su Yuanhang glanced at the clock. It was almost 11 o'clock, so he smiled at them and said, "Wait until tomorrow, Daddy will announce the answer then. Now, how about you go to sleep, okay, my dears?" The adorable girls were very obedient. They all answered together, "Okay, Daddy, tomorrow we'll sleep after you finish telling the rest of the story, right?" "It's a deal." Su Yuanhang patted their heads and then personally laid them down and covered them up. The 2 adorable girls had formed a routine, so they quickly fell asleep. Su Yuanhang had the intention of sleeping with the cute kids, but he was not sleepy at all. After the cute kids fell asleep soundly, he left the room and went to the balcony to get some fresh air. At this time, Tang Kursen sent a message. They had added each other's contact information during dinner, so Su Yuanhang took out his phone and read it. Coincidentally, Su Yuanhang also had something to chat with Tang Kursen about. Chapter 8 The boyfriend of the innocent girl is exposed. Su Yuanhang went to the balcony, where there was a small coffee table and armchair. He sat down and began to check Tang Kursen's messages. "Su Yuanhang, have the kids gone to sleep?" After thinking for a moment, Su Yuanhang replied. "Just gone to sleep for a while." Tang Kursen almost replied immediately. "Did they ask you to tell a scary story?" Coincidentally, Su Yuanhang also wanted to talk about the content of the scary story. "Yes, I have to tell them. So let me find the story of the scary radio host and tell them." This time, Tang Kursen didn't reply, but Su Yuanhang waited with bated breath. He also happened to walk into the house and poured himself a glass of water. Doo-doo. The phone on the coffee table vibrated. Su Yuanhang walked over with his glass of water and looked down again. Tang Kursen had sent another message. "You know everything?" Su Yuanhang looked at the few short words, but his heart was in turmoil. "Since when have you been reading my books?" Tang Kursen continued to reply immediately. "All along." Suddenly, Su Yuanhang thought of something and quickly tapped the screen to enter a message. "Are you Tang Xiaoyu?" After the message was sent, Su Yuanhang was a little nervous, and while switching pages on his phone, he clicked on the reward list for each of his books while waiting for a reply. Over the years, Su Yuanhang has written a total of 6 books, including unfinished ones, but they have all been rewarded by Tang Xiaoyu. As little as 1,000, as much as 10,000. But there has never been a comment, just like Su Yuanhan's trumpet. Even if Su Yuanhang had thanked her, there was never a response. There is no such person as her in the fan group. Su Yuanhang also tried every means to find her at the beginning, but all his efforts were in vain. Finally, the truth came to light. The mysterious local tyrant turned out to be Tang Kursen. Yes. The messages sent by Tang Kursen became increasingly brief. Why? Su Yuanhang was puzzled and sent another message while waiting for a reply. "How did you know I write novels?" Staring at the screen message with anticipation and tension, Tang Kursen finally answered the question in his heart. After I gave birth to my babies and joined the girl group, by chance I met a very close girlfriend. She was in the same class as you, and it was through her that I learned that you have been writing novels all these years, so I started to follow them. At this point, Su Yuanhan's mind conjured up an image of an incredibly petite girl wearing glasses. Lin Shanshan? Almost subconsciously, Su Yuanhang sent this name. Yes. Tang Kurson responded, with a tone of certainty. Su Yuanhang suddenly smiled wryly. He never would have thought that the world was so small and that he would meet Tang Kurson by such a coincidence. I wrote a novel under a different pen name when I was in college, and later announced this pen name in the college group, so I guess she saw it then. Of course, Su Yuanhang did not mention that Lin Shanshan had once confessed her love, but he had rejected her on the grounds that it was inappropriate. However, Tang Kurson seemed to be deliberately reminding him. Shan Shan is right next to me and she also saw your news. By the way, she is now my assistant. Su Yuanhang looked again at the message he had sent, and it gave him the feeling that he was being obvious. But then he suddenly thought of something and immediately became puzzled. Are you still busy? Tang Kurson didn't reply. He just kept waiting. After a few minutes, he saw that the message had fallen on deaf ears, so he simply opened the webpage and typed in the words Tang Kurson. The news page that popped up immediately was straight up breaking news. The latest information about Tang Kurson. The incident of the illegitimate daughter of a top female star in the entertainment industry. It has been confirmed that it is not unfounded. Huaxia.com 2 hours ago. The pure and innocent image of the woman has collapsed, and she is hiding the truth about her illegitimate daughter. Her mysterious father is a super rich man. Weibo.com 1 hour ago. Tang Kurson recognized her godfather as the biological father of her twin daughters. Her private life is chaotic, and she has been photographed in entertainment venues many times. TikTok.com 30 minutes ago. View more. Su Yuanhang was furious after reading it. This group of unscrupulous media outlets were really fabricating facts recklessly for the sake of popularity. As he continued to browse down the page, he discovered the latest news. Top-tier actress Tang Kurson suddenly announced on her social media account that she would hold a press conference at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After clicking on the link, a new page with more detailed content popped up. After reading it quickly, Su Yuanhang understood that Tang Kurson had really made a decision. At the press conference tomorrow, she would answer any questions from anyone who was concerned about her and give a satisfactory explanation to everyone who was paying attention to this matter. The incident had not subsided since it first broke, and Su Yuanhang opened Douyin again. The first video was about the reports on Tang Kurson. He continued to scroll through several more, and 60-70% of them were about Tang Kachin. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but open the comments to see what the netizens were saying. Bad, nasty, or swear words flooded the screen. Su Yuanhang could imagine the psychological pressure Tang Kachin was under at this moment of online outrage. These bastards. Su Yuanhang was furious. But the next second, these bad comments disappeared as if they had been deleted, visible to the naked eye. In his mind, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, the eliminate public opinion props card is having an effect, and will erase all the bad news about Tang Kurson. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but get excited. Well done. In the midst of his excitement, Tang Kurson finally sent a message. I've just finished, and I've explained a few things to the company. Are you asleep? Su Yuanhang hurriedly replied. Not yet. Tang Kurson added. Is it the children's situation that is weighing on you and keeping you awake? Ding, Tang Kurson was still feeling guilty about suddenly showing up at someone's door for help, so please dispel her worries and doubts. The next moment, Su Yuanhang heard the other person's thoughts, even if it was just through the phone screen, and they rang in his head through the system's broadcast. He replied with some heartache. Tang Kurson, you and the children are not a burden to me, and I am very grateful that you brought the babies to recognize me. The reason I can't sleep is I'm worried about you. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yuanhang finally typed the last sentence. No matter what kind of emotional foundation he and Tang Kurson had right now, because of the two cute kids, Su Yuanhang had a special kind of emotional attachment to Tang Kurson that was different from that of a couple and completely different from that of a husband and wife. When he saw all those news reports that were full of slander, smear campaigns, rumors, and personal attacks against her, Su Yuanhang could empathize. He couldn't stand it, let alone a woman. Although he couldn't see Tang Kurson's expression at all, he could understand how much psychological pressure the other person was under. But even so, he was still worried that he would be implicated by her. What a silly woman. Chapter 9 Hugging the cute kids is like making money. Day 2. Su Yuanhang got up earlier than the cute kids and went to prepare breakfast for them. The simplest sandwiches made with fried eggs and bread were specially made with milk bought for them and heated. After finishing his work, he was about to wake up the girls when they all got up on their own initiative. Then they looked at Su Yuanhang with sleepy eyes and said sweetly, "Daddy, give us a hug." Looking at their messy hair, they looked like porcelain dolls, having completely inherited the fine genes of himself and Tang Kersen. From their appearance, Su Yuanhang couldn't help but see the shadow of Tang Kersen. With a faint smile, Su Yuanhang opened his arms towards them and said, "Good morning, my dears." "Good morning, Daddy." The two cute children responded in a baby voice. Although they looked exactly the same, Su Yuanhang had already recognized them from the details. The one with long hair was Tang Feier, and the one with shoulder-length short hair was Tang Linger. Last night, before he started telling them stories, Su Yuanhang had asked them specifically, and he had not deliberately cut their hair short in order to distinguish between them. Rather, Tang Linger had felt that long hair was too much trouble, so shoulder-length hair was easier to manage. Holding each of them in each hand, Su Shichen felt much more relaxed now that his physical fitness had improved. They all lay on Su Yuanhang's shoulders, grinning and saying, "Daddy, your arms are so comfortable. Even mommy can't hold us both at the same time, hee hee." Ding, the cute kids really enjoy your hugs, and you are rewarded with 500,000 yuan in cash. Su Yuanhang felt that the system was just here to send money. It had not even been 24 hours, and there were already more than 6 million yuan in cash in his account, as well as shares of a novel website. It was not an exaggeration to say that money was pouring in. Even though he knew that the stock market was currently in a bull market, the money was still coming in faster from the system. After carrying them into the bathroom, Su Yuanhang said with a smile, "Babies, after we're done washing up, shall we go find mommy?" "Yes, Daddy, but mommy is at work." At this time, the cute kids didn't know about the crisis Tang Kersen was facing, and of course Su Yuanhang wouldn't tell them about it. "Do you want to see mommy? Daddy will pick her up and bring her back for lunch, okay?" After a night of thinking, Su Yuanhang also made up his mind. This time, he was going to face the difficulties together with Tang Kersen. The two adorable children stared at each other with big, round eyes, as round as black grapes. After a glance, they immediately said happily, "Of course we want to. We want Daddy and Mommy to be together." "Daddy, then we need to wash up quickly, and then wear pretty little dresses to go find Mummy." Tang Linger looks forward to it innocently. Su Yuanhang nods in agreement. "Okay, let's appear beautifully before Mummy and give her a big surprise." "Yes." Next, Su Yuanhang also helps the cute kids squeeze the toothpaste and then wash their faces with warm water. Although it is the first time he has taken care of children, Su Yuanhang is very patient. After combing out their messy hair, Su Yuanhang led them to the table and smiled at the cute kids. "Daddy has made you a heartwarming breakfast. I wonder if it's to your liking. Wow, a sandwich. And my favorite drink, milk. Daddy is so nice." "Daddy, crouch down," Tang Feier suddenly said with a sly smile. "What's wrong?" Su Yuanhang was puzzled, but he still crouched down. The two cute kids looked at each other, and in Su Yuanhang's surprise, they directly put their toes up and kissed him on the left and right cheeks. This made Su Yuanhang happy and his heart bloomed. "Giggle, Daddy, this is a good morning kiss." Tang Linger laughed and ran away, came to the chair, and sat on the backrest by crawling. Tang Feier was also very agile, and after sitting down, she shouted to Su Yuanhang, "Daddy, let's eat together, and after we're done, we'll go find Mommy." Su Yuanhang came back from his bliss and sat down next to the cute kids, smiling, "Okay, let's eat together." This breakfast was the most delicious, happiest, and most flavorful meal Su Yuanhang had had since graduating. His ears were constantly filled with the laughter and joy of the children, making him feel like his life had completely changed. "Daddy, the sandwiches you made are delicious. The milk is also my favorite brand." As he watched them eating with relish, Su Yuanhang couldn't help but feel relieved. "If the girls like it, I'll make it for you every day." Okay, you mustn't break your promise, or you'll turn into Pinocchio, hee hee." Su Yuanhang gave a faint smile and promised, "Daddy won't break his promise." Before long, the cute kids had finished their breakfast and didn't spare any, clearing their plates in one go. From their behavior, Su Yuanhang could tell that Tang Kersen had not spared any effort in cultivating good habits in the lives of her two children. They were sensible, well-behaved and obedient. This is Su Yuanhan's impression of the cute kids after a day of contact. They have very good manners and don't have any strange temperaments at all. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding, the cute kids love your breakfast very much, and you will be rewarded with 1 million yuan in cash. To ensure that the cute kids can better enjoy the fun of food in the future, and to enrich the host's knowledge of cooking, the god of cookery's special skill will be activated to provide the cute kids with a more diverse and sumptuous diet. The system's prompt made Su Yuanhang marvel in secret. He had never imagined that the system would be so thorough in its consideration, and naturally accepted it with peace of mind. The next moment, his brain instantly possessed the recipes and cooking methods of cuisines from all over the world, and it was as if each dish had been cooked countless times by his hands, so familiar and skilled. Daddy, let's go change. Tang Fair greeted Su Yuanhang, who was clearing the dinner plates. Daddy, you hurry up and change too, I want to see Mommy soon, Tang Linger said with anticipation. Su Yuanhang nodded and smiled. Okay, Daddy will be done soon. After they ran into the room, Su Yuanhang glanced at the time again. It was almost 8 o'clock. The press conference for Tang Kurson was being held at the International Hotel, which was about an hour away from their current location. After quickly washing the dishes, he followed them into the room. At this time, the cute kids had already put on the clothes they had brought, which were more casual and lively than yesterday's Lolita outfits. The black and white dresses completely brought out their styles. Su Yuanhang didn't know how to style himself, but the cute kids dressed themselves up, with cute hair clips on their heads to add some color. They are only 4 years old, but they can dress and wash themselves without any help from adults. Su Yuanhang is a little surprised. Babies, are you all dressed? Daddy, we're all changed. Do you like the hair clips Mummy bought us? And this bracelet, which jingles, Mummy gave us for our birthday. Su Yuanhang said without thinking. They look good, the babies look really pretty in them, they're so cute. Haha, they are. Daddy, it's your turn to get changed. The cute kids urged. Okay, Daddy will get changed in a second. Su Yuanhang grinned, looking at them. Noting that they didn't mean to go out, and thinking that they were his own daughters, he didn't hold back and simply took off his pajamas. Instantly revealing his inverted triangle figure, the young girls were dumbfounded. Wow, Daddy's body is so good. Daddy, you have a six-pack, and so does Mommy. The young girls exclaimed in awe. Su Yuanhang laughed silently. He called his abdominal muscles abs, while girls would say six-pack, which is a form of abdominal muscles, and can also be called having clear muscle lines instead of flab. Of course, this is related to Su Yuanhan's regular exercise, plus the fact that his physical fitness improved yesterday, making his abs even more obvious. He glanced at the closet and, after thinking for a moment, picked out a more casual suit. This was something Su Yuanhang had bought specifically to cope with interviews when he was looking for a job, and then didn't wear it again after becoming a full-time author. It still fit when he put it on. Then, under the watchful eyes of the cute kids, Su Yuanhang laughed and said, Baby, Daddy needs to change his pants. Do you want to watch too? Daddy, is that okay? Daddy, when Mummy changed clothes before, she let us watch too, and even asked us for our opinions. He gave a helpless smile, then put his trousers on with his back to them, and then explained, Baby, if there are boys changing clothes in the future, we can't watch, because there is a difference between men and women, know that? But the cute kids shook their heads. Daddy, what do you mean by there is a difference between men and women? Chapter 10 Attending the press conference of the celebrity wife. Su Yuanhang thought for a moment, and explained under their confused looks, Baby, you should be able to tell the difference between boys and girls, right? I know. Tang Fair answered quickly, just like a good boy and girl. You are a boy and a girl. Dad, it's because of you and Mum that we are here, right? Tang Linger also answered. Seeing that they could clearly distinguish between boys and girls, Su Yuanhang laughed and said, Yes, that's right. The bodies of boys and girls are structurally different. Of course, when you change clothes, you must not let the boys see, understand? Yes, Daddy. But what if Daddy watches us change? Tang Linger was puzzled. Su Yuanhang grinned and said, You're still young now, so Daddy can change your clothes and give you a bath, but when you grow up a bit, I won't be able to do that. Oh, I see. Mummy also seemed to have told us before that she would let Daddy give us a bath one day, hee hee. Su Yuanhang suddenly looked startled. He had never expected Tang Kurson to say that, which meant that she had planned to confess to him a long time ago. This sudden announcement that she had a secret daughter was obviously not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a sign that she was completely prepared mentally. Tonight, Daddy will give you a bath. Su Yuanhang laughed. Now, let's go find Mummy. Okay. 9 a.m. sharp. International Hotel Conference Center. At this time, the large space was already filled with people. Only relevant people with press credentials could enter. Naturally, some media and paparazzi had arrived from out of town overnight, specifically to receive first-hand reports. They were all looking forward to Tang Kursen's appearance. It was already 9 o'clock, why hadn't she shown up yet? Is she playing a joke on us? Wait a little longer, maybe something's come up. The reporters started to make a racket, but no one was keeping order. And in the backstage lounge, Tang Kursen is sitting in front of the dressing table mirror, her phone completely switched off. But her assistant Lin Shanshan's phone is ringing off the hook. As soon as she hangs up, Lin Shanshan says anxiously, "Boss's phone is ringing here. She told me to tell you that if you dare to hold a press conference, then you will have to pay compensation." Compensation. Over the years, Tang Kursen has made a lot of money, whether it's releasing albums and holding concerts, or filming TV dramas and movies. Including the annual commercials, her annual income is over 100 million. At this point, she has already paid a lot of liquidated damages and is not afraid of the company's threats at all. Even if I go bankrupt, I'm willing to pay. Sister Xin, in fact, there is no need for you to personally hold a press conference to clarify anything. It might be better to just leave it to the company's public relations department to handle. Lin Shanshan persuaded. Tang Kursen, however, sneered, "The company wants me to clarify to the fans and the mass media that the child is not mine. Do you think I will agree to that?" Lin Shanshan was speechless. She understood how much effort Tang Kursen had put in over the years to raise the children. Every time she visited the children, she had to hide her head and show only her shoulders, and she could not even think of taking the children out shopping. Not only that, due to her busy work schedule, Tang Kursen had very little time to have a proper meal with the children. Every Chinese New Year and other holidays, she had to attend various annual events, and she had never once spent Chinese New Year's Eve at home with the children. For this reason, Tang Kursen feels guilty. Because of this, no matter what Tang Kursen says this time, no matter what the cost, she wants to be with her children. Even if it means giving up her career in show business. Shan, have the reporters arrived yet? Tang Kursen stood up. Today she is wearing a straight-cut suit, looking very solemn, with light makeup and only lip balm on. But even so, it still couldn't hide her stunning face and queen-like temperament. "Everyone is here, just waiting for you to show up, Sister Xin," Lin Shanshan replied. "Let's go." Tang Kursen walked towards the door and told Lin Shanshan, "You tell the security guards you've invited that no one is allowed to enter during the press conference, even if the company's boss arrives." "Okay, Lin Shanshan." Su Yuanhang arrived at the parking lot of the International Hotel at a little after 8:40. Even before he got out of the car, he could see a crowd of people gathered at the hotel entrance, including fans and other unknown figures. Fortunately, there were security guards keeping order, so the crowd was not in chaos. After he turned off the car, Su Yuanhang got out and said to the Manghua kids, "Baby, I'm right here, but I'm going to go check out the situation first. Can you wait a little while?" "Okay, Daddy." "Daddy, there are so many people here. Are they all here to see Mommy?" The children knew that Tang Kursen was a celebrity, and at home they had watched a lot of her TV dramas and movies. Whenever they watched Tang Kursen on TV, they would cheer and jump for joy. Well, they are all Mommy's fans. Su Yuanhang didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say that to comfort them. Then, he sprinted to the entrance of the hotel, but heard the security guard repeatedly shouting into a loudspeaker, "Please form an orderly queue. If you want to check in, go to the reception desk. If you are here for Tang Kursen's press conference, please go back. Why won't you let us in? We are entertainment journalists." "Yes, are you even going to let journalists in? Hurry up and let us in, or do you want to be responsible if the press conference starts late?" However, the security guard explained, "All reporters please show your credentials and line up to enter, the rest please leave." Su Yuanhang didn't expect that a press card was required to enter the reception venue, and he became helpless. Just as he was about to use his phone to contact Tang Kursen, he saw a familiar petite figure appear. Upon seeing the other person, Su Yuanhang's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly shouted, "Lin Shanshan." Lin Shanshan had just informed the hotel security staff that only reporters were allowed to enter, and was preparing to return to the conference floor when she heard someone shouting her name. Looking back, she saw Su Yuanhang waving at her. With his tall figure and handsome face, Lin Shanshan was surprised. "Su Yuanhang?" She moved her feet and walked towards the entrance. After seeing that it was indeed Su Yuanhang, she said with slight surprise, "Why are you here?" "I brought the kids here to see Tang Kurson." Su Yuanhang explained, "But I heard that you need a press pass to get into the press conference." "You're Tang Kurson's assistant, so you can get me and the kids in, right?" Lin Shanshan hesitated and looked panicked. "Su Yuanhang, are you crazy? Sister Xin is already busy with the kids. If you and the kids show up at the scene again, do you know what kind of a sensation it will cause?" "Of course I know." Su Yuanhang, however, grinned and said, "Precisely because I know the consequences, that's why the children and I must come. Go back quickly, don't cause trouble for Xin." Lin Shanshan, however, didn't dare to make the decision. But Su Yuanhang explained, "Listen to me, I have a way to resolve this storm." Chapter 11 Grant the wishes of cute children and gain special abilities. Tang Kurson stood in front of the conference room door. At the moment, the relevant personnel had all been invited into the hall, so the corridor was only left with security and service personnel. She took a deep breath, then pushed open the door and walked in with her queenly gait and high heels. The reporters, who had been waiting for a long time, heard the noise and looked towards the door. When they found that the heroine had finally appeared, they all pointed their cameras at Tang Kurson and started shooting. The flashes of the cameras formed a characteristic highlight in the hall, but Tang Kachin remained expressionless as she walked towards the stage that had been set up. Every step was so calm and firm. After climbing onto the stage, Tang Kachin stood in front of the microphone and then greeted all the reporters and media, saying, "Good morning everyone, I am Tang Kachin. I am holding this press conference today to address and answer some of the questions that the public is concerned about." As soon as the words fell from her lips, a reporter couldn't wait to ask, "Tang Xin, we want to know who the mysterious big shot is who gave birth to your twins with an illegitimate daughter. Is it true, as the rumors say, that he is someone important in the industry? Miss Tang Xin, can you please explain to us?" There were still reporters who wanted to ask questions, but Tang Kurson interrupted them directly. "Thank you for coming, media reporters, for taking up a little of your time. But I don't intend to answer any of your questions at this press conference, because I will personally explain all the questions to everyone. Thank you." In one sentence, she made all the reporters who wanted to continue asking questions shut up. This powerful aura is simply unique to a queen. At this time, the flashbulbs kept shooting, and on Tang Kurson's body. Her face kept flashing. But Tang Kurson, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary, continued her cold and elegant speech. "Today, I stand here to meet with you all. On the one hand, it is for myself, and on the other hand, it is for my child and all of my fans, family and friends who care about and love me. During the week that time has been fermenting, I have never shirked my responsibilities, but instead chose to go back and be with my daughter, to express to them the care and love that I once lacked. At the same time, they have also constantly shown me love and care." After a pause, Tang Kurson's hand grabbed the corner of the lectern and held it tightly, as if this could give her invisible strength. She continued, "I admit that I hid the child from everyone, but apart from that, there have been rumors about my chaotic personal life, that I had an abortion, and so on. I want to explain once again that this is all untrue. I have never been in a relationship with a man other than the father of my child. The rumors on the internet that I frequent entertainment venues and have been secretly dating a celebrity or a wealthy man are all fabricated. As media reporters, you should know better than I what the purpose of this is." A rhetorical question made some paparazzi media avoid her sharp eyes. They knew full well that some photos were fabricated in order to attract attention and gain exposure. There is no doubt that any malicious editing and deliberate synthesis of these photos and videos uploaded to the internet by some unknowing fans or viewers naturally, they will pay more attention to my affairs. Tang Kurson said, her whole body trembled slightly, but she stood firmly on the stage and continued, "When things deteriorate to a point where the whole society is affected, I feel so sad." At this point, what Tang Kurson did not know was that Su Yuanhang had persuaded Lin Shanshan, who was hiding in the crowd of reporters at the moment, to listen to her explain the circumstances to the public. "Now, I apologize to everyone for taking up public resources for so long because of my affairs, and I also apologize to my fans, family and friends who care about me, as well as to those who have been troubled by this matter. In addition, I also want to apologize to my father and mother. I was unable to explain the situation to them in time and hid it for so many years. After the incident broke out, I am sorry for the pain and distress I caused them. Finally, I was unable to be a role model for everyone, or I failed." After saying all this, the reporters in the audience finally couldn't hold back and yelled, "Tang Kurson, this is not what we want to hear. We just want to know who the father of your child is and who your husband is." "Yes. Can Miss Tang Kurson please talk about the news about the father of the child? I think all of us want to know about this, so please explain. Tang Kurson was asked about a sore point, and her hands gripped the lectern tightly, with veins bulging. Her expression was a little uncomfortable, and her eyes were filled with a hint of panic and helplessness. Su Yuanhang saw all this in his eyes, and just as he was about to take the children out, the system's prompt sounded, "Ding, Tang Kurson needs help, she is very nervous, and her mental state has been affected to some extent. Please go and resolve the situation." At this time, the cute kids also sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Knowing Tang Kurson, they all shouted, "Mommy! Mommy and Daddy, Mommy seems like she's going to cry. Mommy and Daddy, these people are bullying Mommy, they're making her sad." Ding, the toddlers sense the pressure from Tang Kurson and are desperate to hug each other. Please grant their wish. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained a special ability, the courage to love. Su Yuanhang was stunned and immediately checked out this easy-to-understand special skill that he wasn't sure would have any effect. Courage in love, when you hold or hug the target, you will be given great courage, and any difficulties will be resolved. Only effective on lovers. At this time, the twins could no longer bear to see Tang Kachin's lonely figure. They looked helpless in the face of the reporter's questions, and directly shouted with tearful eyes, "Mommy! Mommy, I'm here with Xiaobao and Babai to see you." Tang Feier shouted along. The clear and childish voice rang out in the momentary silence, like a bomb dropped into a lake, instantly causing 1,000 ripples. The reporters all looked behind them, and when they saw Su Yuanhang appear with the twins, they instantly focused on them. Tang Kurson didn't expect Su Yuanhang to bring the twins to the press conference either, and there was a hint of shock in her eyes, which quickly turned to panic. De Bao Xiaobao. Mommy! Don't bully my mommy! The twins shouted. Su Yuanhang also knew that it was time for him to make his appearance. His gaze, however, was fixed on Tang Kurson, not leaving her for a moment. He walked towards the stage with the twins in his strong embrace. Lin Shanshan, who was standing nearby, was so nervous that she could hardly breathe. Su Yuanhang, if your idea doesn't completely calm the public opinion, we're all going to die. Chapter 12 She is my fiancé. Su Yuanhang led the cute kids onto the stage and locked eyes with Tang Kurson. At this time, Tang Kurson was still in a state of shock, and she never expected that Su Yuanhang would actually bring the two children here. Before she could come to her senses, Su Yuanhang came up close and grinned, "I already said, I will bear this storm with you from now on, not let you fight alone." Tang Kurson's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at the cute kids again, she saw that they had all climbed down from Su Yuanhang's body and jumped into her arms. "Mommy, we're here to protect you. Mommy, Daddy said he's here to take you home." The cute kids' voices were clear and pleasant. Tang Kurson felt the pressure on her body disappear instantly, and her spirits were completely released. However, Su Yuanhang's appearance caused a huge sensation among the reporters in the audience, and since it was broadcast live, their images appeared on the big screens in the outside commercial street. This directly caused a huge effect, and it made some people who cared about these things pay close attention. At this time, Su Yuanhang's handsome face appeared in front of the reporters and media, and the camera flashes kept flashing, but he did not avoid them. Everyone was guessing about Su Yuanhang's identity, but no one recognized him. Tang Kurson had originally wanted to protect Su Yuanhang and the children, but now they were directly in the camera's view, and her feelings of being moved suddenly turned to nervousness. "Su Yuanhang, take the children and leave first, I'll come find you after the interview is over." She said this, and she gave a glance at Lin Shanshan in the front row below, but the other party helplessly shrugged her shoulders. Then, Su Yuanhang's voice suddenly sounded in her ear, "Next, leave it to me." Tang Kurson was taken aback, but Su Yuanhang took her hand and gave her a very powerful and secure hug. Tang Kurson's body trembled and she stiffened. She never expected Su Yuanhang to hug her in public. But the next moment, she felt an inexplicable sense of security being poured into her body and spirit, and her spirit immediately relaxed, giving her renewed courage to face it all. Su Yuanhang could feel the courage of love taking effect. Then, he and Tang Kurson parted, and the two of them then exchanged places with each other. Su Yuanhang said, "Don't worry, I'll calm this public opinion." Su Yuanhang smiled and said, "I promise not to let my baby and you get hurt." At this time, the reporters in the audience could no longer wait to ask, "Miss Tang Kurson, is this the father of the child? Tang Kurson, can you explain the true relationship between this gentleman and you?" Amidst the barrage of questions from the reporters, Su Yuanhang suddenly spoke up, "Hey! Everyone shut up. Su Yuanhang calmly said, "Excuse me everyone, I'll just test the microphone. Now, I'll answer your questions." After saying this, Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kursen again, as well as the adorable twins. The two little elves made a cheering gesture. He responded with a smile, then looked back at all the reporters and continued, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Yuanhang, I am Miss Tang Kursen's fiancé. And these two cute, smart and sensible twin girls are the children of Miss Tang Kursen and me." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. There was a flash of light as the cameras flashed their lights on Su Yuanhang's handsome face. Tang Kursen's eyes widened in disbelief at what Su Yuanhang had said. The children, however, beamed at Tang Kursen and said, "Mommy, Daddy said he'll protect us. Mommy, Daddy is so handsome." Tang Kursen's emotions were mixed, but since he had already said so much, she did not stop him, but let Su Yuanhang continue with his speech. Watching him stand in the spotlight, but calmly facing it all, Tang Kursen was slightly moved. This handsome, sunny young man is using his own strength to protect her and the children. Her eyes began to fill with tears, but she could hear Su Yuanhang continue to explain to all the media reporters. Miss Tang Kursen didn't want to use public resources to cause this situation, but she had to face the pressure of online public opinion. Su Yuanhang paused for a moment and continued, "As her fiancé, I naturally can't just stand by and watch her alone at the forefront of the storm, so I've decided with her to face this storm together. Regarding the rumors on the internet, such as the rumors that Tang Kursen is being kept by a mysterious tycoon and that she has a secret daughter, they are all fabricated by unscrupulous media outlets just to stir up a fuss. Oh yes, there is one thing that is correct." Su Yuanhang's mouth curled up into a faint smile, showing his confidence and charisma. "That is, the mysterious tycoon is me. Tang Kuxin, and I have no secret affairs or other illegal activities. We graduated from the same university, and I personally pursued her, and we have now given birth to these two lovely daughters." At this time, the reporters had other questions. "Mr. Su Yuanhang, why did you not clarify this until now? Why haven't you gotten married after all this time? Is there something you can't tell us? Why didn't you disclose your relationship before? Was it because you wanted to portray Tang Kursen as an innocent girl, so that she could develop a career in show business, and deliberately deceive all her fans?" These questions were very tricky and sharp, and Tang Kursen was at a loss for words. She tightened her body, but suddenly the twins each took her hand, giving her strength. Tang Kursen walked directly up to stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Yuanhang, and then explained to all the reporters and media, "I have never wanted to deceive my fans or those who care about me. The reason I did this was to protect my child and my fiancé from receiving any more attention." After she finished speaking, Tang Kursen also looked at Su Yuanhang, and then a smile spread across her face as she said, "They are just ordinary people, and they also have their own privacy. As a public figure, I just hope that everyone can pay attention to my work, not my family life. Of course, because this incident has affected and hurt the majority of fans who support me and people who like me, I would like to say sorry to everyone here." After Tang Kursen finished speaking, she bowed apologetically. When she straightened up again, there was a determined look in her eyes. "In addition, I would like to announce one more thing. Due to personal reasons, I will indefinitely withdraw from the entertainment industry 1 week from now." Wow! This bombshell of news exploded directly among the reporters and media. The sound of shock resounded once again, sending the entire audience into a frenzy. No one expected Tang Kursen to announce such a shocking piece of news. After all, Tang Kursen is currently a top-tier actress with a huge following, ranking first in terms of fan support across the entire network for 2 consecutive terms. No one can shake her position. Her future career prospects are limitless, but she has suddenly and decisively announced her retirement, which is simply unimaginable. Even Su Yuanhang was a little surprised. Tang Kursen's decision was obviously well planned and could not have been made lightly. However, he did not try to stop her. Even if Tang Kursen did not become a celebrity and did not have a job, Su Yuanhang could support her. With the system in place, he could earn much more than the daily income of a cool guy. Amidst the commotion, the door to the conference room suddenly opened. Then there was even more noise, as well as the voices of security personnel trying to stop them. "You can't go in there, stop it." But the group of people who suddenly rushed in directly blocked the security guards at the door, and then followed by raising the signs in their hands in various personally hand-painted posters, or electronic LED barrage, which read, "Goddess Tang Kursen, I love you. Goddess, we will always support you. Aishin, we believe in you." The banners were full of support. They were all fans of Tang Kurson, and they had organized this rally after hearing that Tang Kurson had been affected by public opinion pressure and some violent slander on the internet. Please don't quit the entertainment industry, we'll always like you. All of our fans will always support you, and we wish you the best. Congratulations to our goddess on finding a loving partner, we love you and your family too. These words were shouted by the fans with megaphones. The words were deafening, resounding through the conference room hall, and they also made Tang Kurson's eyes fill with tears. In Su Yuanhang's mind, the system's prompt sounded, "Ding, the elimination of public opinion prop card is completely effective, and all negative public opinion about Tang Kurson has disappeared." Chapter 13 Check-in with cute children to the priceless peach blossom spring. Ding, congratulations, host, for stabilizing the emotions of the cute kids. You have received a cash reward of 100 million yuan. All traces of your past will be erased, and you will be safe from the paparazzi. All that will remain are praises for the host. Ding, congratulations, host, for calming Tang Kurson's nerves. You have received a cash reward of 100 million yuan and an additional reward of a priceless luxury mansion. 2 consecutive beeps sounded in Su Yuanhang's mind, so pleasant to the ear. He had previously considered that after revealing himself to the cute kids, the paparazzi's attention would be fully focused on him, and he was worried that everything from his past would be exposed. This would affect his parents, and if it were exaggerated a little, they would dig up dirt on his friends and family. But now that the system has the ability to erase, Su Yuanhang followed suit and felt relieved. In addition, regarding Tang Kurson, he was able to obtain a courtyard house and 100 million in cash from her, which was simply wonderful. The appearance of fans at this time also confirmed the system's ability to eliminate public opinion props, so that they liked both her person and her work. When she announced her indefinite withdrawal from the entertainment industry, her fans went crazy and all cried bitterly to retain her. So much so that Tang Kurson was also full of reluctance. But her mind was made up, and in order to make up for not being there for the cute kids all these years, she was willing to be a full-time mom from now on. Over the years, she has earned enough to support her family. Everyone, don't push, and don't get excited. Tang Kurson doesn't want tonight's press event to turn into a disturbance. Thank you for your continued support, but I have thought it through, and if there is a chance, I may appear in the public eye in a different way in the future. After she finished speaking, Tang Kurson followed with a slight bow, expressing her sincere gratitude to all those who love her. Then, Tang Kurson said to all the reporters and media, "Thank you all for coming today. Now it is clear who my baby's biological father is. I hope that after I withdraw from the entertainment industry, you will not disturb our peaceful lives again. Thank you." The reporters and media did not expect things to have evolved to such a point, but it did not prevent them from getting first-hand information, and it was such explosive news that it was enough to shock the entire entertainment industry. Tomorrow's news about Tang Kurson will once again dominate the headlines of major websites. This is definitely good news that the media cannot afford to miss. At this point, the press conference ended, and Su Yuanhang took the initiative to hold Tang Kurson's hand as they left the stage with the cute children. At this time, the reporters and media wanted to pursue some other matters, but they had already disappeared. After leaving the hotel conference hall, the group went straight out the back door of the hotel and left in a business car. Su Yuanhang didn't care about his parked car at this point, and he could just come back another day to drive it away. Lin Shanshan was sitting in the passenger seat, watching Tang Kurson, Su Yuanhang, and the Manghua kids. This was the first time she had seen the whole family together. The atmosphere in the car was a little tense. After looking around, the Manghua kids all grabbed the hands of Su Yuanhang and Tang Kurson, shouting, "Daddy, Mummy, what's wrong with you?" Tang Kuxian looked at Su Yuanhang and said to Tang Fei Er, "De Bao, Mama is fine." Su Yuanhang also responded, "Baby, just now Mama and Daddy announced something to everyone. From now on, our family can live together happily." Wow, really? Tang Ling Er started to get up and continued to confirm with Tang Kuxian, "Mama, is what Daddy said true?" "It's true." Tang Kuxian didn't want to disappoint the kids, so she nodded and answered. This made the kids overjoyed. "Xiao Bao, from now on, your parents can have dinner with us." He De Bao started giggling. The sound of the silver bell-like laughter rang out in the car, gradually easing the atmosphere. In the car, no one really talked, except for the children, who were jumping up and down and waving their hands. They answered the children's questions from time to time. The driver asked, "Miss Tang, are we going back to the hotel or?" In Furong City, Tang Kurson did not have a fixed residence. She usually traveled for work, so she had only bought a flat in the Magic City for the children to live in. This time, she had come to Furong City mainly to see Su Yuanhang and leave the children in his care for the time being. So Tang Kerson thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the hotel to pack up our things first, and then go somewhere else." The driver nodded and then drove straight towards the 5-star hotel. Then Tang Kerson looked at Su Yuanhang again. At the moment, her heart was full of mixed emotions. "Yuanhang, I may need to stay in your house for a while, if you don't mind." Su Yuanhang thought about it for a moment and felt that it wasn't quite appropriate, so he said, "Of course I don't mind, but there are a lot of people in the community, and I'm worried that it will cause a lot of inconvenience to the children and you." Lin Shanshan, however, spoke up when the two were both silent. "Why don't you go to my house to stay? No one is at home, it's a bit remote, but this will just be a way to get through this time. After the public opinion subsides, we can make other plans." Just as Tang Kerson was about to accept, Su Yuanhang explained, "Kerson, I have a great place, I guarantee no one can disturb us, why don't we go there?" "Where?" Tang Kerson asked curiously. "Go to the Peach Blossom Spring Villa." Su Yuanhang said indifferently. "Okay, I'll have the driver set the GPS." Tang Kerson immediately agreed, but soon froze, thinking she had heard wrong. Looking at Su Yuanhang's handsome face, she confirmed, "Did you just say you Jing Teo Weiyuan Villa? What, is there a problem?" Su Yuanhang grinned. Tang Kerson and Lin Shanshan were both shocked. "Su Yuanhang, Yujing Teo Weiyuan is a villa area for the wealthy, are you sure you said it right? I live there." Su Yuanhang also knew that this was a bit unbelievable, but the natural procedures for the system's free gift were complete, so he said with a smile, "If you don't believe me, you'll know when you go there." You live there? Is that for real?" Lin Shanshan's mind was completely inadequate, and she stuttered, as if she had been stimulated in some way. But only the locals knew best that as the most expensive luxury residential area in Furong City, the price of Peach Blossom Land was a staggering 1 billion yuan. What was the concept? Even if this money is placed in the bank, the annual interest can be several million, and if it is a fixed term, it can even be 10 to 20 million. During this period, many local tyrant buyers also inquired about the situation of the royal scenic Peach Blossom Land, but were deterred by the expensive price. Rumor has it that 3 months ago, the Peach Blossom Land was bought by a mysterious tycoon, and the news was reported. She also paid attention to it, but she was unable to investigate the identity of the owner. Now Su Yuanhang even said that he lives in the Peach Blossom Land, so isn't he the mysterious buyer? When Tang Kerson returned to the hotel, she quickly finished packing her luggage and then got into the car with Lin Shanshan again to go to the place that Su Yuanhang had mentioned. However, as soon as they left the hotel, they were followed by paparazzi, and Tang Kerson became preoccupied. Although she had announced her retirement, these people were still dogging her heels, trying to dig up first-hand news. "Uncle Chen, the paparazzi are following us, can we lose them?" Lin Shanshan was the first to notice the media following them, and she said to the driver, who was used to driving well, as if it was normal, "If we are going to the Peach Blossom Spring, I don't think we can lose them." Uncle Chen was distressed, but I'll try my best. However, Su Yuanhang didn't care, saying, "Uncle Chen, just drive safely. If they want to follow, let them. When we get to the Peach Blossom Spring, they won't be able to film our every move." Good. Uncle Chen also knew that Su Yuanhang was the father of the cute kids, Tang Kerson's fiancé. After about an hour and a half of driving, the group finally arrived at their destination. Then they looked at the most prosperous and affluent residential area in the city. Su Yuanhang led them into the gates of the Peach Blossom Spring, which were like the gates of a scenic spot, but with 2 heavy golden lacquered doors standing tall. In order to enter, you must open this golden lacquered door. Tang Kerson and Lin Shanshan were both dumbfounded, and it was hard to imagine that Su Yuanhang would bring them to this place. In this rich land where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, even Tang Kerson was not sure if she could afford to live here. "Su Yuanhang, this is the Peach Blossom Spring, you brought us here, do you mean to tell us that you want us to live here?" Lin Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. Su Yuanhang did not hide it either. Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, he smiled faintly and said, "Just live here. You can rest assured, this house is mine." This remark left them even more dumbfounded. Now everyone wanted to make sure if what Su Yuanhang said was true, and they only needed to see if he had the key to open the priceless Peach Blossom Villa. It was said that the key was manual and electric. The manual one is naturally a golden key made of pure gold. This kind of key is also specially made, unique in the world, made by a well-known locksmith, and cannot be opened with a normal key. After all, the priceless villa also has its advantages. It uses the world's top anti-theft system, which can ensure that no one can get in without the owner's order. Even if someone gets in, they will be discovered by the anti-theft system at the first opportunity, and there will be nowhere to hide. The Peach Blossom Spring is undoubtedly a place yearned for by all the rich, but the expensive price is not affordable for everyone. Under the watchful eyes of Tang Kurson and the others, Su Yuanhang also walked towards the Golden Gate on foot, feeling the magnificent aura emanating from it. He was also overwhelmed, and pulled the legendary solid gold key out of his pocket, before opening the gate in front of Tang Kurson and Menghua. The seemingly heavy golden gate opened automatically at this moment. Tang Kurson and the others were incredulous, as if all this was so unreal. And they truly believed that Su Yuanhang was the owner of the Peach Blossom Spring. He actually bought the Peach Blossom Spring. Is this still the man she has known for so many years? He can buy a multi-billion-dollar mansion, so how can his net worth not be worth tens of billions? Even Tang Kurson's current net worth is only a few billion, and in terms of cash, it is also a pipe dream to buy this mansion. Su Yuanhang, who she has not seen for 5 years, lives in a suite that is worth less than $1 million, and drives a car worth about 100,000. But the scene before her now had brought her an immense shock, even to the point of being frightened. Unwittingly, Tang Kurson secretly laughed bitterly to herself, wondering how she could have thought of supporting her family on her own. Now it was not even certain who was supporting whom. This story is purely fictional. It is only used to advance the plot and make the protagonist look impressive. It should not be taken as reality. Chapter 14. No matter rich or poor, willing to stick together through thick and thin. The Royal Scenic Peach Blossom Garden sits on the beautiful Dushu Lake in Furong City, with a frontage on the lake and surrounded by water on 3 sides. It covers an area of 16,731.37 square meters, with 32 bedrooms all facing south, as well as 32 bathrooms and 2,000 square meters of front and back double courtyards. The price is not an arbitrary estimate either, because the courtyards, ponds, gardens, etc., were all built to imitate the Furong Garden. All the buildings were hand-built using the traditional construction techniques of the Xiangshan gang. When Su Yuanhang took Tang Kurson and the children into the Peach Blossom Spring, what came into view was a long attic in the Langting building, surrounded by water on 3 sides and with a pleasant view. Tang Kurson is very interested in the classics, so when she saw this antique scene, she was instantly captivated. The interior design, which is of great historical and cultural value, combined with the modern landscaping art, greatly enhances the temperament of the mansion. She was completely immersed in it, and her heart was full of shock. But it was different for Lin Shanshan. Everywhere she went, she could smell the scent of money. Although she had seen many wealthy people squandering money in extravagant houses with Tang Kurson, this was nothing compared to the Peach Blossom Spring. The children were also full of joy, completely enchanted by the scenery around them. "Daddy, what a beautiful lake! Mommy, is this our new home?" Xiaobao's pupils were full of color. Tang Kurson didn't know how to answer, but looked at Su Yuanhang. She saw him smile faintly at the children and say, "Of course, this is your new home from now on, and you can live here as long as you like." Yes, I like it here." Debao also shook Tang Kurson's hand and laughed, "Mommy, from now on, our family can play games and eat here, hee." Tang Kurson could see that the children all seemed to like this new environment, and they didn't seem to feel any alienation or rejection towards Su Yuanhang. On the contrary, they got along very well. She was relieved. When she had delivered the children to Su Yuanhang's home yesterday, her biggest worry had been that the children would feel alienated from their father after not seeing him for 4 years. But after spending the night together, it seemed that they had completely trusted Su Yuanhang. It had not been in vain that she had spent all these years cultivating Su Yuanhang's image as a good father. Su Yuanhang did not know that over the years, when Tang Kurson had had to hide the children's existence for her acting career, she had often told the children stories about their father. Of course, they weren't made up, but Tang Kurson had learned about Su Yuanhang's character and personality from Lin Shanshan, so the children also knew what kind of person their father was. At this point, Su Yuanhang already had all the information about the Peach Blossom Spring in his head, as if he had lived here for many years. So he knew everything about the flowers, trees, mountains, lakes, and other things in the Peach Blossom Spring. The wine cellar alone is amazing. After walking down a long corridor and away from the attic, Su Yuanhang gave a personal introduction. The overall color scheme of the Peach Blossom Spring is based on brown and beige, with similar colors interspersed throughout, enriching the color intention of the entire space. "I hope you like this color scheme." In fact, Tang Kurson's favorite color is beige, while the children like brown, as if the colors and decorations of the building were tailor-made for them. There are also lush views and vegetation all around, adding a lot of color to the Peach Blossom land. Plus, it's almost October now, and the osmanthus trees have already bloomed and are exuding a very refreshing fragrance, intoxicating everyone. The architectural style of the entire peach blossom land is biased towards classical gardens, showcasing the visual aspects of Chinese culture. Being in it is like being in a picturesque scroll. The inkwash set is naturally charming. The Lu Guxuan is fascinating. Tang Kersen couldn't help but blurt it out. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen went to the same school, but they had no interaction with each other. However, Su Yuanhang had heard a lot about her talent. She had received careful cultivation at home since childhood, so she was proficient in everything from the piano to chess and calligraphy. Coupled with her perfect appearance, she was simply a creature of beauty. She had many suitors, but Su Yuanhang never imagined that it would be to his advantage. He once thought so, but with the existence of the system, with more than 200 million in savings in this paradise, Su Yuanhang couldn't help but feel full of confidence. If Tang Kersen is a goddess, then he should be the prince now. Sister Xin, you still have literary talent, Lin Shanshan said with a smile. At this time, she has also fully grown in these 5 years. Although she once had a secret crush on Su Yuanhang, she now has someone she likes, so her relationship with Su Yuanhang is not awkward, but they treat each other as friends. Su Yuanhang first took them to the lobby of the main building where they would be staying, so that they could settle their luggage. After entering the main building, Tang Kersen and the Manghua children were once again amazed, and they simply fell in love with the place. You can choose a room first, and I'll show you the rest of the place later, Su Yuanhang said with a smile. Lin Shanshan was full of envy, but she knew that she could not settle down like Tang Kersen. She could stay for a few days to enjoy it, and it felt like a very good experience. While they went to choose a room to put their luggage in, several private cars arrived outside the Peach Blossom Spring. After they got out of the cars, they looked at the gate of the Peach Blossom Spring again, but were deterred. Tang Kersen and the others had actually checked into the Peach Blossom Spring. It seems that Tang Kersen's fiancé has an extraordinary background. This is a paradise worth over 1 billion yuan, the most expensive villa in Furong City, snap it up. We've discovered some big news, ha ha ha. Although there was no way to continue following Tang Kersen and the others, the reporters were all excited, as if they had discovered a new world, snapping photos of the Peach Blossom Spring Gate non-stop. Some reporters even took out their phones directly to contact their company departments, recounting Tang Kersen's move into the Peach Blossom Spring and Su Yuanhan's identity background. Then, they were not willing to give up, and they directly squatted outside the Peach Blossom Spring, hoping to take photos of Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen entering and leaving the Peach Blossom Spring. However, all their actions were under Su Yuanhang's watchful eye. There were countless surveillance cameras in the Peach Blossom Spring, and at this moment, they were directly connected to the attribute panel with the help of the system. There was no need to constantly monitor the surveillance room, one only needed to call up the attribute panel, and the images from each surveillance camera would appear. Seeing that there were at least more than 30 reporters and paparazzi waiting in ambush, Su Yuanhang's face broke into a playful smile. The fish have taken the bait. The reason why he wanted to bring Tang Kersen and the others to their new home was that, apart from avoiding the entanglement of the reporters and media, Su Yuanhang also needed to create an identity for himself that was relatively mysterious and rich. The existence of the Peach Blossom Spring undoubtedly allowed him to act like a show-off to his heart's content. Su Yuanhang's thoughts were now very simple. He wanted to have an identity that matched Tang Kersen's in order to shut the mouths of these groups of reporters and media. On the other hand, he also wants to give Manghua and Tang Kersen a warm and carefree life. His thoughts are so simple and unadorned. After Tang Kersen, Manghua, and Lin Shanshan had chosen their rooms and settled in, Su Yuanhang also regained his focus and looked at them and said, "You must be hungry. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll cook it for you." With the culinary skills of a god of cooking, Su Yuanhang was also eager to show off his talents again, so that the cute kids and Tang Kersen could forget their troubles while they ate. Just help yourself to some food. At this time, Tang Kersen was still in shock and could hardly imagine that she was really living in a paradise, feeling like a dream. "I can help you." But the children skipped over to Su Yuanhang and laughed, "Daddy, the room is so big, there's enough room for the both of us to roll around in the big bed." Lin Shanshan, however, came up to him and asked, "Yuanhang, what have you been doing all these years?" Compared to Su Yuanhang's curiosity about Tang Kersen and the Manghua children, they and the others became even more curious about Su Yuanhang. Su Yuanhang, however, smiled faintly and said, "I didn't do anything, just write novels, don't you all know? Keep up the lie." Lin Shanshan gave a look of complete disbelief. Even Tang Kersen, with her beautiful eyes, was full of curiosity, but she was embarrassed to ask too much. The relationship between the two was only brought together by the presence of the cute kids, and it was a bit of a delicate situation in terms of their relationship and status. Fine, I'm not going to pretend anymore, let's get to the bottom of this. Su Yuanhang grinned and tried to lighten the mood with a teasing tone. I've only been writing books for fun over the years, but I'm actually a shareholder of a novel website, and I also speculate in stocks. I've been lucky and made some money, so I simply invested it in this utopia. You're still a shareholder of the novel website? Lin Shanshan's eyes nearly popped out of her head. My goodness, Su Yuanhang, you're a real hidden gem, a true local tyrant. Su Yuanhang, however, looked at Tang Kerson and smiled sheepishly. It's all just good luck. I'm telling you, the two of you really are richer than the rest of us. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. Lin Shanshan was jealous. Tang Kuxian, however, smiled lightly and said, Su Yuanhang, although Shan Shan has been telling me about you for all these years, I really didn't expect you to develop so well. You're right. Lin Shan Shan followed up, Su Yuanhang, do you know what surprised me even more when Xinjie first said that she wanted to admit her identity to you for the sake of the child and decided to quit the entertainment industry? Lin Shan Shan Tang Kuxian wanted to interrupt her, but Su Yuanhang was full of curiosity and said, what is it? Tell me. Lin Shan Shan glanced at Tang Kuxian and then imitated the other person's tone of voice. She said, whether Su Yuanhang is rich or poor, as long as I can get to know the children, then I am willing to work together and help each other through thick and thin. He will be the only man in my life. Su Yuanhang's smile suddenly froze, and he looked at Tang Kerson, who had slightly averted her gaze, with mixed emotions in her eyes. The cute kids, however, followed suit and said with a smile, Daddy, what Auntie Shanshan said is true. Mommy did say that, and both Xiao Bao and I heard it. Chapter 15 The rice is cooked. Tang Kerson did not act coy, but explained, I did think that at the beginning, but I didn't know that you were developing more smoothly than me, so I'll just forget I said it and you shouldn't mind too much. Okay. Su Yuanhang knew what Tang Kerson meant, and instead of showing off his wealth, he changed the subject and said, then I'll cook for you. Good. Tang Kerson also kept the tacit agreement, smiled knowingly at him, and then said, do you have any ingredients at home? If not, I'll ask Uncle Chen to go buy some. Uncle Chen is not an employee hired by the company, but an acquaintance arranged by Tang Kerson herself. Over the years, he has done a lot for Tang Kerson. Of course, Tang Kerson pays the other person a very high salary. He is only responsible for driving and carrying luggage, and his monthly salary is 12,000 yuan, plus 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Before, I felt that living here alone was too lonely, so I lived in the community, so I didn't buy ingredients and the like. If Uncle Chen is inconvenienced, I can just place an order on my phone, explained Su Yuanhang. It's fine, Uncle Chen knows how to deal with these paparazzi. Tang Kerson laughed, let him go, it's more convenient. Su Yuanhang didn't insist, while Tang Kerson sent a message to Uncle Chen, asking him, what ingredients do you want to buy, tell me, I'll pass it on. However, Su Yuanhang did not reply immediately, but instead said to the Menghua kids, babies, what do you want to eat for lunch and dinner? Daddy will cook it for you personally. The Menghua kids glanced at Tang Kerson, then said with a smile, Daddy, I want to eat pagoda meat and rose milk pudding. Daddy, I want to eat lotus leaf steamed chicken and coconut caramel pudding cake, Xiao Bao added. Tang Kuxian. Lin Shan Shan. The two women looked at Su Yuanhang in surprise, and while they were afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it, they immediately tactfully said, my dear, Daddy has had a long day, and we can go eat these delicacies when we have time. Lin Shan Shan also hurriedly tried to smooth things over, my dears, how about if Auntie Shan Shan shows you her skills in a bit? Yes. What is Daddy's specialty? Big Bao is curious. Su Yuanhan's mouth curls up into a faint smile. He thinks to himself that it's really thanks to the god of cookery's skills that he can make dishes like pagoda meat, steamed chicken and lotus leaf, and desserts. But at this moment, with the god of cookery system, Su Yuanhang is mobile gourmet food. His specialties are of course pagoda meat and steamed chicken in lotus leaf. Su Yuanhang laughed, of course there's also your favorite coconut caramel pudding cake and rose milk pudding. Tang Kerson. Lin Shanshan. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Su Yuanhang felt a burst of amusement. Why are they looking at me like that? Su Yuanhang, are you sure you can make it? Lin Shanshan couldn't believe it. Tang Kerson also didn't want to put Su Yuanhang in a difficult position, let's just eat whatever, we like it all. Su Yuanhang naturally understood that Tang Kerson was thinking of him, but now that he had a rare opportunity to show off, how could he back down? It just so happened that he could show off in front of Mingwa and Tang Kersen, which he was more than willing to do. Of course he could do it, and he was no worse than a professional chef. Su Yuanhang said with a heroic air, "Just wait and see, if you don't like it, I'll quit the culinary world forever." He created a playful atmosphere, instantly improving the mood of Tang Kersen and the others. Since Su Yuanhang insisted, Tang Kersen also secretly looked forward to it, and then entered the ingredients to be purchased for Chen Shu, as well as kitchenware and the like, and then transferred another 2,000 yuan. Sometimes Lin Shanshan helped with errands. Of course, any extra money would be returned by either Lin Shanshan or Chen Shu. Su Yuanhang, is there any water? The kids are a little thirsty. Tang Kersen looked around, not knowing where the refrigerator and water dispenser were, so she asked softly. It's at the other end. Su Yuanhang knew the topography of the Peach Blossom Spring as well as its internal structure and the items placed inside by heart, and he led everyone on a tour while explaining, "Follow me." Lin Shanshan followed behind, constantly taking in and admiring the sights. Su Yuanhang, with such a big place, how come I can't see any servants? Su Yuanhang had already thought of an explanation for this. He doesn't usually live here, so every few months he hires a cleaner to do the cleaning and maintain the vegetation, and the rest of the time it's empty. That's right, it saves a lot of money. Lin Shanshan nodded, and then asked what Tang Kersen also wanted to ask, but Su Yuanhang, why would you suddenly want to buy such a big mansion? Even if 100 or 80 people lived together, it would still be too big. Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kersen, and their eyes met, before the other quickly looked away. He smiled faintly and said, "Of course, the environment in this area is elegant, and coupled with the fact that real estate prices have remained high over the years, even if I don't live in it, I'm sure someone will take over if I sell it in the future. It's a surefire investment." Lin Shanshan saw that Su Yuanhang was dull and didn't pick up on the meaning behind her words, so she continued to help him out. "So you haven't thought about living here together when you marry your wife in the future?" Tang Kersen suddenly blushed, but she didn't know what to say. Su Yuanhang knew how Lin Shanshan was thinking, and he also knew that she was trying to match him up with Tang Kersen, so he laughed and said, "Of course I've thought about it, it's just that I haven't met the right person yet." "Oh?" Lin Shanshan's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief as she asked, "So have you met someone suitable yet?" Even if Tang Kersen was stupid, she could tell that she was trying to trap Su Yuanhang into saying something, so she couldn't help but say, "Shanshan, what are you talking about? Whether it's suitable or not, it's not up to me to say, it depends on someone else." Su Yuanhang directly passed the problem on to Tang Kersen. Lin Shanshan thought that this was a very clever move on Su Yuanhang's part, and she laughed heartily, saying, "Who is someone else?" She then gave Tang Kuxian a gentle shoulder rub, implying, "Sis, I've said all I need to say, so take your chance." Tang Kuxian gave a helpless smile and replied, "Su Yuanhang, actually I don't know either. You two are really being slow. You'll know if it's a good match or not by spending time together." Lin Shanshan was worried for both of them. Besides, their children were already so big, and the rice was already cooked, so there was no need to ask if it was a good match or not. Su Yuanhang. Tang Kersen. The children couldn't help but blink their big eyes when they saw the topic brought up to them, and asked, "Auntie Shanshan, what are you talking about?" "Dad and Mom, what do you mean by cooked rice?" Before Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen could answer, the system chimed in. Ding 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 ding. Chapter 16 Tang Kersen's level of dependence. Ding Tang Kersen feels nervous, please personally solve the questions that the current manhwa want to know. After listening to the system's prompt, Su Yuanhang had a brainstorm and said, it was about discussing cooking lunch with mommy. Yes, that's what daddy meant. Tang Kersen hurriedly covered up as well. The cute kids didn't think much of it. They just asked casually, and after getting an answer, they beamed and said, Daddy, Mommy, we're thirsty, we want some water. Ding, congratulations, the host has gained +1 dependence value from Tang Kuxian. Ding, congratulations, the host has perfectly solved the puzzle and received a 1 million yuan cash prize. At this moment, Su Yuanhang noticed that on the attribute panel, the detailed information about Tang Kuxian was all clear at a glance. In addition to her basic information, there was also a newly generated dependency value, which had climbed to 12 o'clock without him even noticing. And after the dependency value reached 100 points, Tang Kersen would become completely dependent on Su Yuanhang. Okay, Daddy will take you there now. After coming back to his senses, Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kersen and then took the children to the water dispenser to drink. Of course, he poured Tang Kursen and Lin Shanshan each a glass, and instead of using disposable cups, he used each of the unique-shaped glasses, which cost 1,000 yuan each. In the Peach Blossom Land, there is nothing cheap, and everything is luxurious and comfortable. They also wandered around a bit when Uncle Chen returned from shopping and were brought to a basement. What came into view was a luxurious wine cellar with a total of 6 rows and a length of about 10 meters, containing countless famous wines. Any bottle picked at random would cost more than 10,000 yuan, and some were even worth several 100,000 yuan. Tang Kursen and Lin Shanshan recognized some of the wines, so they were amazed at the sheer quantity. Su Yuanhang, how many bottles of wine do you have hidden here? Lin Shanshan had difficulty estimating the price of all the wine, and at the moment, the sight of the dazzling array of bottles was like that of a shop. It was truly an eye-opener. Su Yuanhang could name all the wines, and the prices were all in the tens of millions of yuan, with a total of more than 600 bottles of red wine. Even if you drink 1 bottle a day, it will take 2 years to finish them all. He casually picked up a bottle of Romane Conti red wine, with an average price of over 6 digits per bottle, and is known as the C-spot in the wine world. Not content with just 1 bottle of red wine, Su Yuanhang picked up a bottle of champagne from another row of wine racks, packaged in an exquisite wooden box. The packaging alone looks worth a lot of money. Su Yuanhang also introduced it to Tang Kursen and the others, saying that this champagne was originally won at an auction. It is made from late-harvest grapes, with limited malolactic fermentation and low sugar added. Its acidity is lively, the taste is balanced and rich, and its unique brewing process makes it full of rarity. Lin Shanshan couldn't help but take it over and examine it, and she recognized the English letters and said, Su Yuanhang, this is a champagne made by Anselm Salas using the winemaking method from Burgundy. I never thought you would have collected it. We'll drink it at noon. Su Yuanhang, however, felt that the collection value was far less meaningful than personally tasting it, so he had a faint smile on his face, as if he were talking about an ordinary thing. Lin Shanshan was stunned and went, wow, Su Yuanhang, you're really a local tyrant. Tang Kursen also realized that this champagne was very valuable and said with reluctance, Yuanhang, let's just drink a bottle of red wine, and keep the champagne for collection. There are so many wines here, it would be a waste not to drink them. Su Yuanhang, however, was full of pride and didn't take these wines seriously at all, just treating it as a celebration of your successful retirement from the industry. Lin Shanshan, however, put it back and said, Su Yuanhang, although we really want to drink it, I know this champagne won't come down below 6 digits, so let's just forget it. Seeing that they were all fawning over it, Su Yuanhang, however, looked completely unconcerned and said, this wine is just sitting there doing nothing. If we want to appreciate it, the worst that will happen is that we'll drink it and then just put it back after adding some water. Tang Kursen and Lin Shanshan had seen what was meant by true character. Oh no, it was true local tyrant. If you take a sip, it's going to cost thousands of dollars. Of course, they were amused by his joking words. Su Yuanhang, you have a divine logic, I deeply admire you. Lin Shanshan exclaimed with her hands clasped in front of her. Tang Kursen's face also showed a trace of a smile. In the end, at Su Yuanhang's insistence, they took 2 bottles of wine and left the wine cellar. The children weren't interested in the wine. Instead, they were more attracted by the surrounding scenery. They even had the urge to go for a swim in the lake, but unfortunately there were no boats, so they had to leave for the time being. After another stroll, Tang Kursen and Lin Shanshan were truly impressed. They learned that in addition to the beautiful scenery, there is also a miniature golf course and other places for sports and entertainment. It is no different from a resort, but it is more luxurious, more private, and more fun. It feels like you are overlooking the world. Being here makes a person feel more refined and confident. This is the confidence of the rich. After strolling for a short while, they saw some houses full of style again. In addition, there were calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls and vases on the tables, all of which were worth a lot of money. Stealing one would be enough to make an ordinary person work less for 10 or 20 years. Lin Shanshan felt moved and said, Su Yuanhang, I really envy you for owning this house. If I can achieve half of what you have in my life, I will be content. That would have to be in the next life. Su Yuanhang, however, bluntly struck back. The reason for this is that as time goes by, Su Yuanhang believes that he will receive more rewards from the system. Money is only part of it. If Lin Shanshan can catch up to half of his wealth and status, I'm afraid it will take the strength of the richest person to do so. Su Yuanhang has also completely figured out what he is going to do next. Since he has become so rich, he naturally wants to take the kids and enjoy life. Even if he has to sacrifice himself, he cannot sacrifice his children. Before long, Uncle Chen returned, also carrying large shopping bags. Su Yuanhang and the others went over to help, carrying all the ingredients and other items into the kitchen. Looking at the brand new and large kitchen, which was over 100 square meters, Lin Shanshan was full of envy again. The kitchen was naturally complete with everything, and there were even unimaginable kitchenware and appliances, all of which used automatic modes. The refrigerator alone is worth more than 100,000 yuan, which is absolutely outrageous. Of course, it's not that they bought the expensive ones, but the ones with the best value for money. They are fully functional and versatile, and have a very large storage capacity for ingredients, as well as deodorizing, wet and dry separation, and so on. After entering the kitchen, the children were completely free to move around and play, without taking up any space at all. After Su Yuanhang had taken out and arranged all the ingredients, he said to the others, "It's getting late, I need to start cooking, you can sit down and rest for a while." "I'll help you." Tang Kerson volunteered, carrying the side dishes, and said, "I'll help you, that way it'll be faster. I'll go take care of something." Lin Shanshan glanced at Tang Kerson, who nodded in understanding, and she took her phone and walked out of the kitchen to the balcony to start making a phone call. Although the two of them kept quiet, Su Yuanhang understood that Tang Kerson's public disclosure of her identity in front of the media reporters and her personal announcement of her withdrawal from the entertainment industry would inevitably cause quite a stir. The first to bear the brunt would definitely be the artist company's accountability, and after the news report fermented, Tang Kerson's family would definitely contact her as well. It seemed that on the surface, everything was calm and peaceful, but Su Yuanhang had the heartbeat system, so he was able to hear her inner voice. Ding Tang Kerson has encountered a new crisis and is now facing a sky-high liquidated damages penalty from her contract company. Please rely on your personal charm to resolve the situation. Of course, you can also do nothing, and there will be no punishment, but you will also lose the opportunity to receive a generous reward. Please make your own choice. Chapter 17, Preparing a Warm Lunch for Your Cute Child. Lin Shanshan went to the balcony and picked up her phone to check the green bubbles. At this time, the messages were about to burst the phone. Without looking, Lin Shanshan knew what kind of messages these people had sent. She sighed and found the number of the company's chairman. After dialing, before Lin Shanshan could speak, an angry roar came from the other end. "Lin Shanshan, you've got some nerve, haven't you? How many times has the company called and sent you messages, and you've ignored them all? Now you're telling me what's going on with Tang Kerson suddenly announcing her retirement? Do you know how much compensation you'll have to pay the company for doing this? I have worked hard to train her up, and now she just quits. Does she really think she can do whatever she likes?" Lin Shanshan could tell that the chairman was very agitated. After all, Tang Kerson was a golden goose for the company, constantly generating profits. In recent years, Tang Kerson's career has developed in all directions, and she alone has generated half of the company's annual revenue. The chairman was not willing to let her just walk away. After listening to the other party vent for a while, Lin Shanshan said in a gentle voice, "Chairman, Sister Xan's sudden announcement to retire was not a temporary decision. She had this intention as early as last year. Lin Shanshan, give the phone to Sister Xan, I'll talk to her for a few words." The chairman was so angry that he said, "She's caused such a big trouble, what the hell does she want? You let her explain to me." After hearing the chairman's words, Lin Shanshan turned her head and looked at Tang Kerson, who was preparing the food carefully in the kitchen. From her peaceful face, you could see that Tang Kerson was incredibly happy at the moment. Lin Shanshan didn't want to ruin this rare family reunion, so she took a deep breath and gathered her courage, saying, "Chairman, it's not convenient for Sister Xan to answer the phone right now. If you have anything to say, just tell me and I'll pass it on for you." "Lin Shanshan, have you turned the world upside down? The chairman is angry. Do you really think that by following Tang Kerson, you can stick your nose up in the air? Don't forget, you also signed an agreement with the company, and I am your boss. Chairman, then like Sister Xan, I want to terminate the contract with your company." Lin Shanshan said recklessly, "In addition, Sister Xan also asked me to tell you, boss, regarding the compensation for the company's breach of contract, let's go through the legal process, and we will pay whatever the amount is. We will not evade it." Very well, very well. I see that you two really have some nerve. Since you are determined to terminate the contract, then fine, let's follow the legal process. I'd like to see if you can still be so stubborn when you see this astronomical amount of liquidated damages." After she finished speaking, the other party hung up. Lin Shanshan was also angry. She could afford to pay the liquidated damages for terminating the contract, but considering Tang Kerson, she had a headache. After all, Tang Kursen is a top actress, and the annual salary the company offers her is measured in hundreds of millions. And in order to develop, Tang Kursen also signed a 10-year contract with Tanyu Entertainment, and now it's only been 4 years at best. Hey! At this moment, Lin Shanshan has an urge to go and have a good chat with Tang Kursen. But before that, Lin Shanshan replied to some more important messages on the balcony. Naturally, she has a boyfriend too. Lin Shan, what's wrong with my sister? Why did she suddenly announce her retirement? Lin Shan, shit, honey, is that handsome guy at the press conference my brother-in-law? Lin Shan, honey, where are you? Why haven't you replied to my messages? Where are you now? I'll come and find you. Lin Shan, have you even read the messages? You're killing me here. Is my brother-in-law with my sister right now? And what about my niece? Baby, there's breaking news all over the internet about my sister, my brother-in-law, and my niece. It's going to blow up. Silly, my parents' phone calls are coming to me. If you don't reply to me, I'm at my wit's end. By the way, my little heart, what does my brother-in-law do? I heard he moved into Royal Scenic Peach Garden. Damn, that place is where the local tyrants live. Lin Shanshan, if you don't get back to me, I'm going to be really angry. Lin Shanshan was speechless after reading the message, but she replied, your sister and I are at your brother-in-law's Royal Scenery Peach Garden. Tang Rinxin replied immediately, baby, you finally got back to me. You're really at Royal Scenery Peach Garden. Oh my god, I'll buy a ticket and come to you right now. No, don't come over and cause trouble, just do your own thing. Lin Shanshan added, right now we don't have time to take care of you, you'd better think about how to help your sister get through this crisis. My brother-in-law is here. Tang Rinxin, however, seemed to take the whole thing completely lightly. I want to go see what a billion-dollar mansion looks like. Oh no, I mean to meet my brother-in-law and my precious niece. Lin Shanshan felt helpless. If you dare to come over, I'll break your legs. Tang Rinxin. After hearing the system's prompt tone, Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kursen, who was calmly and gently handling the side dishes, and he did not mention the issue that everyone wanted to avoid at this juncture. Instead, he and Tang Kursen focused on making lunch together, so as not to let the kids go hungry. Su Yuanhang, what side dishes does this pork need? I'll cut it out for you. Tang Kursen responded positively when she saw Su Yuanhang putting a whole piece of pork belly into the pot to blanch it. The pork needs to be refrigerated overnight to be able to cut it into strips. Su Yuanhang laughed and said, let's start with the lotus leaf chicken first. You wash and soak the mushrooms and dates for me, then cut them into pieces. Okay. Tang Kursen nodded. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but ask, Xin, can you cook too? In his mind, a top actress like Tang Xin probably doesn't have time to cook at home. But the other person lifted her long hair and responded, of course I can, but it probably won't taste as good as yours. It seems that you really are a talented all-rounder. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but praise her, and then he said with concern, be careful with your hands when cutting, and if you have time, cut some ginger for me too. No problem, leave it to me. Tang Kursen said with a serious face. As for Su Yuanhang, he took out the wolfberries and cordyceps flowers for later use, and washed the lotus leaves clean and set them aside. Next, he would make the rose milk pudding that the kids loved. It only needed 3 ingredients to make. He first added the light cream to the pot, along with the rose sauce, and stirred while cooking over medium heat. While waiting for the pot to bubble, Su Yuanhang added the softened gelatin flakes, stirred to dissolve, and then poured them into 5 small bowls. He then refrigerated them for 2 hours. When the other dishes were ready, the rose milk pudding could be served as a dessert. Just as Su Yuanhang was preparing to process the next ingredient, Tang Kursen suddenly screamed, ah! He hurriedly looked back and noticed that Tang Kursen was clutching her fingers and frowning, with a drop of blood dripping from her hand. Su Yuanhang's heart tightened involuntarily and he walked over quickly. Xin, did you cut yourself? Tang Kursen nodded helplessly, let me see. Without thinking too much, Su Yuanhang directly picked up Tang Kursen's hand and looked at it. Blood was dripping from the middle finger's knuckle, and about the size of a fingernail's worth of skin had been cut off. The trickling blood could not be stopped at all by pressing it with the hand. Come, let's clean the wound with clean water first, I'll get an anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medicine to dress it. Su Yuanhang said softly. Tang Kursen did not refuse, and followed Su Yuanhang's pace. Under the other person's open faucet, she held her finger under the clean water to rinse it. Wait for me. Su Yuanhang said again, I'll go find the medicine box, don't go anywhere. He said, and then he left the kitchen at a trot. At this time, there were water stains on the floor, which made it slippery, and Su Yuanhang almost stumbled and fell. Tang Kersen was also startled, and she said, Hey, be careful. It's okay. After Su Yuanhang steadied himself, he smiled slightly at her and said, I'll be right back. Then he ran towards the other room. Tang Kersen watched Su Yuanhang's tall figure, but she was a little lost in thought. Chapter 18 Close Interaction. Su Yuanhang was extremely familiar with everything in the Peach Blossom Spring, so he even knew where the first aid kit was stored. After finding the first aid kit from a cabinet in the living room that was specially used to store various medicines, he checked to make sure that the anti-inflammatory medicine and bandages, plasters, etc. he needed were all in the kit, and then he directly picked it up and walked towards the kitchen. At this time, he felt that having a big place was useless if he had a disabled leg. When he arrived in the kitchen, the children and Lin Shanshan were all by Tang Kersen's side, asking with concern. Mommy, there's so much blood, let me wipe it off for you. Mommy, does it hurt a lot? I'll go get Daddy. Lin Shanshan also looked at the blood on the ginger, but she pushed the kitchen knife further inside, afraid that if she accidentally touched it again, it would fall and hurt the children. Why hasn't Su Yuanhang arrived yet? Lin Shanshan was getting a little anxious. Here he comes. Su Yuanhang ran into the kitchen with a medical kit, and saw that Tang Kersen had already wrapped the wound in a tissue. He quickly opened the medical kit and said, I'll treat her wound and bandage it up again. Daddy, it hurts so much, you have to soothe her. Daddy, please save Mommy. Although the words of the cute kids were full of naivety, Su Yuanhang could feel their deep concern and pain. Tang Kersen patted the cute kids' little heads, feeling warm in her heart, and reassured them, Mommy is fine, it doesn't hurt at all, don't worry, honey. But Mommy has lost a lot of blood, said De Bao with tears in his eyes. Little Bao also stayed by Tang Kersen's side, while he saw Su Yuanhang taking anti-inflammatory medicine and applying it to Tang Kersen's wound. However, Tang Kersen couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath, as the irritation of the anti-inflammatory medicine made the wound even more painful. But Su Yuanhang tightly gripped her hand, not letting her pull away, while explaining, bear with it for a moment, I'll take care of it right away. Tang Kersen then pursed her lips and persevered. Lin Shanshan saw Su Yuanhang concentrating on bandaging Tang Kersen's wound, so she said to the Manghua kids, babies, your mommies have their daddies here to protect them, so let's not disturb them, lest they get distracted and the wounds are not properly treated. So let's go outside and wait for a while, okay? The Manghua kids immediately nodded in agreement, saying, yes, as long as mommy's wounds get better. Mom, then I'll go outside with Xiaobao and wait for you. I'll go get you some candy to eat, it's very sweet, so you won't feel any pain. Tang Kersen saw them being taken away by Lin Shanshan, but her eyes were already red with tears, moved by the words of the cute kids. Su Yuanhang naturally heard them as well, and seeing how they were worrying about Tang Kersen, he felt a pang of pain in his heart for his two daughters. Of course, he also knew that Lin Shanshan did this to create a chance for the two of them to be alone. After they were left alone, Su Yuanhang blew air into Tang Kersen's hand to relieve the pain, then treated the wound and wrapped it with sterile gauze. Tang Kersen watched Su Yuanhang's serious expression the whole time. To be honest, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. When facing Su Yuanhang, Tang Kersen didn't know what kind of attitude to adopt when facing him, so she rarely spoke to Su Yuanhang. You've taken good care of the girls. After Su Yuanhang had bandaged Tang Kersen's finger, he looked up and gave her a slight smile, you're very polite and sensible. Over the years, you must have put in a lot of effort for them. Tang Kersen's face also broke into a smile at receiving Su Yuanhang's personal recognition. They have been very sensible since they were young, and they have never caused me any trouble. It can be seen that they love you very much. Su Yuanhang smiled and said, in the days when I was gone, they were happy to have you by their side. Tang Kersen's smile gradually faded, and her eyes darkened a little as she said, that being said, their lives are still incomplete. Having said that, she looked back up at Su Yuanhang's eyes and continued, that's why I decided to give up everything and bring them to you. Thank you. Su Yuanhang gave a faint smile and said, you're willing to accept me. No, Tang Kersen corrected, you're the one accepting us. When I saw that the kids didn't feel strange around you, but got along very well instead, I felt that my choice was right. Su Yuanhang's heart stirred, and he said to Tang Kersen as if he were making a promise, next, no matter what happens, I will stand in front of you, and no one will be able to hurt you. Tang Kursen's body trembled, and in her mind, she couldn't help but picture Su Yuanhang appearing at the press conference with the cute baby, hiding her behind him, and facing all the reporters and media on his own, before announcing his identity with absolute certainty. Even if he would be subject to a storm of abuse from the reporters, the media, and netizens, he still did it. Unwittingly, a smile reappeared on her face, and she nodded slightly and said, "I believe you." Su Yuanhang was most afraid that Tang Kursen would reject his goodwill, but her smile completely infected him, making him more confident. The wound was bandaged, but he couldn't get wet during this period. Su Yuanhang looked at the ginger strips on the cutting board, which were still stained with blood, and said with concern, "I'll take over in the kitchen next, I can handle it." "I actually slipped a bit." Tang Kursen blushed and explained apologetically, "It just got on my hand by accident, it's not a big deal now, I can continue to help you." Although Su Yuanhang also enjoyed spending time in the kitchen with Tang Kursen, as it helped to strengthen their relationship, he felt a little bad when he saw her delicate hands hurt. He said, "You must have had a long day and didn't get much sleep last night. Why don't you go to your room and take a nap, so that you can focus more on other things when you feel more energetic?" Su Yuanhang was right. She hadn't slept at all that night, and had gotten up early to prepare for the press conference. She had also been a little distracted just now, which was why she had accidentally cut her finger. So she didn't insist, and said, "Okay, then. If you need anything, just let me know. Go on now." Su Yuanhang grinned and said, "Just wait until you help me eat more food." Tang Kursen felt that Su Yuanhang was very warm-hearted, and that his every word and action was so pleasing to the ear. At this time, the children ran in after them and shouted to Tang Kuxian and Su Yuanhang, "Daddy, Mummy, we're back." "Mummy, does your hand still hurt?" Lin Shan followed behind, watching as Tang Kuxian's wound was bandaged up. She gave a faint smile and said, "Sister Xian, the children have been worried about your wound and ran to their room to get some sweets from their little backpack. Mommy, here's some candy for you. It's really sweet, and it will make the pain go away. Daddy, here's one for you too, thank you for bandaging Mommy's wound." De Bao said, and also handed a little white rabbit to Su Yuanhang. Tang Kursen and Su Yuanhang smiled at each other, accepting the kindness of the cute kids, and laughed while saying, "Thank you, my darlings, you're really good." Hee hee, you're welcome. #nervous face #. The next second. In Su Yuanhang's mind, the system's prompt sounded, "Ding, you have bandaged Tang Kursen's wound, and the mood of the cute kids has improved, gaining." Chapter 19 Gaining 3 million cash rewards plus Lucky Star passive skill. Ding, you have bandaged Tang Kursen's wound, and the mood of the cute kids has improved, gaining 3 million cash rewards plus Lucky Star passive skill. Ding, you personally bandaged the wound of your fiancée, making a deep impression on her, and you received a 1 million cash reward and a god-level prank item. 2 consecutive beeps sounded in Su Yuanhang's mind. He was already used to the system being as generous as the god of wealth, and instead became interested in the skills and items. Lucky Star passive skill. After the current skill is added, you will be lucky every day, and the luck will also be passed on to your loved ones. God-level prank prop. This prop is a one-time consumer product that will manifest itself on the target according to the host's imagined prank scene. Su Yuanhang was secretly impressed after reading it. He was very satisfied with the passive skills of the Lucky Star. This skill is not a one-time consumer product, and it will play a role at all times, bringing good luck to Su Yuanhang and the loved ones around him. As for the god-level prank prop, Su Yuanhang also doesn't find it tasteless. There will always be a time to use it. At this point, when he looked at Tang Kachin and the cute kids again because of the injury, they had become even more harmonious. Su Yuanhang felt that he had been blessed in spite of the disaster. Especially him and Tang Kachin, they always felt that their relationship had become even closer. "Kids, would you take Mommy to rest?" Su Yuanhang said, "Next, I will leave the kitchen to you, and I promise to make the food you like." "Yes, Daddy. You've worked hard, Daddy." The children are very understanding. Take Tang Kuxian's hand and leave the kitchen. Lin Shan, however, does not leave immediately, but instead approaches Su Yuanhang and says, "The way you and Sister Xian were busy in the kitchen just now was a perfect match. You must continue to work hard." After she has finished speaking, she gives him a thumbs-up sign, which makes Su Yuanhang unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. "Yes, I will work hard." Xiang is a very slow to warm up person, so you need to be patient to cultivate the relationship between the two of you. Lin Shanshan glanced at Tang Kachin, who had already gone upstairs, and whispered, "From the fact that she is willing to come to you on her own initiative and now living here with the cute kids, it can be seen that she still has a lot of trust in you." It's just that she is currently in trouble, but in order to be able to recognize you for the sake of the kids, Xiang has also made a lot of efforts. I hope you can really work together in the same boat." These meaningful words made Su Yuanhang's smile fade, and he said very seriously, "Although Tang Kerson and I currently don't have any foundation for a relationship, I will treat her as my fiancé from now on, and I will not let anyone bully her. This is the only promise I can give her." Lin Shanshan, however, laughed. "Over the past 4 years, Sister Xin has paid a lot of attention to you. I know exactly what kind of person you are, I just didn't expect you to be so reserved and unassuming. It's really surprising. I think Sister Xin will slowly open up to you as well. I believe in your own charm. If you want to talk about charisma, I'm quite confident in that," Su Yuanhang said narcissistically. However, Lin Shanshan did not refute or complain, but instead followed up, "I'll stop talking to you for now. I still have things to discuss with Sister Xin to see how to solve them. If you need help in the kitchen, just let me know. I can handle it alone, so you go ahead," Su Yuanhang said with a smile. Lin Shanshan didn't say anything else and quickly ran upstairs. At this time, Su Yuanhang was the only person left in the kitchen, but it didn't seem deserted. He was going to start making other specialty dishes, and he was in the habit of turning on his phone to prepare to play music. But then he remembered that there was music equipment in the room, so he gave a faint smile and said, "Hey, Siri, turn on the music and play a lyrical song." Okay, starting to play a lyrical song. And the smart speaker began to play a very intoxicating lyrical song, which was Kiss Goodbye. But it wasn't the Chinese version, it was a subsequent English cover version, with a unique charm. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but hum along, "Take me to your heart. Take me to your soul. Give me your hand and hold me." In terms of musical talent, Su Yuanhang can only be considered a microphone tyrant, and there is still some gap compared to a professional singer like Tang Kerson. But his unique voice is full of magnetism, and singing English songs is quite charming. Tang Kerson, who was about to close the bedroom door, suddenly heard the lyrical music coming from the kitchen downstairs, along with a familiar voice that was very attractive. She stood in the doorway and listened, entranced. The children immediately recognized that it was Su Yuanhang singing, and they couldn't help but come to the door as well, peeking their heads around to say in surprise, "Mommy, it's Daddy singing. Daddy sings so beautifully." Lin Shanshan was also in the room. She was about to report to Tang Kerson about the situation at the company, but at this moment, she couldn't help but listen with her ears. "Sister Kerson, I don't know if you remember, at the university party, Su Yuanhang performed on stage and sang this song." She tried hard to help Tang Kerson recall the memories that connected the two of them. Tang Kerson, however, could not remember. "I haven't heard it before." "Okay." Lin Shanshan was helpless. "I guess you were busy with other things and didn't come." Of course, this did not prevent Tang Kerson from appreciating Su Yuanhang's musical talent at this time. "But he sings pretty well," Tang Kerson said with some regret, "and he is also good looking. If he had also developed in the entertainment industry, he would have become an idol and debuted. Right? I also think he has that potential." Lin Shanshan did not hide it, it's just that now he is obviously going to develop even better. Tang Kerson also knew that Lin Shanshan had pursued Su Yuanhang during college and was then ruthlessly rejected. Now they are meeting again, but there is no awkwardness. Tang Xin understands Lin Shanshan. She is a woman who can let go. And, more importantly, she is now in a relationship with her younger brother, which is also something to be blessed. "Shanshan, you were just outside talking on the phone with the company, weren't you?" Tang Xin knows that Lin Shanshan has gone to deal with something before, so she deliberately leaves the door ajar, so that she can hear the music playing outside and hear Su Yuanhang singing. It's very soothing. It's easy to relax. Lin Shanshan also got down to business and said, "Sister Xin, I've already conveyed your message to the boss of the company." "Is he angry?" Tang Kerson sat on the armchair in the room, and also took out her phone to turn it on. The room was very large and warmly decorated. There was a huge wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, from which you could see the lake and scenery not far away. The cute kids were standing by the window, absorbed in admiring the view. Lin Shanshan explained, "That damned bald-ass must be furious. After I said I was determined to withdraw from the circle, he told us to prepare the liquidated damages." At this, Lin Shanshan paused, unable to continue. Tang Kerson, however, sensed her concern and, looking at the children, who were playing with no concern for the world, said with a peaceful heart, "Don't worry about the liquidated damages. I've saved quite a bit over the years, and with some other properties and real estate, I should be able to pay it. Sister Xin, I'm afraid the company will make you pay at least 1 billion in liquidated damages. Lin Shanshan became depressed. This is not a small amount of money. Do you really want all your hard work over the years to be for nothing? At this time, Lin Shanshan felt that Tang Kurson was not worth it in terms of money. But Tang Kurson was determined. A billion is a billion. If it's not enough, I'll find someone else to help. After a pause, she smiled happily again. Shan, you don't know. After the girls met Su Yuanhang yesterday, they were so happy, and I haven't seen that kind of happiness on their faces in years. It's a happiness that comes from blood ties. So even if I have to go bankrupt, I will never let my girls lose their father again. Chapter 20 Making a Billion. Tang Kurson reached the peak of her career immediately after her debut, and with her looks and talent, she has completely established herself in the entertainment industry. However, it is also related to the fact that the company is pushing her hard. In these 4 years, her talent has been outstanding in the film, television, and music industries, and she has won an Oscar for Best Actress. In terms of songs, she has won the National Most Popular Singer Award, etc. With so many honors, it's like she has a built-in advantage, and naturally, her income has also blossomed in all directions. Her music income, through album sales, concert tickets, music royalties, etc., brings her more than 60 million yuan in revenue every year. She has also collaborated with multiple platforms to sell digital albums, with a cumulative total of more than 5 million copies sold, and total sales of more than 150 million yuan. With new songs being released online and the multifaceted sales of other songs, the income from songs that have reached her hands in the past 4 years has exceeded nearly 200 million yuan. In addition, there are the income from film and television dramas. The films she acted in participated in the Profit Sharing Plus Salary, a suspense drama, a comedy, and a disaster film, which brought her 300 million in revenue. Although she is not yet the actress with the highest box office, the total box office of the 3 films combined is close to 7 billion. After a year or two of consolidation, she will also become one of the actresses who have crossed the 10 billion box office. In addition, there is also variety show income. Her high popularity and unique charisma have also contributed a lot of income to her in variety shows. After deducting various taxes and shares, Tang Kurson also received nearly 80 million yuan in personal income. Finally, there is endorsement income. In addition to being known in the industry as a hard worker and a prolific creator of masterpieces, Tang Kurson is also known in the advertising industry as the Queen of Advertising. In just 4 years, she has landed more than 30 high-end endorsement brands, covering a wide range of fields from daily necessities to luxury goods. Tang Kurson has personally earned more than 300 million yuan in endorsement fees alone. Despite her amazing ability to attract money, Tang Kurson has always maintained a low profile, never showing off or spending extravagantly. Instead, she devotes more energy to her work and taking care of her baby's life. Because of this kind of excitement about enjoying family happiness while never forgetting the original intention of her career has made her flourish over the past 4 years, and her popularity has even grown, making her loved by more people. She calculated her total assets herself, and they are almost also around 1 billion. This is equivalent to a total annual income of around 250 million yuan from each of her businesses. If this continues, Tang Kurson's income will become even more impressive. However, she would rather throw away all the hard work she has done over the past 4 years for the sake of her adorable children. No one else would dare to do this. Even Lin Shanshan feels that Tang Kurson is being taken advantage of. However, she knew that after making so much money over the past few years, she had actually gained very little happiness, and she had not even been able to let the children enjoy the life they deserved. So Tang Kurson had come to a decision. Since making so much money had not made the children happy, she might as well become an ordinary person again. Although she would not have the life of luxury that money could bring, she would be able to bring the children true happiness. Even if Su Yuanhang had not appeared this time, or if he had not recognized the children, Tang Kurson would have made the same decision. Tang Xin, there are also 7 endorsements that you currently have that have not yet ended. Lin Shanshan did the math for her again, and it's another hefty sum in liquidated damages. It's fine, I'll pay whatever compensation is due. Tang Xin said with a calm face. Lin Shanshan could only sigh. After all, she couldn't make the decision. Suddenly, from the half-closed door, a new song came in. The children naturally heard it and couldn't help but be surprised. Wow, it's Mama's song. Light Years Away. Tang Feier said the name of the song without thinking. This song is also Tang Kursen's famous song, with over 2 billion views on the external website YouTube. Unlike the tens of billions of views that are common, breaking 2 billion views on YouTube is a difficult achievement to surpass. Because so far, she is the only one in the Chinese music scene to have achieved this. Not only has she been number one in the country, she has also remained firmly in the top spot when compared to those excellent singers who have developed well overseas, completely crushing them. As for every music platform in the country, this song alone has also remained at the top of the charts for a long time. It's crazy. I don't know why. When she heard this song, which she had sung countless times, again, Tang Kursen's heart was suddenly touched. In an instant, many memories welled up, and after the lyrics came, her heart was deeply touched. When the song was written, Tang Kursen personally wrote the lyrics and music, almost in one go. That year, after giving birth to her children and participating in a singing competition, Tang Kursen wrote the song. The lyrics express Tang Kursen's firm belief in love. She believes that lovers will eventually become husband and wife, regardless of time and space, and that they can wait for and love each other firmly even if they are separated by light years. There is also an encouraging and inspirational sentiment in the lyrics, reminding all those who are struggling, currently suffering hardship, or encountering very difficult situations to persevere in pursuing their goals and dreams. 3 years have passed, and although this song has been covered countless times across the internet, when Tang Kursen heard the familiar yet unfamiliar male voice, her heart suddenly inexplicably calmed down. Su Yuanhang didn't expect that Tang Kursen's song would be in the playlist. This song can be said to be familiar and catchy. At first, he just hummed along, but when it came to the chorus, he couldn't help but open his voice and sing deeply and ecstatically. He didn't know that the original singer was listening to him sing with emotion. The room fell silent, and the little ones were filled with excitement and anticipation as they listened to Su Yuanhang sing a familiar song for them. Although they didn't understand the meaning, it didn't stop them from enjoying the beautiful song, especially since it was their mother's song and their father was singing it. "Mommy, I want to go listen to Daddy sing." "Me too," the two adorable children said, and then they trotted out of the room and raced up the stairs towards Su Yuanhang. "Daddy!" In the stairwell, the adorable children couldn't help but shout out when they saw Su Yuanhang's figure in the kitchen. Su Yuanhang turned around and saw the adorable children flinging their arms open and coming at him. He was a little taken aback, but quickly embraced them in his arms and laughed. "Did I wake you, my darlings? Daddy, you sing Mama's song so beautifully. We can't sleep after listening to it." Su Yuanhang grinned and said, "Daddy can't sing as well as Mama." "You all sing beautifully," the little girl said with a smile as they desperately climbed into his arms. Tang Kursen walked out of the room and stood on the second-floor walkway, her hands resting on the railing, watching this beautiful picture of them. Lin Shanshan also saw this scene. Goodbye Tang Kursen was deeply moved, and couldn't help but seem to understand her current thoughts, saying, "It's just like the lyrics in the song, my brain has gone crazy for you, to the point that I don't even want to escape when a mountain-shattering tsunami is coming. But then I see those arms wrapped around the children, and I believe he will definitely be able to withstand if the world spins." Chapter 21 A meal is worth 130 million. After 2 hours of hard work, Su Yuanhang had made all the food the kids loved to eat. Apart from the braised pork, which needed to be refrigerated overnight, he also added a dish with a more fresh and distinctive flavor: crispy pork belly rolls with preserved vegetables. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, a bite reveals the fragrant flavor of the pork belly, and the preserved vegetables add a touch of color. In addition, a simple version of boiled cabbage was made, using clear chicken stock that was incredibly tasty. And finally, fresh mushrooms and seasonal vegetables were stir-fried, and the remaining mushrooms were made into another dish, fried rice with dried mushrooms. With dessert, there were 6 dishes in total. After serving the food, Su Yuanhang said to the cute children who had been in the kitchen with him, sometimes helping out, "Kids, tell your mom to come down and eat. It's time to eat. I'll go get Mommy and Auntie Shan." Tang Fei trotted upstairs. As he watched her light, nimble back, Su Yuanhang reminded her, "Slow down, sweetheart." "Okay." Su Yuanhang removed the plastic wrap, and the delicious aromas of the dishes wafted out. The dishes were brightly colored and exquisitely arranged, making people's mouths water. Compared to the home-cooked meal he made yesterday, today's lunch was a bit more sumptuous. "Honey, let me get you a bowl of boiled cabbage soup to moisten your throat, okay?" Su Yuanhang glanced at the time and saw that it was past 1 o'clock, so he picked up the bowl and said, "Thank you, Daddy." The little treasure couldn't wait to drink it, and immediately the whole person was in reminiscence, so delicious that he couldn't help squinting his eyes. "Wow, Daddy, it's so delicious. Have another bowl in a while." Su Yuanhang said with a satisfied look. At this moment, there was movement on the stairs. Su Yuanhang turned his head and saw Tang Kersen pulling De Bao's hand and coming down the stairs with Lin Shanshan. He followed up with a greeting, "Sorry to keep you waiting, come and eat something before you rest." Lin Shanshan took the lead and came running, looking at the delicious food on the table and unable to take her eyes off it. "Su Yuanhang, you can do it, you can handle the kitchen as well as the dining room, our sister Xin will be very lucky in the future." Tang Xin was embarrassed, but she looked at Su Yuanhang and smiled faintly. "Yuanhang, you've worked hard." Su Yuanhang could tell that Tang Xin had just woken up, so he grinned and asked, "Did you sleep well?" "Yes, I haven't slept this well in a long time," Tang Xin nodded. The others took their seats, the cute kids sat together, and Su Yuanhang and Tang Xin sat on either side of them, so they could help them with the food. Lin Shanshan, on the other hand, was the odd one out, but she was completely captivated by the food. The bowl of fried rice in front of her was golden in color and had a charming aroma. She couldn't wait to pick up the rice scoop and start eating. "Hurry up and eat, too, you're all starving." Everyone was obviously starving at this point, and the cute kids didn't even bother to be polite, they just grabbed the small spoons and started eating the fried rice. Tang Kersen also started eating, and the various flavors of the fried rice instantly activated her taste buds. Her appetite instantly took over her entire brain, and she couldn't help but feel a little sober. "This fried rice is delicious." Before Tang Kersen could say anything, Lin Shanshan was already mumbling about the fried rice in her mouth. "Daddy made delicious fried rice." The cute kids were also having a good time eating. Tang Kersen followed suit and said, "It's delicious, the taste is superb." Su Yuanhang took a bite himself and found that this fried rice was simply the Hermes of fried rice. It had the flavor of scallion and beef, and was complemented by the special fragrance of dried mushrooms, which was particularly penetrating and left a lasting impression. Afterwards, Xiaobao recommended it again. "Mommy, you have to try Baba's boiled cabbage soup. It's delicious, I just finished a bowl." "Sister, you didn't even wait for me." Big brother pouted, "I want some too." There was a bowl of soup in front of everyone, and of course there was more in the casserole after they finished. Fried rice goes perfectly with boiled cabbage soup. Several people started drinking again in small mouthfuls. It looked very clear, delicious, and the cabbage soup was in a flower pattern, which showed Su Yuanhang's excellent knife skills. The taste is full of chicken flavor, but it doesn't take away all the flavor. Instead, it blends perfectly with the light fragrance of the cabbage, melting in the mouth and incredibly delicious. After Lin Shanshan finished drinking, she gave Su Yuanhang a thumbs up. "Su Yuanhang, this soup is absolutely amazing. I've only seen chefs make it on short videos before, but I never thought I'd have the opportunity to drink such a delicious bowl of soup in my life. I want another bowl," she said, and then she stood up and scooped up another bowl of soup, looking like a tomboy. Tang Kersen also felt refreshed after drinking it. "Yuanhang, can you teach me how to make this dish in the future? It's really delicious, not greasy or oily, and it's fresh and light, very suitable for the kids to drink." "Of course you can learn how to make it." After Su Yuanhang's cooking skills were recognized by everyone, he also beamed and said, "If the kids want to drink it in the future, I'll just make it for them again." "Daddy, I want to drink it every day." "Me too." The cute kids said they could drink it over and over again. "There's also crispy pork belly rolls and seasonal stir-fried mushrooms, you should try them too." Su Yuanhang recommended each dish one after the other. They were already too busy eating at the moment. The cute kids even stood up to get the dishes, so that Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen could help. The other two dishes, as well as the lotus leaf steamed chicken, were also cut into pieces, which made eating them very convenient at this point. Everyone was full of praise for the food, as if they were eating the chef's creations in a Michelin-starred restaurant. Lin Shanshan quickly went all-you-can-eat and had a second bowl. The cute kids also drank 2 large bowls of boiled cabbage soup and 1.5 bowls of fried rice. Even Tang Xian asked for more rice, which surprised Lin Shanshan. "Su Yuanhang, do you know that Xin Jia has always eaten very little, and never eats a second bowl? It seems that the food you cooked today really suits everyone's taste." Tang Xian didn't hold back either, and smiled faintly. "Yuanhang's food is really delicious. Mommy, from now on we can all eat Baba's food every day." "Daddy, can we eat the rose milk pudding now?" The children looked at the dessert with anticipation. "Of course you can." Su Yuanhang smiled, "But don't eat too much." "No way, we can all eat it up," De Bao responded. After eating the rose milk pudding, there was also coconut caramel pudding cake, which would be very enjoyable to eat together. However, Lin Shanshan and Tang Kersen really couldn't eat anymore, so they thought about waiting until the afternoon to start eating again. Ding, everyone was full of praise for the host's culinary delights, and they completed the Clean Your Plate campaign, earning a reward of 3 million meal expenses plus a supercar. As the system's voice fell, Su Yuanhang immediately received a cash prize of 3 million and a Bugatti Veyron, the pinnacle of black sound, worth nearly 130 million, which had already been parked in the Taoyuan parking garage. Chapter 22. Su Yuanhan's net worth had reached 200 million at this point, not including the Taoyuan Haozai, and that was just the cash. In addition, he owned 5% of the shares of a novel website and a supercar worth over 100 million. This wealth had been accumulated in just 2 days, and in any company, Su Yuanhan's ability to make money could be considered the ceiling. Even Tang Kersen could not match it. After dinner, Tang Kersen volunteered to help with the housework. Lin Shanshan took the children to the lake to let off steam, strolling along the long aisle of the pavilion by the lake in the peach blossom spring, while admiring the scenery on the lake. There is an automatic dishwasher, so you can put the dishes in and wash them. Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kersen's injured middle finger and asked again, "Does it still hurt?" "No, it's much better now," Tang Kersen said with a smile. Tang Kersen smiled happily and said, "You worked hard cooking today." "Cooking is also part of the fun of my daily life," explained Su Yuanhang. No wonder Tang Kersen looked at Su Yuanhang and smiled, "Your cooking is so good, it's even better than many high-end restaurant chefs." For a big star like Tang Kersen, she has eaten all kinds of delicacies. But the food Su Yuanhang cooked today can definitely rank as N0.1 among the delicacies she has eaten in her life. "Thank you for the compliment." Su Yuanhang is about to float away. After the two cleaned the kitchen together, Su Yuanhang asked again, "Kuxian, why haven't I seen Uncle Chen come in?" In response, Tang Kuxian explained, "Uncle Chen usually doesn't eat with us. After delivering the ingredients, he drives to the hotel to rest, and only comes over when he needs to." After hearing her explanation, Su Yuanhang suddenly understood. "I was worried that he wouldn't have anything to eat." Tang Kersen smiled slightly and said, "No, he'll take care of it himself." As she spoke, she glanced at the kitchen, which had been cleaned and looked brand new. She crossed her arms and looked satisfied, saying, "Okay, it's all cleaned up, and I feel much better." Seeing her pure and beautiful appearance, which didn't at all look like someone who had given birth, Su Yuanhang's heart stirred, and he said, "Kuxian, what are you going to do about the trouble at the company?" Although Tang Kersen didn't want to share this bad thing with Su Yuanhang, since he brought it up, Tang Kersen also told him her plan without reservation. They sat on the sofa in the living room, and Su Yuanhang brewed a cup of fragrant tea for her, not knowing the price. Fortunately, Tang Kersen usually drinks tea to refresh herself, and it was almost an hour after the meal, so drinking tea was good for the body. On the one hand, it helps digestion and also has the effect of weight loss. A burst of tea fragrance rose up. After Tang Kersen took the tea that Su Yuanhang handed over, she said thank you and then added, "The company is just asking me for liquidated damages, and I am prepared to pay." "Kuxian, how many years did you sign the contract with the company for?" Su Yuanhang asked. "A 10-year contract." Tang Kersen took a small sip of the tea. The fragrance was intoxicating, fresh and delicious, and she felt much more energetic. She knew that the tea that Su Yuanhang brewed was also probably very expensive. She knew what Su Yuanhang wanted to ask, and continued, "Tianyu Entertainment was also my first company, and I have been with it for 4 years, so I only need to pay 6 years' worth of liquidated damages." Although Tang Kersen didn't understand these signing mechanisms, she understood that for a top-tier celebrity like Tang Kersen, the signing bonus would definitely be quite a lot. If this is paid out, it would be a sky-high price. After thinking about it, he volunteered, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Not at the moment." Tang Kersen's face was lit up with a quiet smile, and she was a little moved inside. She said, "I can handle this matter, thank you, Yuanhang." Seeing the other person refuse, Su Yuanhang was not disappointed. After being systematically reminded, Su Yuanhang knew that Tang Kersen was just being polite and didn't want to make him worry. He had also looked up information and learned that Tang Kersen had at least 7 endorsements for high-end brands that had not yet expired. Now that she has suddenly announced her retirement, she will have to pay a huge penalty. Tang Kersen's endorsement fees start at 20 million yuan for 2 years, which is the highest among all actresses. But it is understandable. After all, Tang Kersen's reputation has long been known at home and abroad. Although she cannot be called an international superstar, she is a popular artist in China and has a very high status. An annual endorsement fee of 10 million yuan is completely in line with her status. However, the high endorsement fees naturally come with high penalties. The endorsement fees for the 7 brands combined amount to at least several hundred million yuan. I know that over the years, you have had a very difficult time and can endure hardship very well. Su Yuanhang understands, however, that Tang Kersen's success today is inseparable from her own hard work. None of the artists who have become successful in film, television, and singing can be considered a coincidence, and naturally the hardships they have endured are unimaginable to ordinary people. But I still hope that when you need me, you can just say the word. I will. Tang Kuxin also did not deliberately hide her innermost thoughts. Although this was only the 3rd time she had met Su Yuanhang, she was still full of gratitude towards him. If it wasn't for Su Yuanhang saving her, she didn't know what would have become of her. Despite the accidents that occurred along the way, at least it seems to be developing in a positive direction. Don't worry too much, since I've decided to do this, I will definitely leave myself an escape route. Su Yuanhang also knew that everyone was too old to act on impulse, and would give thorough consideration before doing anything. What's more, there were 2 cute kids around, so Tang Kersen could not possibly act impulsively without regard for them. That's good. Su Yuanhang nodded, as there were very few topics on which the 2 of them could chat at the moment. The main reason was that they did not really know each other well, so they were both holding back. Just as they were silent, Su Yuanhan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his father calling. As an only child, Su Yuanhang has been venturing out on his own for many years, and has rarely visited his parents except for Chinese New Year. Of course, they usually get in touch once every half a month or a month via phone or green bubble video. Su Yuanhang explained to Tang Kersen, "It's my father." Hold on a second. Tang Kersen's eyes flitted around a bit, but she didn't say anything, instead taking a sip of tea. "Hello, Dad." Su Yuanhang answered the phone and called out. Then Su Yuanhan's father's voice came through, "Yuanhang, are you awake?" Although it was afternoon, Su's father knew the special nature of Su Yuanhan's work, and sometimes he would stay up late and sleep until the evening. "I woke up a long time ago." Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Kersen and then asked, "Dad, what's the matter? Have you eaten lunch yet?" "I just ate." Su's father also went straight to the point, "Yuanhang, your mother just saw you on the video. You appeared at a press conference with a female celebrity and 2 little twin girls. What the hell is going on?" The parents of the male and female protagonists in this book are both sound and kind. There is never any plot that will ruin the 3 views. This book focuses on warmth, love, and a large family with warmth and literacy. Chapter 23 I got pregnant in my senior year. Hearing his father's voice, Su Yuanhan's voice trembled and he became excited. He glanced at Tang Kersen, who happened to be looking over at him. However, Tang Kersen's eyes were filled with a hint of nervousness and curiosity. Su Yuanhang didn't expect his parents to know the news so quickly. Originally, he had planned to wait until after Tang Kersen's matter was dealt with before telling his parents about it. He couldn't help but secretly marvel at the speed of online communication, which was truly frightening. "In just half a day's time, I'm afraid the whole world already knows that I am Tang Kersen's fiancé and the father of 2 cute children." "Dad, it's true." Su Yuanhang didn't explain anything in particular, but affirmed, "You're going to be grandparents." "So it's true." Su's father was full of joy as he spoke excitedly, "I thought the news in the video was fake, and was afraid that you were being tricked. My son, how could you not tell us about such an important matter?" Then, Su's mother's voice was heard on the phone, "You know, I saw you on the video and you were facing a bunch of reporters. I thought you had done something wrong." "Yuanhang, how old are the children? Are you with them now?" Su's father pursued again. At this time, through Su Yuanhang's reply, Tang Kersen had already fully understood the content of their conversation. Unwittingly, she placed her hands on her thighs, so nervous that the veins on the back of her hands stood out. Su Yuanhang noticed this detail and smiled at her, saying, "Dad, they will be 4 years old in a few days, and they are both with me now. When will you bring them back to show us?" Obviously, Su's father had put him on speakerphone, so Su's mother asked the first thing she heard. Su's father, however, counted the time. If they were 4 years old, didn't that mean they were already pregnant when you were in your 4th year of internship? "You little brat, you let us know that the kids are 4 years old?" Although it was a bit embarrassing, Su Yuanhang still answered truthfully, "Dad, I just found out too." "You mean to say that the girl secretly gave birth to the child without telling you, and then waited 4 years before letting you know?" Su Yuanhang knew that cheating your parents would always be discovered. After all, it was impossible to hide it for long, so he simply confessed everything. It's more or less like that, but it's not what you think. What did we think? But Sue's father was furious. She gave birth to your twin daughters with great difficulty, and she took on the burden of raising them alone. You've been fine for the past 4 years, without so much as a peep. How can you face her? Who knows? Sue's father suddenly lectured Su Yuanhang, who really had no idea. Dad, Su Yuanhang felt very innocent the first time, trying to make amends. My dear, this is indeed your fault. Even your mother, who has always spoiled you, is helping your father, and you are not being fair. Su Yuanhang really wanted to put his parents on speakerphone so that Tang Kersen, who was beside herself with nervousness, could hear their comments. He felt that even if he had 180 mouths, he could not explain himself clearly now. Mom and Dad, it's my fault, don't be angry. Su Yuanhang was dumbstruck and unable to speak. Can I explain this to you in person some other day? Is the girl with you? Is it convenient for her to answer the phone? Su Yuanhang was at a loss for words. He looked at Tang Kersen and didn't know how to answer for a moment. However, the next second, something that made Su Yuanhang dumbstruck happened. Tang Kersen actually reached out her hand and whispered to Su Yuanhang, "Let me explain to your aunt and uncle." You heard it all? Su Yuanhang couldn't believe it. He remembered that he had turned the volume down, so could it be that Tang Kuxian had super hearing? Well. Tang Kuxian nodded, with a touch of embarrassment on her face, and then, after Su Yuanhang handed her the phone, she called out carefully, "Hello, Auntie and Uncle, I'm Tang Kuxian." Su's parents seemed to be even more nervous than Tang Kuxian, and after a long silence, they finally spoke. Kuxian, hello, I'm very happy to be able to talk to you. We just found out about you and Yuanhang, and we hope you're not angry. Tang Kuxian smiled faintly and said, "Uncle and Auntie, I'm also very happy to talk to you on the phone. If I'm angry, it's you who are angry with Yuanhang and me." Su Yuanhang was once again the innocent target. He was depressed and could only stare blankly. No, this was Yuanhang's fault in the first place. Su's father said with a smile, "Kuxian, no matter what, you have worked hard for the past 4 or 5 years. That stupid boy doesn't know how to behave, and he has caused you a lot of trouble. Kuxian, if you are feeling aggrieved, just tell your auntie. When that brat comes back, I'll teach him a lesson." At this point, even his mother, who had been calling him my dear up until now, had turned on him. He had just taken a sip of water, but it almost came right back up, and he choked, coughing uncontrollably. Tang Kersen felt sorry for Su Yuanhang as she watched from the side. Ultimately, she was actually to blame for hiding the truth, so Tang Kersen explained to Su Yuanhang's parents, "Uncle and aunt, Yuanhang is actually a very nice person, and I'm the one who has wronged him and you." My dear, don't say that. You have given Yuanhang 2 cute little babies, so how could you have wronged us? Su's mother said with concern. Su's father followed up, "Kuxian, no matter what, you haven't let us down. On the contrary, our family has let you and the children down. If you don't mind, come and visit us at home and we can have a good chat." "Okay, Auntie and Uncle, I'd like to visit you sometime too." Tang Kuxian saw that Su's father and mother were very easygoing and kept saying kind things to her, and her mood slowly relaxed. With a quiet smile on her face, she agreed very readily. Great. When are you coming over? Say hello to your aunt and uncle in advance. Kuxian, let Yuanhang take over the phone, I want to talk to him for a while. Tang Kuxian glanced at Su Yuanhang and returned the phone, saying, "Uncle wants to talk to you." Su Yuanhang also noticed that he could indeed hear the contents of the phone call from the side, wondering when the 3-bar volume had such a big effect. At this time, he picked up the phone again and followed with a bitter tone, "Dad, you speak. You and Kersen discuss a time to come home, remember to let us know in advance so we can prepare." Su's father was dissatisfied again. "You, tell me, such a big thing, how long do you want to hide it from us? I guess Kersen's parents already know now, hurry back and get the wedding done, give the people an explanation." Su Yuanhang felt that this was a bit too hasty, so he tried to stall, "Dad, you haven't even figured it out yet, what's the rush?" But he saw his father's stern voice, "You have a child already, so what's the hurry? When do you want to be in a hurry? Do you want to wait until you're 70 or 80? Then his father's tone softened, "We haven't touched the money you've sent us over the years, we've saved it all up for you. And we 2 old folks have saved some money ourselves, too. We were going to use it to help you get married and have a child. It's not as good as the rich people's, but it's enough to buy you a flat in the city." Upon hearing this, Su Yuanhang's eyes welled up. Chapter 24, The Attitudes of Both Sets of Parents. Su Yuanhang had not told his parents about the previous purchase of the house. The main reason was that he had also used a bank loan, and once they found out, the old people would definitely try to make up the money. Su Yuanhang, who had watched his parents toil since childhood, did not like to become a burden to them again. But now they had secretly saved money just so that they could buy a house for him to get married in the future. Mom and Dad, I have money, so keep the money you gave me for living expenses. Su Yuanhang added, my son is more promising than you think. I'll go back and fetch you to live in the city when I have time. Son, just hurry and bring your daughter-in-law and granddaughter back to us. As for other things, we'll talk about them later. Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kersen and said to his parents, I understand. We'll discuss it and let you know. Su's father was much more relieved. That's it, I'll send you money in a little while, take good care of your daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Without waiting for Su Yuanhang to reply, Su's father hung up the phone. Tang Kersen blushed slightly on the side, and she could vaguely hear the content of the phone call. The consequences were even more unexpected than she had expected. Su Yuanhang let out a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to say something to her, the green bubble on the phone suddenly beeped. He picked it up and saw that Su's father had indeed transferred a large sum of money, 50,000 yuan. There was a message attached, son, take this money and buy your wife and daughters something nice to eat and wear. As for the rest of the money, your parents have saved it for you to buy a house and marry a wife. Su Yuanhang didn't know how much his parents had saved up over their lifetime, but he knew that since graduating and starting work, he had sent home almost 150,000 yuan. They have not spent a single penny of it, which really makes Su Yuanhang feel guilty. Thank you, Dad, and you and Mom should eat well too. Su Yuanhang replied, then slipped his phone into his pocket. Then, looking back at Tang Kersen, he waited for her to speak, but she just smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt seem very warm-hearted, they're not angry about this. They're just happy, so why would they be unhappy? Su Yuanhang laughed and said, you heard what they said, they want us to go back together sometime. Tang Kersen, however, shyly nodded, saying, well, after I finish what I'm doing, I'll go back with you to meet them. As she spoke, she also switched on her own phone, a phone she used to contact her family. Usually only her parents and Tang Renshin could get through to her. As soon as the phone was switched on, it started to vibrate non-stop. Su Yuanhang didn't say anything, but watched as she sat back down on the sofa, her mood seemingly improving. He noticed that when Tang Kuexayan's phone screen lit up, there were more than 20 phone calls and countless text messages, basically all from the same person, Tang Renshin. Tang Kuexayan ignored the caller and dialed her father's number without even looking at it. Su Yuanhang could roughly guess what was going on, so while pouring the other person a cup of tea, he also listened intently. When the call connected, Tang Kuexayan calmly said, Dad. Shinshin, I knew your phone was off and I couldn't get in touch with your brother. Tang's father sounded as if he was trying to control his temper as he asked carefully, is it true what the news reported? It's true. Tang Kuexayan also planned to confess to her parents, I plan to quit the entertainment industry. Honey, what your father means is that you gave birth to the child, and the man who appeared at the press conference was you the child's father, right? At that moment, Tang's mother's voice sounded. Su Yuanhang heard clearly and couldn't help but tremble, trying hard to remain calm. On the one hand, he deliberately took out his phone and started watching short videos, while muting the volume. Tang Kersen observed Su Yuanhang's little move, but she took a deep breath and replied, yes. Shishin, this is such a big matter, why didn't you tell us? Tang's mother was worried. Now that the child is so big, she's just telling us. It's fine, I'll talk to him. Tang's father, however, was more sensible and took the phone, so, what are you going to do about this? I'll handle it. Tang Kuexayan added, I'm with the father of my child now. Is this man reliable? Tang's father was concerned, he's been taking care of the child all these years, hasn't he? It's clear that the media reports are incomplete, at least they don't know that Su Yuanhang has also been kept in the dark for 4 years. Tang Kuexayan couldn't help but explain, Dad, back then when I was pregnant, he didn't know, and I kept it a secret from him for so many years, until just the other day he found out. After a pause, Tang Kuexayan continued, and then he was willing to face the current situation with me, which is what you saw on the news. He's very responsible. There was suddenly no sound on the other end of the line. After a long silence, Tang Dad spoke again, you really have some nerve. What do you want me to say to you? Shishin, it's not that I'm not on your side, but you really did do the wrong thing in this matter. Tang's mother couldn't help but interject, now that you're like this, what will the man's side think? Su Yuanhang noticed that Tang Kerson's parents also seemed to be more talkative, at least they didn't scold her from the get-go. Tang Kerson, however, said with confidence, "They're both very nice and didn't blame me." That's wishful thinking. Tang's father was worried, however. "I should never have let you enter the entertainment industry. Now it's all over the news, and everyone in the neighborhood knows. Xinshin, you choose to quit the entertainment industry, and mom supports you 10,000%. But the most urgent task is to resolve the matter with your child first, and how to give the man an explanation. What else is there to explain? You've already had a child, so you must go to the man's family as soon as possible to explain, so they don't misunderstand." Tang's father is also a reasonable person, and when he learned that it was Tang Kuxian who single-handedly caused this matter, he was anxious and his hair was on fire. Su Yuanhang, on the other hand, couldn't help but form a much better impression of Tang Kerson's parents, and his heart eased a little. Tang Kerson glanced at the other party and then said with a smile, "Parents, I just spoke to your aunt and uncle on the phone, and they didn't blame me, so you don't need to worry." "What? You spoke to the boy's parents on the phone? What did they say?" Tang's parents were both surprised. "Yes, we just got off the phone, and they are very nice." Tang Kuxian looked at Su Yuanhang, and a gentle smile once again appeared on her face as she said, "They all really like the babies, and they want me and Yuanhang to go back and meet them sometime." Tang Ba immediately blurted out, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and pack your things and go meet the man's parents. This is a show of respect for them. After you two have talked things over, your mother and I will also go visit them in person." Chapter 25, I can tell you, don't even think about getting rid of me. Su Yuanhang felt more and more that Tang Kerson's parents were very polite and had a very good first impression. Tang Kerson was about to put on speakerphone, and at this time she continued, "After this matter is dealt with, we will visit your uncle and aunt, and I will also take Yuanhang back to visit you. Xinshin, I believe you can handle this on your own." Dad also knows that it has not been easy for Tang Kuxian over the years, and he says with some concern, "Dad and Mom don't ask for you to be rich and powerful or to be able to take care of us. Our only wish is that you can find a good family." That boy also seems to be very responsible. The fact that he was willing to stand under the media spotlight and defend you without knowing anything about it proves that he is a good person. Don't make a fool of yourself and do something stupid again this time. I understand, Dad. I will think carefully about what to do next. Tang Kuxian promised. Tang's mother also said, "My dear daughter, I know that if you withdraw from the entertainment industry, the company will definitely demand liquidated damages from you. If the money is not enough, Mom and Dad still have some here, just let us know." "I know, Mom. I have enough money." Tang Kuxian felt warm and moved. "Okay, now your mother and I will try to help you calm this storm down, but everything still depends on you." Tang's father continued, "What's that boy's name?" Now Dad doesn't know how to talk to him either. "When your situation is completely resolved, you can come home and talk face to face." Su Yuanhang, Tang Kerson replied. "Su Yuanhang, that's a good name." Dad asked again, "And the children? Will they take the Tang or the Su surname? How old are they now?" Tang Kerson now answered every question. The eldest is Tang Fair, the youngest Tang Linger. They were born just a few minutes apart together, on National Day, which is their birthday, and they'll soon be 4 years old. That's quite a coincidence. After secretly memorizing the children's birthdays, Tang's father continued, "At least the family can finally be reunited. But regarding the surname, you'd better talk to Su Yuanhang about it." "I know, I've already explained it to Su Yuanhang." Tang Kerson nodded and said, "After the storm over my affairs has subsided, I'll talk to him about changing the children's surname back." "Well, this matter must be handled properly," Tang's father said with relief. Tang's mother also had no objections, but instead repeatedly reminded her daughter, "My dear daughter, if you are ever unhappy in any way, you must remember to tell your mother and father. Although you are now a mother yourself, no matter what happens, you will always be my good daughter. I don't want you to carry this burden alone. Do you hear me?" Tang Kuxian's eyes welled up with tears, and her voice was tinged with emotion. "I know, mother." After the two hung up, without giving Tang Kuxian a chance to catch her breath, Tang Renxian's phone rang again. Su Yuanhang pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to the other person, and Tang Kuxian gave him a small smile after receiving it, then took a deep breath and answered her younger brother's call. Before she could say anything, Tang Renxian's startled voice rang out, "Sister, I'm in Furong City already, so hurry up and tell Shanshan to come pick me up." Tang Kuxian was speechless for a moment and said, What are you doing in Furong City? Hurry back. Sister, I've heard about everything that's happened to you. The whole world is talking about you. How could I, as your younger brother, just stand by and do nothing when you're in such a big trouble? Tang Renxin, however, was equally indignant and said, Of course I have to come and help you. You can just forget it. Tang Xin was at a loss as to how to deal with her younger brother. Sister, do you think that now that you have a husband, you don't need your brother anymore? Tang Renxin was not happy about this. I can tell you, don't even think about ditching me. If you don't let Lin Shan pick me up, I'll just take a taxi myself. There's only one Yujing Taoyuan in Furong City, so I'll find it easily when I book a table. Tang Kursen thought to herself, this must be Lin Shan who has told on me. She had no choice but to say directly, I'll ask Uncle Chen to pick you up. Don't go anywhere by yourself, got it? Hey, don't worry, sis, I'm not going anywhere. I'm really looking forward to meeting my brother-in-law, my beloved Shanshan and my niece. Tang Renxin said in an immature manner. In fact, he is still a university student. He is 5 years younger than Tang Kursen and is in his 4th year of internship. That's why he has the time to come out. But this guy is also capable. Not only did he get into Tsinghua University, but while still in college, he used the first pot of gold funded by his parents and Tang Kursen to start his own business, and he is doing very well in the new media game industry. Although his current achievements are not as good as Tang Kursen's, he has also made a small scale, and the several games he has developed have made a lot of money. In this internet era, he has managed to seize the opportunity, and not only does he develop games, but also short videos and live streaming, gradually expanding into a comprehensive industry chain of information and services. That's all for now. I'll let Uncle Chen know, and he'll get in touch with you then, said Tang Kursen. After hanging up, Tang Kursen called Uncle Chen again to tell him to go to the airport to pick up Tang Renxin, and that would solve the problem. Su Yuanhang didn't say a word the whole time, just watching Tang Kursen contact her family. At this time, seeing her relieved, and taking another sip of tea, Su Yuanhang smiled and said, I didn't realize you had a younger brother. Yes, a child who never grows up. Tang Kursen said apologetically, he is going to come over in a while, so I'm going to trouble you. No trouble. Su Yuanhang smiled faintly and said, from your conversation, I feel that your younger brother should be very interesting. He is very interesting, and you will know when you meet him. Tang Kursen, however, said with an expression of you figure it out. This made Su Yuanhang even more interested. And being able to become a couple with a treasure like Lin Shanshan, I'm afraid the two of them also have similar personalities. After a while, the cute kids and Lin Shanshan also returned from their meal. The cute kids obviously had a great time, and when they ran onto the sofa, they each clung to Su Yuanhang and Tang Kursen, saying happily, Daddy and Mummy, this place is so big that we can't finish exploring it all. Daddy, we want to go rowing in the lake. Can you make a boat for us? De Bao said with anticipation in his eyes. Su Yuanhang stroked her little face and said without hesitation, Okay, Daddy will make one for you in a couple of days, and then you can go rowing in the lake. Yes. Daddy, Sarayu. The two cute kids suddenly gave him a heart sign together, making Su Yuanhang's heart bloom with joy. Tang Kursen saw it all in her eyes, and at this moment she suddenly felt that this family had become warm and welcoming. Lin Shanshan was sitting nearby, so Tang Kursen said to her, Tang Renxin is coming to Peach Blossom Land, so you'd better give him a good scolding when the time comes. Huh? This guy is really coming? Lin Shanshan hadn't received any news, and apparently he was avoiding her by calling Tang Kursen. She couldn't help but feel angry in her heart. It seems that his lackey is no longer wanted. Crackling sound. Su Yuanhang looked over and saw Lin Shanshan cross her arms, and then her knuckles made a sound. He could feel a murderous aura in the air. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for this brother-in-law he had never met. Chapter 26 The Brother-in-Law's Paradise. The front door. At this time, there were still many reporters crouching. However, they were all hiding their heads and showing their tails, as if they were afraid of something. A petite figure stood in front of the gate, with an air of valiance that no one could break through. When Lin Shanshan appeared, all the reporters swarmed over. Since there was no way to interview Tang Kursen, they wanted to get some news out of the assistant. However, when Lin Shanshan brandished her own imperial sword, a kitchen knife, the group of media reporters immediately dispersed. What they didn't know was that Lin Shanshan wasn't coming for them. When a van pulled up at the gate, Lin Shanshan stared menacingly at the people inside. The door opened and a thin young man ran down. Seeing Lin Shanshan's radiant smile, he ignored the reporters and walked directly over to her, shouting, "Honey, haha, did you come out to meet me on purpose?" Lin Shanshan's mouth curled into a sneer. "Yes, I came especially to wait for you," she said, hiding the kitchen knife behind her back, and then she showed it again. She said viciously, "I'm going to chop off your leg." Tang Renxin's soul flew away at the sight of the kitchen knife, and he stopped in his tracks. He said with a broken heart, "Shan Shan, are you crazy?" "I am crazy, and I can't live without being crazy. Don't you know that?" Lin Shanshan chased directly after Tang Renxin. "I clearly told you that if you dare to come, I will break your legs. Do you really think what I say is nonsense? Sister, help!" Tang Renxin was no match for Lin Shanshan and could only turn to Tang Kersen for help. Inside the house, Tang Kersen and Su Yuanhang were sitting in the living room, and they could see the outside through the monitor. Su Yuanhang didn't expect Lin Shanshan to actually dare to do anything to Tang Renxin, and his expression couldn't help but become a little stunned. "Are we really going to do nothing? No need. Only Shanshan can control this brat." Tang Kersen's face broke into a smile. The cute kids next to them were also watching with interest. "Mommy, it's Uncle. Kiki, Uncle is in trouble, being chased by Auntie Shanshan." At this moment, Tang Renxin wanted to run to the car to ask Uncle Chen for help, but before he could get close, the commercial vehicle drove away mercilessly. Uncle Chen's task was only to pick up Tang Renxin and bring him to the Peach Blossom Spring, and he was not obliged to go and save Tang Renxin's life. Watching the commercial vehicle leaving exhaust fumes and whizzing past, Tang Renxin broke down. "Uncle Chen, can you wait for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Renxin felt a sharp pain in his ear, as if it was going to be torn off. In an instant, a pig slaughtering scream sounded, "Aha! I'll just cut your ear off." Lin Shanshan was furious. "Come here, can't you see the paparazzi are taking pictures of us?" However, Tang Renxin said with a carefree look, "So what if they take pictures? We have nothing to hide anyway." "You're still mouthing off." Lin Shanshan was so angry that she kicked him. "Get in there." Tang Renxin obediently entered the Peach Blossom Spring, much to the delight of the group of reporters and media. Their news was not very entertaining, so the reporters and media did not put this scene on the internet. The key figure did not appear, and the reporters and media all wanted to go home. Some were not convinced and continued to stake out the area. Inside the Peach Blossom Spring. After entering, Tang Renxin looked at the magnificent mansion, which was like a fairyland on earth, and couldn't help but stare in awe. He said to Lin Shanshan, "Wife, this is my brother-in-law's mansion. Gee, I don't know how many years I'll have to work to be able to afford the toilet here." "You? Come on." Lin Shanshan pursed her lips, but deep down she was still extremely happy about Tang Renxin's appearance. After all, they rarely saw each other as they were always apart, but she couldn't help but be critical. "Even if I wait until the next life, you still might not be able to do it." "Honey, what are you talking about? I'm a little genius. I'm still in the ascendant of my career. After I learn from my brother-in-law, I might be able to become like him," Tang Renxin said with a smile. "Who's your wife?" "Don't call me that." Lin Shanshan snapped, "Just go, Xan and your brother-in-law are waiting for you." "Ah, go. Tang Renxin tried to hold Lin Shanshan's hand, but noticed that she was still holding the knife, so he said, "Honey, put the knife away first, it's scary." Su Yuanhang stopped watching after the two entered the room and said to Tang Kersen, "What does your brother like to eat? I'll go prepare something to treat him." Seeing Lin Shanshan should be enough for him. Tang Kersen knew her brother best and smiled, "Don't prepare anything. You should be prepared for anything." "Me?" Su Yuanhang had also witnessed Tang Renxin's ability to play the fool with his own eyes, and it was no wonder that he had become a pair with Lin Shanshan. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "I think he's doing pretty well. He looks carefree, and many people can't envy him. He should be heartless." Tang Kersen laughed silently, but there was a trace of endearment in her eyes. He didn't suffer as a child, and he's a worry even as an adult. Su Yuanhang knew that Tang Renxin was a student at Tsinghua University, but how could someone like this intellectual still be a worry? During the conversation, Su Yuanhang heard Tang Renxin's cheerful voice coming from afar. The cute kids beamed and said, "Daddy, Mummy, Uncle is here. Xiaobao, let's go and greet Uncle." "Okay." The two cute kids said, and they ran from the sofa to the living room door, sticking their heads out the door while they did so. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen also got up to greet each other, so as not to lose face. When he reached the door, Su Yuanhang saw Tang Renqin, who was quite tall, estimated to be 1.78 to 1.8 meters. Compared to himself, he was still a few centimeters shorter. However, the two siblings looked very similar, with handsome facial features and a sunny disposition. Lin Shanshan stood next to him, creating the perfect height difference. However, judging from their demeanors, Lin Shanshan clearly outshines him. Tang Renqin, who was joking around at the moment, admired the scenery in the peach blossom grove while looking into the distance, and saw Su Yuanhang, Tang Kersen, and the adorable children waiting for them at the entrance. He couldn't help but smile, and said to Lin Shanshan, "Honey, my brother-in-law, my sister, and my niece are waiting for us. Don't say anything to provoke your sister, and don't ask questions, got it?" Lin Shanshan, however, gave him some instructions. "Yes, dear, he. Tang Renqin said, and waved to Su Yuanhang and the others, shouting in a loud voice, "Brother-in-law, sister, and my precious babies, your uncle is here." Plop. But the next moment, Tang Renqin, who was still bragging, lost his balance and tripped over himself, let out a scream, and fell into the lake. Chapter 27 Wife, give me a kiss. When he fell into the water, Lin Shanshan and the others just stood there. The children, however, stared in amazement. "Wow, uncle fell into the water. It looks like so much fun," Xiaobao said with a face full of wonder. Su Yuanhang also didn't expect Tang Renqin to put on such a show. He said in shock, "Kuxin, is this what you meant when you said to get ready for anything?" Tang Kuxin, however, covered her face, unable to bear to look at it, and said, "Maybe." After that, she simply turned around and went inside, not wanting to see this ridiculous face. Even Lin Shanshan left in a huff, leaving behind a comment to the effect of, "If you can still breathe, hurry up and come up here, don't be a disgrace here." "Shanshan, are you all going to leave me behind?" Tang Renxian placed his hand on the plank and looked at everyone, who didn't care whether he lived or died. He was traumatized inside. "I can't swim. It's too windy, I don't know what you're talking about." Lin Shanshan left straight away. But after arriving inside, she looked at Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen, and with a face full of embarrassment, she smiled and said, "I'll go get him a towel, but don't go inside and get it dirty." With that, she walked straight upstairs. Su Yuanhang looked at her back and couldn't help but smile a little. "I can't tell, Lin Shanshan is still a stubborn girl with a soft heart. She is very attentive." Tang Kersen has worked with Lin Shanshan for 4 years, so she knows her character very well. She may seem unconcerned about Tang Renqin and indifferent on the surface, but she is always the first to take care of him whenever he is in trouble. When Tang Renqin climbed ashore and stood in the doorway, soaking wet, he dragged his shoes and socks while making a long face and saying, "Sister, brother-in-law, and my dear children, you all left me to die, and I'm angry." "Uncle, we can't swim," the cute kid said innocently. Tang Kersen ignored them and said, "You deserve to fall into the lake because you didn't watch where you were walking." "Brother-in-law, please help me to judge right and wrong." Tang Renqin became friendly with Su Yuanhang as soon as he saw him. It was a cold day, so he asked if he could change into some clothes. Su Yuanhang knew that although it wasn't even October, the weather had been unpredictable lately, with sudden temperature changes, so it was easy to catch a cold. Unfortunately, he hadn't had time to move his clothes from the apartment in the community, so he said helplessly, "I don't have any clothes at home." "What? There are no clothes in such a big house?" Tang Renqin was heartbroken. "Brother-in-law, if you're going to lie to me, at least tell the truth." "Yuanhang didn't lie to you. Today is the first day we've been here, and we haven't had time to bring our luggage yet." Tang Kersen explained for Su Yuanhang. Now, Tang Renqin was not calm. "Damn it, brother-in-law, you have other houses, aren't they as grand as the peach blossom spring?" Su Yuanhang didn't know how to answer. In the silence, a dark shadow smashed straight into his face, and then Lin Shanshan's impatient voice rang out, "Hurry up and dry yourself off, then go to my room and change out of those clothes, I'll go buy you a set to change into." When it came to Tang Renqin, Lin Shanshan was practically more considerate than a caring big sister. Only Tang Kersen knew that Lin Shanshan was in a relationship with Tang Renqin, and it was like taking care of a child. "Lin Shanshan, I asked Uncle Chen to go buy it, so you take him to his room first," explained Tang Kuxin. "Hurry up and go upstairs with me, if you catch a cold I won't care about you." Lin Shanshan said harshly, but she was doing the most heartwarming thing. Tang Renxian then smiled at Su Yuanhang and said, "Brother-in-law, I'll go upstairs first, I'll catch up with you later." This little guy is really familiar, and Su Yuanhang has also gained some understanding of his character. He is so carefree, and he doesn't look at all like a top student. After Tang Renqin and Lin Shanshan went upstairs together, there were only the four of them left in the living room. At this time, the cute kids were also tired from playing, and they usually had the habit of taking naps, so they shouted to them, "Daddy and Mummy, we're sleepy." "Then Daddy will take you to take a nap, okay?" Su Yuanhang said, picking up Xiaobao, who had snuggled into his arms, and said kindly, "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook it for you when you wake up." Debeo, however, spoke up, with a look of expectation, "Daddy, we like whatever you cook." Yes, the food you cook is delicious, hee hee. Xiaobao said with a smile. Tang Kersen, however, said with a face full of affection, "You two little gluttonous cats, come, let's go to bed." Saying this, she also picked up Debeo and then glanced at Su Yuanhang before walking upstairs. This villa has 3 floors in total, with Tang Kersen living on the 2nd floor and Lin Shanshan choosing the guest room on the 3rd floor. As soon as they reached the 2nd floor, they heard Tang Rinxin's voice coming from the 3rd floor, "Honey, give me a kiss. You have no idea how much I've missed you these past few months. Go away, you exhibitionist." Lin Shanshan's disgusted voice followed. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen both blushed when they heard this. "Hey, Tang Rinxin, behave yourself, your loud voice can be heard downstairs." Tang Rinxin immediately stopped. "That's just how he is." Tang Kersen explained to Su Yuanhang with a helpless face. "It's quite good." Su Yuanhang didn't know how to comment, but he just felt that this little boy really had a lot of energy. When they walked into Tang Kersen's room, Su Yuanhang reminded her, "There are many rooms here, so the kids can sleep in other rooms. Mommy, we've all grown up, so this room is for you and Daddy to sleep together. I'll sleep in the other room." To the left of Mommy's Xiaobao followed up with a coquettish tone. Tang Kersen had no choice but to accede to the children's request and re-entered another room that was not small in size, with a closet and dressing table, and full of dolls. This room was full of a girlish feel, as if it had been specially designed for children. No wonder the children were so fond of this room. On a large bed, not to mention 2 children, even if 10 children slept together, they would not feel crowded. After Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen put the cute kids on the bed, they crawled under the covers, pulled the covers up over themselves, and then said with a smile, "Daddy, Mommy, you go to sleep too." "Good afternoon, Daddy and Mommy." They didn't even make a fuss, but instead very understandingly tried to get the 2 of them together. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen had never expected such clever consideration for the 2 of them. "Yes, you 2 little smarties. Sleep well, and if you need anything, just call out for Mommy." Tang Kersen smiled fondly. Su Yuanhang, however, said to the children, "Babies, there is also a bathroom in the room, so if you need to go to the bathroom urgently, you can do it in the room. By the way, there is also a call switch by the bed, so as long as you press it, Mommy and Daddy will hear it, got it?" Chapter 28 The sound of the Bugatti Veyron Black Knight starts. "Wow, that's awesome, just like the call bell in the hospital. Dad, we'll press the call bell when we wake up." Little Ba also chimed in, saying that Mommy and Daddy will appear then. "Yes, Mommy and Daddy will be the first to appear." Tang Kersen was amused and patted the kids' heads while saying, "Go to sleep, Mommy and Daddy won't disturb you anymore." Afterwards, Su Yuanhang left the room with Tang Kersen, gently closing the door behind them. "Do you want to rest a bit longer?" Su Yuanhang asked Tang Kersen at this time. Tang Kersen had already lost her sleepiness, and shook her head and said, "I'm not sleepy, but I have to deal with a lot of things. You've been with us all day, and I guess you're exhausted too. Go back to your room and rest, and I'll wake you up when it's time." The 2 were still a bit awkward and polite at the moment, but Su Yuanhang smiled lightly and said, "If you have something to do, go ahead, I'll go downstairs and take a stroll. If you need me, just call me." "That's fine." Tang Kersen nodded. The 2 then parted ways. Tang Kersen went to her room to deal with matters related to her withdrawal from the entertainment industry. When she reached the stairs, Lin Shanshan came running down and, seeing Su Yuanhang, called out to him, "Yuanhang, where are Sister Kersen and the babies?" "Sister Kersen is in her room, and Big Treasure and Little Treasure are napping in the other room," Su Yuanhang explained. "Then why don't you keep Xin company?" Lin Shanshan came over, looked at the closed door and whispered, "With such a good opportunity to be alone, you should spend more time with Xin to foster your relationship. She's busy." Su Yuanhang laughed dumbly and said, "I don't want to intrude." "You're so stupid, why are you guys all so stubborn?" Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes and said, "It's better if you just stick with her, even if it's just while you're handling business, right? This way, you can also take the opportunity to help, and over time, your relationship will grow warmer." Although she said that, Su Yuanhang still wanted to give Tang Kersen a little personal space, and he also had things to do. There would be plenty of opportunities to spend time together in the future, there was no rush. Oh, right, Shanshan. Su Yuanhang remembered something and said to her, "Do you know what to do with Kuxian's breach of contract?" Lin Shanshan didn't hide it either, and after thinking about it, she said, "It depends on what Kuxian wants. She is determined to terminate the contract with the owner. As for the amount of compensation, it is estimated to exceed 1 billion yuan." Having said that, she looked serious. "However, I have estimated Kuxian's total assets, and I am afraid they are only about 1 billion yuan. In addition, she has to pay the breach of contract penalty to the advertising brand owner, which is estimated to be even less." "What you mean is that the liquidated damages that Xin will have to pay this time will probably bankrupt her, right?" Su Yuanhang, if he hadn't activated the system, it would be hard to imagine what to do with this astronomical amount of liquidated damages. But at this moment, hearing it still made his heart jump. 10 billion. For an ordinary family, it is such a huge fortune that I'm afraid they may not be able to earn it even if they work hard for 10 lifetimes. Even if they earn 100,000 yuan a month, they would have to go without food and drink for 800 years to earn it. Not only that, but they may also be sued in court. Lin Shanshan was also very sad about this, so I just discussed it with Tang Renxin. If possible, I will try to make up part of Xian's liquidated damages. It's not much, but I'll do my best. Su Yuanhang finally understood at this time how much Tang Kersen had to pay to reveal the secret of the child in herself. He thought to himself, "Shanshan, judging from Xian's character, I'm afraid she won't let me help, so I want to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Lin Shanshan was curious. "It's just that," Su Yuanhang explained, and Lin Shanshan was dumbfounded. "Yuanhang, Sister Xin really did give birth to the right baby for you. With you here, I'm not too worried anymore. Don't tell Sister Xin about this for now." Su Yuanhang smiled slightly and said, "I also hope that I can help a little and relieve her pressure." "No problem." Lin Shanshan gave an okay sign and said, "I'm relieved to hear that, and I promise to complete the task." "Thank you," Su Yuanhang said sincerely. "Don't be polite with me, this is what I should do." Lin Shanshan laughed. "After all, Sister Xin has been very good to me over the years, and she also introduced me to Tang Renxin." At this time, Su Yuanhang noticed the happiness that appeared on Lin Shanshan's face when she mentioned Tang Renxin, which was simply hard to hide. He knew that Lin Shanshan had really found her true love. "Forget it, let's not talk about that guy." Lin Shanshan then returned to the matter at hand. "Sister Xin is still waiting for me, I'll go in and get started." "Okay." Su Yuanhang nodded, "And I'll call you when I'm done with dinner. I've also asked Tang Renxin to help you out. He's a bit mischievous, but not a bad person at heart." Lin Shanshan added, "Oh yeah, I'll also need you to go get Uncle Chen to bring some clothes, that guy is still waiting for help with his bare bottom." "Okay, I'll take care of it." Su Yuanhang laughed. After parting with Lin Shanshan, Su Yuanhang kept thinking about the children's wish to go boating on the lake. He could hear their voices, and he wanted to make a boat for them. Before doing so, he needed to go back to his old home and pack his bags, so that he didn't run out of clothes. As soon as he got downstairs, he heard a soft shout from upstairs. His brother-in-law. Su Yuanhang looked up and saw Tang Renxin, shirtless, with a towel tied around his waist, waving at him like a crazy streaker. "What's going on?" Su Yuanhang laughed, feeling a little ridiculous. But Tang Renxin waved at him and said, "Come up here for a second." Seeing that he was in a hurry, Su Yuanhang didn't delay and went upstairs for a moment, before being pulled into the room by Tang Renxin. In a doubtful tone, Tang Renxin added, "Brother-in-law, I'm hungry. Can you get me something to eat?" Seeing his pitiful appearance, Su Yuanhang couldn't bear to say no and said, "Do you want some pastries too?" Yes. After I saw the news about my sister, I immediately wanted to come and find you." Tang Renxin was happy, so happy that he didn't even eat dinner, and now his stomach was rumbling. "I'll go downstairs and get it for you," said Su Yuanhang, and got up to leave. When he got downstairs, he took out the pastries he had made for lunch from the refrigerator. He hadn't eaten any of his share, which was just enough to tide Tang Renxin over. However, he saw Uncle Chen just arrive in the hall. After seeing Su Yuanhang, he shouted, "Master, these are the new clothes for Master Tang Renxin. Could you please hand them over to him later?" Su Yuanhang took them and smiled slightly. "No problem, thank you, Uncle Chen." Uncle Chen was probably in his early 50s, amiable and hardworking. However, he waved his hand and said, "You're welcome, Master." If there's nothing else, I'll go downstairs first. Okay. Su Yuanhang did not try to stop him and watched him leave. Afterwards, Su Yuanhang went back upstairs with the clothes and pastries and entered the room. At this time, Tang Renxin was intently holding his phone, as if sending a message. When he saw Su Yuanhang enter the door, he hurried over to take the tray from him. Looking at the exquisite pastries, Tang Renxin swallowed and said, "Brother-in-law, you are still good to me. Put this on." Su Yuanhang said, "I have things to do, I can't play with you anymore." But Tang Renxin grabbed his hand and said, "Brother-in-law, where are you going?" "I'll go with you. I'm just going home to get some clothes." Su Yuanhang said, "I still have to make boats for the babies." "Why, do you want to help?" Tang Renxin was instantly interested. "Brother-in-law, of course. Wait a minute, I'll get dressed and we'll go together." Su Yuanhang did need help building the boat, so he told him, "I'll wait for you downstairs." "Okay, I'll be right there." Tang Renxin replied, not forgetting to eat some pastries while taking his new clothes out and putting them on. Su Yuanhang went downstairs, but went into the garage to get the car. The Bugatti Veyron Night Sound was quietly parked in the garage, which was the size of a basketball court. Su Yuanhang flipped his hand, and the car key appeared in his hand. He took the car key, opened the door, and got in, starting the car as he did so. Suddenly, a roar came from the car, like a subwoofer, which was very impressive. Su Yuanhang never dreamed that he would one day be able to drive such a top-of-the-line supercar. Holding the steering wheel, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the parking garage. When he arrived back on the ground, he parked in front of the gate and waited for Tang Renxin to appear. Chapter 29 I am a member of the wealthy elite. When Tang Renxin ran downstairs after getting dressed, he saw a flashy supercar parked in front of the door, and he was so shocked that the pastry he was holding in his mouth fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and caught it immediately, so it didn't stain the floor. Afterwards, with a face full of disbelief, he walked towards Su Yuanhang in the car, and kept exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, this is a Bugatti Veyron Night, isn't it just so handsome? The billion-dollar mansion and the super-luxury car worth over $1 billion, no matter how you look at it, all show off Su Yuanhang's identity as a top local tyrant." Su Yuanhang didn't deliberately try to act cool, but just smiled faintly and said, "Get in." Tang Renxin, however, was itching to get behind the wheel. "Brother-in-law, can I drive it for a while to satisfy my urge?" He fantasized that once this car appeared on the street, it would definitely get 1000% of the attention. Young people love to show off. Su Yuanhang, however, refused. "Do you have a driving license?" "Yes." Tang Renxin said, rummaging in his pockets, but he had forgotten it at the office in his haste, and he became annoyed. "Brother-in-law, I left my license at the office, I'll just drive for a bit, should be fine, right?" "Get in the car." Su Yuanhang naturally would not take that risk. Safe driving is everyone's responsibility, and he has to obey the traffic rules too. "If you don't want to go, I can leave." "Go away." Tang Renxin settled for second best, thinking that sitting in the passenger seat would be enough to show off. After quickly getting into the car, Su Yuanhang slowly drove out of the gate by stepping on the accelerator. At this time, the gate was in automatic mode, and when it opened, the media reporters outside instantly focused their attention, as if waiting for prey to appear. However, a roar like a fierce beast sounded immediately after. Then, under the attention of the media reporters, the black knight-like Bugatti Black Sound appeared from the gate, and with a whistling sound, it drove away from under their noses. Some people who reacted could not help but exclaim in awe, "I can't be wrong, that's the Bugatti Veyron Black Sound worth over 100 million. What exactly is the background of this Su Yuanhang? So rich. I've never heard of this Su Yuanhang before, could it be a newly minted godly magnate? What are you thinking about? Hurry up and take a picture of it." "Take a picture of what?" "There's no sign of him. Maybe Tang Kersen is in the car. Go after him." Journalists had already driven out after him, but at the speed of a top-of-the-line supercar, they couldn't catch up. In the end, they could only watch Su Yuanhang drive further and further away at the traffic lights. From the rearview mirror, Su Yuanhang saw the group of journalists following him, but he easily shook them off, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Tang Renxin was even more amazed and said, "Brother-in-law, those paparazzi wanted to compete with the voice of the night for speed, they're so arrogant, ha." "It doesn't matter if they want to, I don't have any secrets for them to uncover." Su Yuanhang was indifferent. However, Tang Renxin had a different opinion and said, "Brother-in-law, you must not know, after you made your appearance at the press conference, you were so attractive, I'm afraid your popularity is now just like my sister's. If you open up your various social media accounts now, the number of followers will definitely skyrocket, believe it or not?" In this internet age, Tang Renxin does understand the ways of the world, but Su Yuanhang has the systematic god of wealth sending money, so he doesn't lack the fan effect. Not interested, Su Yuanhang said, and increased the speed to 80 miles per hour at the required speed. When driving on the road, there are always people staring at this supercar. When going to the residential area, you need to enter the city center, otherwise you have to take a detour of about 10 kilometers. Su Yuanhang felt that there was no need to do so, and drove the Bugatti Veyron in the city center in a high-profile manner. The lively neighborhood instantly became a sensation due to the appearance of the supercar Bugatti Veyron. Many passers-by couldn't help but take out their phones to take pictures. After all, this kind of car usually only exists in online videos, and it is very rare to see one in real life. Tang Renxin even opened the car window directly, enjoying the envious gazes of many girls. Su Yuanhang didn't say anything when he saw the other person gloating. He had already driven away after someone recognized Su Yuanhang. However, the rumors about his identity exploded on the internet. Su Yuanhang didn't care about this and drove the supercar to his own community. Fortunately, there weren't many young people in the community, and it wasn't a holiday, so unlike on the street, he didn't attract as much attention. After getting out of the car at this time, Su Yuanhang told Tang Renxin to stay in the car and watch the car so that it wouldn't be stolen or scratched. "It's okay, brother-in-law, leave it to me." Tang Renxin looked around and found that this community was ordinary, so he lost interest. Su Yuanhang quickly went upstairs, not taking the elevator, but walking, to avoid encountering residents asking questions. He still had a good sense of himself now that he was a celebrity. After running up the stairs on foot, Su Yuanhang stood slightly out of breath in front of the door, and unlocked it with his fingerprint again. Then, after successfully entering the house, Su Yuanhang fluently took his handbag and began to put clothes and shoes in it. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. Afterwards, he took the luggage of the cute kids and then rechecked it again and found that there was nothing to bring, so he quickly went downstairs again. After going downstairs, when he was about to get into the car and leave, Su Yuanhang was dumbfounded. For some inexplicable reason, a bunch of reporters suddenly appeared and were guarding the Bugatti Veyron sports car, interviewing and questioning Tang Renxin. Tang Renxin was miserable at this moment. "Brother-in-law, help. These reporters suddenly appeared from all over the place, it's crazy." Su Yuanhang was also a bit negligent. This group of media reporters had an even keener sense of smell than a dog. It was easy to investigate his residence in a short period of time. How could he forget that there would be no ambush here? However, he calmly walked towards the car. The reporters and media followed him, blocking his way and conducting interviews. "Mr. Su Yuanhang, what is your occupation? Why do you live in the Peach Blossom Spring? Mr. Su Yuanhang, please answer, when did you and Ms. Tang Kersen start dating? Mr. Su Yuanhang, did Ms. Tang Kersen choose to quit the entertainment industry and become a rich wife because she was attracted to your money?" Originally, Su Yuanhang did not want to answer these paparazzi's boring questions, but some of the media's inquiries directly touched on his sore spots. So he stopped directly in front of the car door, then turned to all the reporters and answered coldly, "Tang Kersen is a member of a wealthy family herself, so she doesn't need to marry into one. Please don't make groundless speculations about a person based on your own short-sightedness." "Thank you." After he finished speaking, amidst the stunned silence of the reporters, Su Yuanhang got straight into the car and started it. Boom! Seeing that the reporters and media didn't move out of the way, Su Yuanhang angrily shouted, "Get out of the way!" Chapter 30, Brother Tonzi is awesome for getting the opportunity to make a wish. Tang Renxin also felt that these people were going too far, and that they were as annoying as flies, so he shouted after them, "If you don't move out of the way, do you have any shame?" With a loud roar. Su Yuanhang saw that these people were not afraid of death, and he no longer held back, stepping on the accelerator and rushing out. Seeing that they were about to hit someone, the paparazzi finally got scared and made way for him. Su Yuanhang followed closely behind, driving out of the residential area and onto the main road towards Taoyuan. At this time, Tang Kersen called, so Su Yuanhang asked Tang Renxin to answer. "Hello, sis. Xiao Xian, where is Yuanhang?" Tang Kersen was puzzled. Since the phone was on speaker, Su Yuanhang could hear it, so he responded at this time, "Ko Xian, I'm going back to the residential area to get some clothes, I'm on my way." "Oh, okay. Tang Xian added, Yuan Hang, I'm afraid that Shan and I need to go back to the city to take care of some company matters, so you may have to take care of the kids for a while. Su Yuan Hang knew that before this, the two of them must have already negotiated terms with the talent agency, so he agreed and said, Do you want me to go with you? No, I can handle it. Tang Xian smiled and said, Yuan Hang, I'll be gone for a while, so I'll leave it to you. I'll finish things up as soon as I can and come back. Tang Xian interrupted, I'm afraid your agency won't let you off so easily, sister. Did they say how much compensation they want? Don't ask so many questions, kiddo. Tang Xian snapped back, shutting him up. Fine, don't worry about the kids, I'll take care of them. Su Yuan Hang laughed and said, Do you want me to take you to the airport? Uncle Chen will take us there. Tang Kursen wanted to face her own difficulties alone and didn't want to trouble Su Yuan Hang. In that case, Su Yuan Hang didn't say anything more, but reminded her, Don't worry about the reporters and the media, they're like a dogskin plaster that you can't get rid of. I know that. Tang Kursen laughed and said, Well, that's it for now, feel free to contact me if anything happens. Okay, bye. Su Yuan Hang nodded in response. After hanging up the phone, Tang Renxin couldn't wait to get up and said anxiously, Brother-in-law, are you really going to let my sister go alone to negotiate with those vampires? Of course not. Su Yuan Hang grinned and said, Since I already know your sister's situation, I can't just sit back and do nothing. He also remembered the system's task to personally resolve Tang Kursen's contract termination, and that was the only way to get a generous reward, which was killing two birds with one stone. Whether there is a reward or not is not that important. The main thing is that it can promote the relationship with Tang Kursen, which is the thing Su Yuan Hang cares about most. Tang Renxin immediately beamed with joy upon hearing this, Brother-in-law, I knew you wouldn't abandon my sister. I was right about you, you're really damn handsome. Ha ha ha. Enough of the flattery. Su Yuan Hang laughed, but we have to go back first, and then follow in your sister's footsteps later. Okay, let's go all out. Charge. Tang Renxin is like a child who never grows up. It's hard to imagine that such a childish guy can start a company and make a lot of money. After arriving at the Peach Blossom Spring, the media reporters disappeared. Seeing this, Su Yuan Hang realized that Tang Kursen had probably left. After entering the Peach Blossom Spring, Su Yuan Hang parked the car at the entrance and then said to Tang Renxin, You should know where your sister's company is, right? Of course. Tang Renxin said proudly. I went there a few times at the beginning, mainly to see Shan, and I even know where the hotel they stayed at is. Then there's no problem. Su Yuan Hang added, Wait here, I'll be right back. Tang Renxin was a little puzzled at this point, but he didn't care. His attention was focused on the sports car, and he even got out of the car and sat in the driver's seat, touching the steering wheel, which felt really good in his hands, and he couldn't help but want to start it up. But in the end, he held back. As for Su Yuan Hang, he quickly went upstairs to the room where the girls were. They didn't know if they had been woken up by the noise, but they all opened their eyes at the same time and stared at Su Yuan Hang. Daddy! Daddy, where's Mummy? Su Yuan Hang walked in and said, My dears, Mummy has to go to the magical city for a while to take care of some business, but Daddy will stay with you. When will Mummy be back? Dabao asked. I guess it'll only be a few days. Su Yuan Hang laughed, What's wrong, do you miss Mommy? In the past, Tang Kursen would only come home once every 10 or 15 days after leaving for work, and the children had long since gotten used to it. Now that they had Su Yuan Hang to keep them company, they wouldn't feel too lonely. But they still missed Tang Kursen and said to themselves, We'll miss Mommy. But now we have Daddy here, and we'll wait obediently for Mommy to come back. Su Yuan Hang said with a smile, Babies, I have something to ask you. What is it, Daddy? Tell us, we'll tell you everything we know, they said. Do you know where Mummy keeps the family register or your birth certificates? Su Yuan Hang asked, looking around the room. If you want to take the kids on a plane to the Magic City, then you must have one of these two things with you. The kids thought for a moment and said, Dad, I know, it's in Dabao's suitcase. Su Yuanhan's eyes lit up at this news, Really? Really? Dabao beamed, Mom gave me special instructions to keep our documents safe, and she even praised me for being the best at keeping things safe. Dabao is awesome. Su Yuanhang couldn't help but kiss the other person, and of course, he didn't forget to kiss Xiaobo as well, which made the two cute kids extremely happy. But Daddy, our luggage is at another home, we need to go back and get it, Dabao explained. Su Yuanhang, however, beamed and said, "Daddy brought it for you, it's downstairs, now I'll ask my uncle to bring it up for you." "Good, good." But Xiaobao wisely asked, "Daddy, are we going to go find Mummy?" Xiaobao is so smart, he knows what Daddy is going to do. Su Yuanhang was surprised and dialed Tang Renxin's number. When the phone rang, Tang Renxin's voice came through, "Hey, brother-in-law, what's up? Bring Xiaobao's suitcase up here for a bit," Su Yuanhang said. "Okay, I'm coming," Tang Renxin said, and hung up the phone. The Minghua were extremely excited. "Daddy, we can be with Mommy again." "Yes, aren't you happy?" Su Yuanhang said with a smile. "Very happy." Ding, the Manghua's heartfelt wish was fulfilled, and they were extremely happy to be able to meet Tang Kurson again. A 5 million cash reward. Ding, the exclusive wish list skill is activated. The current host will have one chance to make a wish, and the system can help the host fulfill it. Su Yuanhang's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. He didn't expect to be rewarded for doing nothing at the moment. He immediately checked the introduction and effects of the wish list. He discovered that it wasn't just wishful thinking, but rather choosing from the wish list listed by the system. Wish 1, receive a billion cash reward. Wish 2, the system will personally resolve the Tang Kurson termination of contract incident. After it is resolved, the host can still receive rich rewards. Wish 3, 2 amulets. Wish 4, super warrior skills. There were 4 wish lists in total. Su Yuanhang glanced at them and chose wish list 2 without thinking. Ding, congratulations, host, your wish has been granted. The Tang Kurson contract termination crisis will be handled entirely by the system on your behalf, and in the end, all the consequences will befall on you, so that you will be favored by Tang Kurson. Su Yuanhang didn't expect such a good thing to happen, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. "Brother Tongzi, you're the best." In a moment, Tang Renxin carried the luggage of the cute kids upstairs. Looking at the cute kids who had just woken up, he said to Su Yuanhang, "Brother-in-law, I just contacted Shanshan. They haven't arrived at the airport yet, and I also know the flight number. If we book the tickets right away, we should be able to take the same flight." Chapter 31. If you hear my heart, I'll reward you with 8 million yuan in cash. Before Su Yuanhang could reply, the young kids got excited. "Yes. I want to sit next to Mommy. Then I'll sit in the row with Daddy." Seeing that they were all so excited, Su Yuanhang said to Tang Renxin, "It's not too late for us to hurry over, is it?" "It's totally fine," Tang Renxin said with a smile, "but we need to leave right away." "If that's okay, I'll buy the tickets right now." "I'll pay for you," Su Yuanhang said, and was about to transfer money with his phone, but then saw Tang Renxin wave his hand and say, "Brother-in-law, although I'm not as rich as you, I can still afford the ticket. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner when we get to the Magic City," Su Yuanhang said with a smile. "No problem," Tang Renxin said, and began to order the plane tickets, naturally filling in the identity information of Su Yuanhang and the Manghua children. Su Yuanhang also found the birth certificates in the Manghua children's suitcases and filled them in one by one. However, Tang Renxin let out an expletive, "Shit. What's wrong?" Su Yuanhang was puzzled. Couldn't they be purchased? No, there are only 3 seats in first class. Tang Renxin was miserable, and one of them had to be in the regular cabin. "I'll take it." Su Yuanhang didn't mind. Although he was reluctant to sit with Lin Shanshan, Tang Renxin, in order to help Su Yuanhang and the twins, reluctantly said, "Brother-in-law, how can I do that? I'll take the regular cabin. It's only a matter of an hour or 2 anyway." He then started to make the purchase and paid a substantial amount for the tickets, without a hint of remorse. He said, "Babies, we're leaving." "Yes. We're going to fly with Mommy." Amidst the celebrations, Su Yuanhang helped the babies pack their luggage and get dressed. 10 minutes later, he hailed a Didi to the airport. As for the Bugatti Veyron at home, there was no way it could fit 4 people, so it had to be parked in the garage for now. Tang Kurson and Lin Shanshan arrived at the airport, while Uncle Chen drove off in the business car. He wasn't used to flying, so he usually drove himself to the other city. Although it was a bit tiring, he felt secure and didn't feel lightheaded like he did when he got airsick. In the first-class lounge, Tang Kurson was almost fully armed with sunglasses and a mask, and normally no one could recognize her. Moreover, there were not many people in the first-class cabin, and Lin Shanshan and she only had to wait for about an hour before they could take off. At this time, Tang Kurson was still worried about the cute babies at home, so she sent a message to Su Yuanhang again. Yuan Hang, have the babies woken up yet? They're awake. The message was almost instantly replied to, and Su Yuanhang sent another message back, saying that they were missing you. Just tell them that I'll be back in a few days, and I'll be there every day from now on, I won't go anywhere. Tang Kerson said firmly. Su Yuanhang replied, saying that they were very well behaved, and that they didn't cry or make a fuss, which was very reassuring. That's good. Tang Kerson thought for a moment and then said, Yuanhang, once I've finished what I'm doing, I'll bring the kids home to see you and your aunt and uncle. Great, I look forward to this triumphant return. Su Yuanhang replied. Tang Kerson thought of something else and said to him, Oh yes Yuanhang, I also need to trouble you to ask Xiaoxin to go back. He has been staying at your place and taking care of him, so I will talk to him about it later. Ha, he doesn't need any care, and he is even helping me out, but I will persuade him to go back. Su Yuanhang replied with a smile. While Tang Kerson and Su Yuanhang were chatting, Lin Shanshan was also busy. Kid, I'm going to the city with Xin, so don't follow us. Hurry back to work. Lin Shanshan added, If you don't make money, how are you going to marry me in the future? Tang Renxin also replied promptly, Daughter-in-law, how can you just leave me like this? You didn't even say goodbye before leaving. What am I going to do now? Scrambled eggs. Lin Shanshan's mouth curled up slightly. Be good. After I'm done with your sister, I'll spend some time with you, okay? You said it, don't go back on your word. Tang Renxin was secretly delighted. Yes, I said it, I promise. Lin Shanshan quickly typed, Also, don't get your brother-in-law into trouble, buy your own ticket back home. Did you hear that? I'll wait until I get to the Magic City before I message you again. Heh, okay. Tang Renxin looked like a cheap, mean person, and with the help of emoticons, he could make people laugh. After that, the two ended their chat, and Tang Kerson then said to her, Did you talk to Xin? Yes, but what's strange is that this little brat is acting a bit strange. He's not angry or causing trouble, but instead acting obediently, which makes me wonder if he's just going through the motions. Lin Shanshan knows Tang Renxin best, so she can't help but be suspicious. It's useless for him to cause trouble, after all, we're already at the airport. Tang Kerson laughed. Lin Shanshan thought about it and laughed alone. Yes, I hope this guy will go back honestly. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw someone tap her on the back, which scared Lin Shanshan. She turned her head sharply and saw a familiar face smiling at her. This face under the sunglasses looked like it needed a beating. Lin Shanshan looked more closely and saw Manhua and Su Yuanhang standing next to him. She was stunned and said, You guys, why are you here? Tang Kerson also turned her head at the first opportunity and heard the screams of the Menghua kids, Mommy! Dabo Bao! Tang Kerson was really startled. Then she saw Su Yuanhang appear in front of her like a magician. She couldn't believe her eyes. She said, Yuanhang, didn't you say you were at home? I didn't say I was at home. Su Yuanhang saw the two of them looking so surprised, and he laughed and said, I just said that they woke up and missed you. I thought, why not go with you to the demon capital, and then come back together again? That's right. Tang Renxin agreed, Sister, you and Lin Shanshan are so unfriendly, you didn't even tell us and just left, and you almost made us miss the plane. Lin Shanshan was shocked and happy, and of course a little angry. Tang Renxin, you just ignored what I said again, didn't you? I told you to go back, but you followed me here and made a fuss. As she spoke, she gave him a series of slaps, which made Tang Renxin grit his teeth and grimace, but he never hit her back. Ouch, honey, I just missed you so much, and now that we've just met again, you're already gone again. I don't want that. Tang Renxin said with deep affection. Honey, I've already discussed this with your brother-in-law. This time, we can't let you two women face those vampires alone. With the two of us men there, we can prevent you from being bullied. Lin Shanshan's heart warmed, and she laughed angrily, thinking, You think we're going to war and get bullied? Su Yuanhang, however, explained, Actually, it's not Xian's fault, it was my idea. Then, he looked at Tang Kerson again and smiled, Since I've become a public figure, I naturally have to accompany you to face the difficulties together. Moreover, I have a way to resolve this matter satisfactorily, and I will never let your agency take advantage of you. Ding! At this moment, Tang Kerson was very moved. Although she was still worried, having you accompany the cute kids gave her endless courage and won her 8 million in cash prizes. Su Yuanhang heard Tang Kerson's thoughts and couldn't help but grin and say, Trust me. Chapter 32, the dependence value deepens, and 120 million in cash prizes are won. Su Yuanhan's words echoed in Tang Kursen's mind. In particular, the words "trust me" were so sonorous and powerful, giving her immense confidence. At this point, there was no reason for her and Lin Shanshan to refuse to set off together to the demon capital. Okay, I trust you, Tang Kursen said with a delighted smile. Ding! At this moment, Tang Kursen inexplicably felt happiness in her heart. She had never felt so grounded. The system prompt echoed in Su Yuanhan's mind. He could hear it, so his heart followed suit and became happy. The system's prompt echoed in Su Yuanhan's mind. He could hear it, so his heart followed and he became happy. But the next second, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Tang Kursen's dependence on the host has increased, please check for yourself. Ding! Due to the increase in dependence, congratulations to the host on receiving a 120 million cash reward. Su Yuanhang was stunned after hearing this, and his heart was even more surprised. 120 million in cash, is that for real? He immediately checked his account balance through the system panel, and the result showed that it had been transferred to his bank card. The remaining balance was 348,614,589.63 yuan. Looking at the dependency value again, it had climbed to 24 points without him knowing it. Although the two had little communication and spent very little time together, Tang Kuxin could see in her eyes all the things Su Yuanhang had done for her without saying a word. Naturally, the dependency value would continue to rise. This is a good thing for Su Yuanhang. With over 300 million in cash in his hands, Su Yuanhang feels like his life is about to reach its peak. There are probably not many people in the country or even the world who can come up with this kind of cash at once. He thinks to himself. Tang Rinxin seizes the opportunity and says to the angry Lin Shanshan, "Honey, listen, my sister has agreed to go with us, so don't be mad anymore. Besides, I also want to surprise you. No, since we're here already, let's just consider it a trip to the Magic City with you." Lin Shanshan snorted, "You're just thinking about having fun. We're here to get things done, so just don't cause any trouble." "I promise." Tang Rinxin raised 3 fingers and vowed. "Fine, I won't fall for that." Lin Shanshan said this, but the smile on her face didn't lie. The kids were also overjoyed, and they said to their father, "Daddy, this is the first time we've flown with you. In the past, it was always Mommy who flew with us, but now that you're here, we can sit in the same row as you." Su Yuanhang and Tang Kursen exchanged a glance, and both had a faint smile on their faces. "From now on, Daddy will often fly with you, and we can go wherever you want, okay?" "Yes," the cute kids said happily. Tang Rinxin, however, said with a bitter smile, "Sis, and Shan, I'm afraid I won't be able to sit with you." "Why?" The two were puzzled. "The first-class cabin is sold out, so I can only sit in the regular cabin." Tang Rinxin was helpless. This is something that can't be helped. Although Lin Shanshan felt a bit of regret, she still comforted, "Regular cabin is regular cabin, we'll be off the plane in an hour or two anyway." "Hey, that's what I was thinking." Tang Rinxin became excited again, "But have you booked a hotel yet?" "No, Uncle Chen has already chosen one for us," Tang Kursen explained. Ding! Lucky star activated. Suddenly, Su Yuanhang heard the sound effect for a passive skill he had previously obtained. Seeing that there were no other prompts, he was puzzled, but then he saw Tang Rinxin holding his phone and becoming excited again. Everyone looked at him, and they saw Tang Rinxin jumping for joy. Someone had refunded the first-class ticket, and I was upgraded directly. Ha! I can also fly first class. Among them, Lin Shanshan was the happiest. Su Yuanhang also finally understood the meaning of the lucky star being activated. With good luck coming his way, even Tang Rinxin was able to enjoy this good fortune. In a happy atmosphere, boarding time arrived, and Su Yuanhang and the others were able to board early. The first-class check-in counter was also set up separately, with priority check-in and checked baggage. After passing through security, the group entered the first-class cabin one after the other. In addition to their group, there were naturally other first-class passengers. Some people recognized Su Yuanhang, and then looked at the cute kids with Lin Shanshan and Tang Kursen with sunglasses and a mask, and immediately guessed their identities. After taking their seats, a pretty girl next to them became excited and asked, "Excuse me, are you Tang Kursen?" Although she didn't want to admit it, since she had been recognized, Tang Kursen still politely responded, "Yes." "Wow, it really is Sister Xin, may I ask for your autograph? My boyfriend and I are both your fans." The pretty girl became excited and her hands were shaking. Although she had also read the news about Tang Kursen on the internet, she didn't think it was a big deal. She dislikes Tang Kursan's songs and work. Okay. Tang Kursan also smiled politely, and then in the nervousness of Su Yuanhang and the others, she took the female fan's designer bag and couldn't help but confirm, really sign here? Yes, sign on the bag. The female fan was full of smiles and excitement. After Tang Kursan signed her name, the female fan gave her a cheering hand sign. Go, Sister Xan, we will always support you, and I hope you don't quit the industry. Her boyfriend added, Sister Xin, ignore those internet trolls. You're the best, come on. Tang Kursan was moved and thanked them. Thank you for your support. I'm a fan of yours too, Sister Xin. A middle-aged man with glasses and a suit suddenly turned his head and looked at Tang Kursan, saying hello, can I have your autograph? Yes. Tang Kursan never expected to meet all her hardcore fans on this flight, and she began a busy signing tour. Su Yuanhang sat next to her, each taking care of a cute baby. Watching her sign for 3 or 4 fans, he couldn't help but smile. At this time, the passive skill Lucky Star was still active, indicating that the journey would become very pleasant and harmonious. After signing, these fans looked at Su Yuanhang again and praised the cute babies. The babies responded enthusiastically, thanking the uncles and aunts for their praise. Fortunately, the fans did not disturb Tang Kursan's family again. This allowed everyone to rest in peace. This was the first time Su Yuanhang had sat in first class and enjoyed the ultimate service. This experience of the rich was still very good. Along the way, Su Yuanhang kept the cute kids company, laughing and chatting with them. Sometimes he looked out the window, and other times he chatted with Tang Kursan. As for Tang Renxin, he sat with Lin Shanshan, and they were extremely sweet with one another. At this time, the plane encountered turbulence on the way, and De Bao began to get scared. De Bao, the plane is shaking, will it fall? Chapter 33, a reward in the form of a Rolls-Royce extended version, to show off when you travel. At the moment, the plane was shaking quite a lot, but Su Yuanhang knew that air transport was currently the safest mode of transport in the world. So he wasn't affected too much and said, baby, don't be afraid. This is just the plane encountering strong air currents, just like when the wind blows your hair. Although your hair will mess up, it won't break. The same goes for the plane, so it's very safe and won't fall. Dad, Mom used to tell me the same thing. You two are saying exactly the same thing. Big Bao suddenly said with a smile. This surprised Su Yuanhang. After all, the analogy was complete nonsense. After looking at Tang Kursan's eyes, he saw that she was also surprised, and Su Yuanhang knew that Big Bao wasn't lying. Fortunately, the turbulence didn't last long and returned to normal, and the kids naturally relaxed. On the plane, there were a lot of people, and Su Yuanhang and Tang Kursan did not interact much. After playing for a while, the kids ate something and fell asleep. Even Su Yuanhang felt sleepy and fell asleep without knowing it. It wasn't until he felt the vibration of the plane landing that Su Yuanhang opened his eyes, and then he saw that De Bao also opened his eyes hazily. Then, Tang Kursan's laughter came, you're awake. I fell asleep. Su Yuanhang said apologetically, has the plane landed? Tang Kursan also saw that Su Yuanhang was a little tired, so she didn't want to wake him up. She nodded and said, we just landed. Brother-in-law, you slept so soundly, huh? Tang Renxin's laughter also came from the back row, and I was worried that you would snore. You think you're like you? Lin Shanshan couldn't help but complain. Tang Renxin laughed sheepishly, so that's why I didn't sleep. Dad, I'm awake too, hee hee. De Bao sat with Su Yuanhang and said with a smile. Su Yuanhang looked at the corner of her mouth and took a napkin to wipe her drool, laughing, did you dream of something delicious? No. De Bao shook her head and said, I just dreamed that Dad and Mom took me boating, and then I was shaken awake. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kursan smiled at each other. Afterwards, when the plane came to a halt, first-class passengers could leave first. Su Yuanhang hugged De Bao, Tang Kursan hugged Xiaobao, and they left the airport together with Tang Renxin and Lin Shanshan. At this time, Uncle Chen was still on the highway and had no time to pick them up, but this did not affect their trip. They called 2 taxis directly at the airport entrance. The cute kids sat together with Su Yuanhang, and she and Lin Shanshan sat in one of them and went to the hotel. Su Yuanhang was in the car, and just being with the funny guy Tang Renxin was never lacking in atmosphere. Of course, the cute kids were also making faces on the side, which made Su Yuanhang's mood much happier. The group arrived safely at the 5-star hotel, and Lin Shanshan then led the way to the front desk. After presenting their ID documents, the group successfully checked in. Although it wasn't a presidential suite, it was a luxury suite. Su Yuanhang had a single room, while Tang Kersen and the children had one room, and Tang Renshan and Lin Shanshan had the other room. Su Yuanhang didn't mind, and Tang Renshan even felt that the arrangement was reasonable. After settling in, Tang Renshan went to the door of Su Yuanhang's room and knocked. When he opened the door, there were lipstick stains on the other person's face, but he said very contentedly, "Brother-in-law, we need to get ready to go to dinner." "Where's your sister?" Su Yuanhang asked. "They stayed in the hotel." Tang Renshin said, "It's easy to be recognized if we go out now, and that could be a problem." Su Yuanhang could see the boy's careful thoughts, "But your sister and Shanshan were going to let you order the food, weren't they?" Seeing that his thoughts had been read, Tang Renshin was not at all embarrassed, but instead put his arm around Su Yuanhang's shoulder and said, "Brother-in-law, can you bear to see me order so many dishes by myself? Why not take away?" Su Yuanhang was puzzled. Tang Renshin also said with a depressed tone, "Shanshan said that the dishes at that restaurant are the dishes that my sister orders every time she comes to the devil's capital, and the babies all like them, except that they don't deliver, so I have to go there myself." "What dishes?" Su Yuanhang was curious. "Brother-in-law, we'll know once we go." Tang Renshin became enthusiastic, and while walking with Su Yuanhang, he said, "Oh yes, brother-in-law, have you been to the devil's capital?" Su Yuanhang shook his head and said, "No." Tang Renshin was shocked. "Brother-in-law, no way, you're so rich, but you've never been to the devil's capital, you're so outdated." Su Yuanhang, however, wondered if he should say, "Do rich people have to come to the devil's capital? I think other cities are pretty good." "No, it's just that the devil's capital is such a prosperous city, you have to come here at least once." Tang Renshin added, "Right, since you've never been here before, I'll take you on a good tour this time. The nightlife here is very rich, and you can see luxury cars everywhere. Of course, it's nowhere near as good as your brother-in-law's Black Night Sound, but unfortunately there's no way to deliver it here, otherwise we could blast the streets right now." Su Yuanhang was afraid that he would be unable to fulfill his dream. However, he had to admit that the night market in Shanghai was indeed rich and colorful. Su Yuanhang was staying in a relatively good location, so from the hotel he could see the Oriental Pearl Tower, standing not far away, shining brightly. Ding! At this moment, the voice of the host is heard. "Having a means of transport for convenient travel will get you a supercar, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended version." Ding! In order to give the host the ultimate life experience, this time the host is also provided with a driver. "Please go to the hotel entrance and enjoy your distinguished life." As soon as the prompt tone fell, Su Yuanhang couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. As the two of them were just leaving the hotel, a well-dressed man in a suit walked up and respectfully called out, "Mr. Su, please get in the car." This took Tang Renshin by surprise. Looking at the driver's position, he saw that he was standing next to the door of an extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, smiling and welcoming them. "Sister-in-law, this is your chauffeur?" Tang Renshin was so surprised that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Su Yuanhang couldn't hide it either, so he nonchalantly said, "Is there a problem?" With that, he got into the car, feeling the extreme spaciousness of the car's interior. The extended version was really something. The interior of a top-class car is just magnificent, and Su Yuanhang couldn't help but feel that the life of the rich is so simple and unadorned. After Tang Renshin got in, he enjoyed the envious looks of passers-by, and he too became giddy. "Oh wow, this is really cool, ah." Su Yuanhang, however, smiled faintly and said, "It is pretty cool. Brother-in-law, didn't you say you've never been to the Magic City before? Then what's the deal with this car and the chauffeur?" Tang Renshin couldn't figure it out. Money can move mountains. If there was no energy for that, how could he be your brother-in-law? Su Yuanhang could only explain in an alternative way to distract the other person's attention. Tang Renshin's face was full of joy, and indeed his attention was distracted. He kept praising, "Brother-in-law, you are simply amazing. I have seen this extended version of the Rolls-Royce before, and I don't think it can be bought for less than 25 million. Oh yeah, I need to take a picture of Shanshan and let her guess where we are, ha." Tang Renshin was extremely happy, and after telling the driver where he wanted to go, he pulled out his phone and started posing for the photo. After sending the photo, he beamed again, "Honey, guess where I am with my brother-in-law?" Chapter 34 Brother-in-law, you are my idol. Lin Shanshan quickly sent a message, "If you have something to say, just say it." Su Yuanhang accidentally saw the message he sent and couldn't help but hold back a smile when he saw Lin Shanshan's reply. Tang Renshin, on the other hand, was thick-skinned and not embarrassed at all. He stopped beating around the bush and said, "My brother-in-law and I are in a Rolls-Royce extended version." "Isn't that awesome?" Lin Shanshan sent an expression of rolling her eyes and said, "Suck it." Shanshan, you still don't believe it? Tang Renxin was helpless, but still endured his patience and said, "Look at the starry sky ceiling and then look at the interior decoration of the car, how can I lie to you?" He tapped the video, narrated while recording, and then sent it. A moment later, Lin Shanshan sent another message, also in voice mode, but her words revealed surprise. "I'm going. Where did you rent this Rolls-Royce from? You really don't think money is money? Do you need a limo to take you to buy lunch?" Tang Renxin, however, said with a smile, "Daughter-in-law, this isn't rented, we're not that uncouth." Then he continued, "This is my brother-in-law's car. I feel incredible too. My brother-in-law is really awesome, and he has a dedicated driver, ha. At this time, Lin Shanshan sent a video directly, and Tang Renxin answered it in seconds, and then he saw Lin Shanshan's face in the video. "Let Su Yuanhang answer it," Lin Shanshan said. Tang Renxin handed the phone to Su Yuanhang, and then said, "Shanshan, you still don't believe it? I only believe your brother-in-law." Lin Shanshan said, looking at Su Yuanhang and asking, "Yuanhang, is what Tang Renxin said true?" Su Yuanhang smiled slightly and said, "It's true. I bought this car specifically for us to use when we travel." "I'll be damned, this guy Xin didn't lie to me." Lin Shanshan was shocked. It was really one surprise after another that Su Yuanhang had brought them, and they had not been able to adapt at all. Even Tang Kurson was listening intently on the side, and at this moment her inner feelings were that Su Yuanhang was even richer than she had imagined. A few thousand car, a few $100 million house, it seems like he can just casually get it. He makes more money than a celebrity like her, it's inhuman. "We'll be back soon," Su Yuanhang added, "you just wait in the hotel for food, and let me know if there are any other items you need to buy. For the time being, there aren't any." Tang Kurson also appeared in the camera and replied to Su Yuanhang. Lin Shanshan, however, shouted at Tang Renxin, "Yuanhang, tell Xiaoxin to bring me a pack of nighttime sanitary napkins, I'm on my period." This voice was like a bolt from the blue, which exploded in Tang Renxin's mind. He was miserable. "Wife, come on, how come your period always comes when I show up? What, is it still my fault?" Lin Shanshan coldly said, "Also, don't buy me cold drinks, they give me a stomachache." Yes, my little princess." After Tang Renxin finished speaking, Lin Shanshan hung up the phone. Afterwards, Su Yuanhang saw Tang Renxin sitting in the car, depressed and sullen. It was obvious that his long-awaited spring night was going to be ruined. "Xiao Xin, let me ask you a question." Su Yuanhang saw that there was still a little while before they reached the place, so he started chatting with Tang Renxin. "Brother-in-law, you don't need to comfort me, I know what you're going to say." Tang Renxin leaned his head against the window and reached out to feel the wind speed. Suddenly, he felt like crying. Su Yuanhang, however, laughed and said, "Xiao Xin, what do you like about Lin Shanshan? She's 4 or 5 years older than you, isn't she?" Tang Renxin looked back at Su Yuanhang and said very seriously, "Brother-in-law, the two of us are kindred spirits. I like her thoughtfulness and the fact that she only has my best interests at heart. Maybe she's been hitting on me or scolding me all day, but I know that she really cares about me, just like my sister does. There's a difference, but it's not like lovers. If that's the case, why are you sad?" Su Yuanhang knows that as a man, sometimes when you're with someone you like, it's hard to avoid the desire for intimacy, but he still wants to comfort him. "Now that you're together, is it really not as good as a night of passion? Brother-in-law, how did you and my sister manage it in the first place?" But Tang Renxin did not expect this, and he asked back, adding, "It's because love is strong when it's deep." Speaking of which, Tang Renxin bitterly broke down into tears, not tears of sadness. "So brother-in-law, you can't imagine, Lin Shan and I have been in love for 3 years, and now I'm still a virgin. If my friends and classmates knew, they would die of laughter." At this, Su Yuanhang froze. He never would have guessed that Tang Renxin was still a virgin. Seeing how intimate he was with Lin Shanshan, he thought the two had already had sex. Now, Su Yuanhang didn't know how to comfort the other person. "Well, Xin, don't be sad, we've made it through the past 3 years, what's a few more days?" "Sigh, brother-in-law, my heart aches." Tang Renxin tore up inside. "I was thinking of taking advantage of the opportunity tonight to share a room with Shanshan, but it seems I'm not worthy of love." Along the way, Su Yuanhang was comforting Tang Renxin, but this guy had a strong ability to heal himself, and in no time he became carefree again. Then, with leisure and elegance, he asked Su Yuanhang about his relationship with Tang Kurson. But Su Yuanhang still finds it hard to believe when he thinks about it. Brother-in-law, I've been watching you and my sister, and all day long, you two have had very little interaction. It's as if Tang Renxin thought for a moment, and then continued with an analogy. You are like the most familiar of strangers, and it's nothing like the unrestrained relationship I have with Shanshan. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is a huge gap in their relationship, and it's obvious that over the years, Tang Kersen has never told Tang Renxin about what happened between the two of them. Su Yuanhang admitted, actually, my encounter with your sister was just an accident. An accident? Could it have been a beautiful encounter? Tang Renxin smiled and said, my sister was drunk, you were drunk, and then the babies came? You could say that. Su Yuanhang had nothing to hide, and said bluntly, so when your sister disappeared, the next time I heard from her was on music platforms and short videos. That's when I learned that she had become a star. Nima Tang Renxin was shocked to hear this. This is even more melodramatic than a TV drama. If it hadn't happened to my sister and you, I would never believe it. No wonder, when I asked my sister about your whereabouts at the time, she always evaded and gave me an excuse. So there was such a story between you two. Gee, saving a beauty brother-in-law, you are my idol. Chapter 35 Brother-in-law, you are simply the perfect man. Tang Kersen and Mengwa's favorite restaurant food was actually on the bund, and the pan-fried buns were a must-order. After Su Yuanhang and Tang Renxin arrived at the bund, the Rolls-Royce extended Phantom immediately attracted the attention of many tourists, and the rate of return was very high. Although luxury cars could be seen everywhere on the bund, such as Ferraris, Lamborghinis and other top supercars, it was not common to see an extended version of a top luxury car. Internet celebrities could be seen filming videos everywhere. However, Su Yuanhang was not interested in any of this. He put on a mask and got out of the car with Tang Renxin on the street. The driver went to park the car and wait. The appearance of these two men did not cause much of a stir, and they were happy with that. They started to wander around, walking towards their destination. Boss, 5 fried buns with vinegar. Tang Renxin, on the other hand, stood in front of the shop and ordered as if he were a regular customer. Later, while waiting, he suddenly pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Su Yuanhang with a smile, saying, brother-in-law, want one? Su Yuanhang was surprised. He didn't think that Tang Renxin, who had been pent up all day, would actually smoke. But he didn't stop him, and instead waved his hand and said, I don't smoke. Brother-in-law, do you drink? Tang Renxin asked curiously, while he stuffed a lit cigarette into his mouth. He looked skilled at it, puffing away. It seemed that he had been smoking for some years. Occasionally. Su Yuanhang rarely touches alcohol or tobacco. On the one hand, it costs money, and on the other hand, it's not good for your health. This industry is a high-risk industry that requires you to face the computer all day, which is very taxing on the body. So he maintains good physical health and does some exercise at home every day. So over the years, not only has he not gained weight, but he has maintained a very good figure and even developed abs. Brother-in-law, you are just too perfect. Tang Renxin laughed, no smoking or drinking, you are a perfect man. No wonder my sister, such a perfect woman, is willing to bear your children. Su Yuanhang. To change the subject, Su Yuanhang asked, so you smoke, do your sister and Lin Shanshan know? Yes. Tang Renxin exhaled a smoke ring and then looked around and whispered, but brother-in-law, they know, but they can't tell him I smoke. Su Yuanhang knew that this idiot had not smoked all day, but was smoking a cigarette when there were only the two of them, obviously hiding it from them. Okay, I won't tell. Su Yuanhang is also very loyal, and he said with a smile, but smoke less, and you smell of smoke too much, people who don't smoke can smell it right away. Don't worry, I brought some chewing gum, and I'll drink something and eat something later to cover it up. Tang Renxin obviously has experience in this area, and he said nonchalantly, but you must keep my secret, otherwise I'm afraid I'll have to sleep on the street tonight. Have you ever thought about quitting smoking? Su Yuanhang used to smoke in college, but he wasn't addicted to it and it was easy to quit. I've thought about it, but it's not just the pressure of schoolwork, I also run a company and do programming. I'm lucky if I don't lose any hair right now. If I quit smoking, I don't think I'll have any hair in a few years. Tang Renxin sounded particularly sad. However, he can understand that the current social employment environment is very cruel, and it is not easy to find a dream job. Even if you start your own company, you are still living in a precarious situation, and everyone is in danger. It can be said that contemporary people have become particularly competitive, which has also created immense pressure on the younger generation. Before Su Yuanhang, relying on writing seemed to be a free and easy job, but it can be agonizing to think of the plot for the whole day. There are champions in every trade, but it is difficult to get along with each other, and it is rare for the minority to get the rewards. Your pan-fried buns are ready. A waiter handed over the packed food. Su Yuanhang politely said thank you after receiving it, and then the two of them went to a new place. Su Yuanhang was naturally unfamiliar with this area, but Tang Renchen was familiar with it. They went to a new food store again, picked up their phones to scan the QR code to pay, and then said skillfully, "Boss, give me stir-fried spare ribs with rice cake and crispy young pigeon." After ordering, Tang Renchen explained to Su Yuanhang, "This is what Shan Shan likes to eat." Of course, babies can't eat spare ribs and rice cakes. Their stomachs and intestines are not good, and they can easily skip meals, especially at night. Things like this glutinous rice and eggs and burgers, they can't eat. Su Yuanhang didn't realize that the cute kids had problems in this area. After secretly making a note, he thought to himself, Xiao Xin, what do they like to eat? You can have foie gras with emerald grass and chocolate lava cake. Tang Renchen is very familiar with the names, and as for my sister, in addition to the must-have pan-fried dumplings, she also likes red rice with vegetarian rice rolls. But don't tell anyone, the texture is very rich, and the nutrition is balanced, which helps digestion and detoxification. This time, Su Yuanhang felt that it was a wise choice to order with Tang Renchen. He was like his own expert food guide, and after jotting down all the foods that Tang Kersen and the children liked or couldn't eat, they went and bought everything. Then, Tang Renchen took Su Yuanhang to another restaurant and ordered the most famous dish on the bund, the Wellington steak dinner, for a total of 3 servings for 6 people. There was also fried rice and seafood soup, a veritable harvest of delicacies. Just as the two of them were returning home laden with their purchases, someone suddenly recognized Su Yuanhang under his mask. "You're Tang Kersen's fiancé." At this time, there were news reports about the two of them all over the world, so under the influence of Tang Kersen, Su Yuanhang also became famous. "Sorry, you've got the wrong person." Su Yuanhang waved his hand directly and was about to pull Tang Renchen away, but he was blocked. "You are Tang Kersen's fiancé Su Yuanhang, right?" The group of girls who suddenly appeared numbered 6 in total. One of the girls became excited and said, "Su Yuanhang, brother, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to cause trouble." Su Yuanhang could only stop in his tracks and looked at this ordinary girl and asked, "May I ask what you want?" But the girl's eyes began to fill with tears, and she looked as if she was too excited to speak. Trembling, she said, "Brother Su, my friends and I really like Sister Xinshin. I just hope that after you meet her, you can ask her not to retire from the show. I am Xinshin's professional group leader, and I manage her fan groups for her. This is my friend, who is also the deputy group leader of Xinshin's hundreds of fan groups." The girl began to introduce herself. Now that the fans have heard that Xinshin is retiring from show business, they are all in an uproar. "We don't blame her for hiding the fact that she is pregnant with your baby. We really like her, we like her singing and acting, so..." As she said this, the girl burst into tears. The other girls also had red eyes and said, "Brother Su, please be sure to tell Sister Xinshin that all of us fans are silently supporting her. We will protect her as we always have, and we will also protect the little munchkin." Chapter 36, Unbelievable. Su Yuanhang had been following Tang Kersen for a while, and even the only thing he followed on TikTok was her. He also understood that Tang Kersen's fans were generally kind and would not start trouble for no reason, and their overall quality was very high. After learning more, these girls, the oldest is 26 or 27 years old, and the youngest is still in college, but is the administrator of the Shanghai fan club. They will contribute to any event promotion, and even raise their own private funds to provide logistical support. He saw that everyone was full of reluctance, but this was not something Su Yuanhang could control, so he could only comfort them. "Maybe Sister Xin has her own thoughts, but I believe she will not leave everyone's field of vision. Instead, she will reappear in another form. Everyone just needs to wait patiently. Brother Su, can I add your contact information?" A girl said with a look of expectation, "We can't contact Sister Xin or Sister Shanshan directly. We contacted the company team before, but they didn't respond to any of our messages. We want to let everyone know if Sister Xin has any problems, so that we can figure out a way to get through it together." Su Yuanhang glanced at Tang Renchen and thought to himself, why not contact him? This is Sister Xin's brother, and he's usually notified when there's something going on. Tang Renchen was surprised. "Not brother-in-law, I." Before he could finish, Su Yuanhang stopped him and laughed, saying, "Just scan each other's QR codes and you'll be able to contact him whenever you want." "Oh, okay." The girl took out her phone and, against Tang Rinxin's will, successfully added him. At this point, the girls left contentedly. Tang Rinxin, however, looked worried and said, "Brother-in-law, you're getting me into trouble. You heard how sincere they were in thinking of your sister's best interests. What's wrong with adding them on WeChat?" Su Yuanhang walked towards the Rolls-Royce with a large bag of things, but a sly smile on his face. "Brother-in-law, if Shan finds out that I've added other girls' WeChat, I'll be in big trouble." Tang Rinxin was miserable. Su Yuanhang, however, put a hand on his shoulder and laughed, "Just say you're a fan. If she misunderstands, I'll explain to her again. Don't worry, Shan won't be that petty." As it was, Tang Rinxin could only walk depressedly towards the car. At this moment, the driver saw it and came down to help carry the things. At this time, the extended version of the luxury car was on the roadside, very eye-catching, and many people were even taking pictures with their phones. Su Yuanhang and Tang Rinxin, however, were used to it. After getting in, they slowly drove out of the bund as the driver started the car. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Tang Rinxin directly opened the bag and started eating, obviously very hungry. "Brother-in-law, you have one too." Tang Rinxin picked up the pan-fried bun and ate it with a mouthful of oily food. "I'm not hungry yet." Su Yuanhang, however, smiled at him and said, "Xiao Xian, doesn't your sister have a house in Shanghai? Why are you staying in a hotel?" "Normally, my sister does go home, but there are so many people and so many eyes right now, I guess the villa is surrounded by paparazzi, so they'll choose to stay in a hotel." Tang Rinxin obviously knew all about this and said without hesitation, "Brother-in-law, you really aren't eating?" Su Yuanhang understood and took a steamed bun and started eating. The juice burst in his mouth, and the texture was very good. The bottom was thin and the skin was loose, the meat was tight and sweet, especially the shrimp and fresh meat double mixed steamed bun. Each steamed bun contained a whole shrimp, the texture was distinct and left a lasting impression. Tang Rinxin saw Su Yuanhang eating with relish and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, this is the only place where you can find delicious De Hu Chun Xing Jianbao. It's also a time-honored restaurant known for its traditional production methods and unique flavors. As you can see, anyone who comes to the bund will definitely want to give it a try." Su Yuanhang, who possessed the skills of a god of cooking, just smiled and said, "The taste is indeed good, but I can make it too." His taste buds, thanks to his culinary skills, can taste the essence of any food, and can tell what ingredients are used in the secret recipes. But Tang Rinxin couldn't believe it when he heard, "Brother-in-law, you're just blowing your own horn." "I made the pastries you ate this afternoon myself," said Su Yuanhang with a smile. "What, you made those exquisite pastries?" Tang Rinxin was still full after eating them, and said, "Wow, brother-in-law, you can cook. If I get the chance, I'll have to try them again." "There will be a chance," Su Yuanhang said, and then told him, "Try another steamed bun with a different flavor." "Haha, I told you they were delicious, right?" Tang Rinxin found another flavor, and the two of them, eating and drinking, happily returned to the hotel in a pleasant atmosphere. The driver was so hungry from the delicious smell in the car that his stomach started rumbling. When they arrived at the hotel lobby, the driver got out of the car first and opened the door for Su Yuanhang. Then he respectfully said, "Mr. Su, if you need a car, just let me know." "Okay," Su Yuanhang nodded, and then said to Tang Rinxin, "Do you have any cash? Lend me some." "Yes." Tang Rinxin took out his wallet and said, "Brother-in-law, how much do you need?" 300 yuan. Su Yuanhang laughed and said, "A tip for the driver." "Okay." Tang Rinxin didn't feel it was a big deal and handed it to the driver, saying, "My brother-in-law gave it to you." The driver was also overjoyed to receive the 300 yuan and said even more respectfully, "Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, boss." Su Yuanhang and Tang Rinxin then turned and entered the hotel, then took the elevator and waited for it to arrive at their floor. At this time, when they were alone, Su Yuanhang took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to the other person, including the plane ticket, dinner, and the 300 yuan in cash he had just lent him. Then he said to Tang Rinxin, "I transferred some money to you, please accept it." "Brother-in-law, what are you being polite for? I have it." Tang Rinxin said nonchalantly, "During my time at university, I also worked hard to earn money. Although I'm not as wealthy as you, I have some assets. Keep it, I can't always let a junior spend money." Su Yuanhang laughed and said, "By the way, I also want to ask you for a favor." "Brother-in-law, what is it? Just tell me, don't hold back." Tang Rinxin said generously. "You're studying and working in the capital, right? When you go back there, take some time to help me look at a good property. Maybe you'll have somewhere to stay if you have the chance to travel to the capital or deal with things in the future. Su Yuanhang considered the matter thoroughly. Tang Renxin was surprised. Brother-in-law, you want to buy a house in the capital? Although it's not possible without tens of millions of yuan. Just help me look at it, you don't have to buy it now. Su Yuanhang added, the price is about 200 million yuan. Tang Renxin suddenly fell silent, as if his whole body had been frozen. Su Yuanhang laughed dumbly and said, what, is there a problem? No problem. Tang Renxin fully experienced what it meant to be at the bottom of the social ladder. Brother-in-law, I'll ask around for you and find out more. Thanks. Su Yuanhang laughed. At this time, the elevator door opened, and Su Yuanhang walked out with him. As he was about to head towards Tang Kerson's room, he suddenly heard the system's prompt, ding, wishlist result processing is complete, please check by yourself, and the contract termination incident of Tang Kerson will be perfectly resolved through the hands of the host. Please ask for more updates and free gifts, thank you. If there are more gifts, I will add more updates. Chapter 37, rewarded with bonus skills and cash for feeding the cute baby. Su Yuanhang was a little surprised. He checked the processing result given by the system. When he learned the result, Su Yuanhang's footsteps suddenly paused. Tang Renxin noticed that Su Yuanhang was staying in place and curiously took 2 steps back and asked, brother-in-law, what's wrong? Nothing. Su Yuanhang came back to his senses and grinned at him and said, let's go, they must be starving too. Okay. Tang Renxin didn't think much of it either, and carrying a large pile of food, he knocked on Tang Kerson's door. Soon, the voice of a cute child rang out, Daddy, it's Daddy coming back. However, it was Lin Shanshan who opened the door, and after seeing Tang Renxin, she said, if you don't come back soon, we're going to starve to death. I'm still going to buy your favorite food. Tang Renxin smiled and said, I also took my brother-in-law for a stroll along the bund. Su Yuanhang followed and walked in, looking at Tang Kuxian who was still talking on the balcony with someone, and said with a smile, she's still busy? Well, the company is starting to put pressure on us, and we are also preparing the corresponding materials to deal with it. Lin Shanshan explained, Sister Xian is ready to compromise and has agreed to pay 1 billion in liquidated damages, but it seems that the company is not willing to do so. 1 billion. Tang Renxin was dumbfounded after hearing this, and these vampires still refused to agree, so let's just let the court decide. The children surrounded Su Yuanhang and said pitifully, Daddy, Mummy doesn't look very happy. Can you go talk to her for me? Su Yuanhang patted the children on the head as he placed the takeaway on the table and said, okay, Daddy will go talk to Mummy. You guys eat first, Mummy and I will come in and eat later. Okay. Daddy, hurry up with Mummy then. Su Yuanhang nodded, then waved at Lin Shanshan to let her take the young kids to eat first, while he went to the balcony and saw Tang Kerson just putting her phone down. Seeing her frowning, but hearing her thoughts, Su Yuanhang laughed and said, are you preparing to sue the company? Well, they don't agree to the 1 billion compensation. Tang Kerson was very helpless. This termination of contract storm might not end so quickly. So they discussed going to the company tomorrow to talk about it in detail. If that doesn't work, they would have to go through the process. Don't think so much, everything will be fine. Su Yuanhang comforted, come in and eat first, we'll deal with things after we eat. Tang Kerson could feel Su Yuanhang's concern. She smiled lightly and said, okay. Then the two of them walked into the house together, and all the food had been set out on the table. The children grabbed the fried buns and started eating. When they saw them come in, they all ran over happily and shouted, Daddy, Mummy, come and eat. Mummy, Daddy bought your favorite fried buns. The smile on the baby's face was so soothing that it made Tang Kuxian's worries fade a little. She smiled and responded, okay, Mommy will eat it too. Mommy, I'll get you one and I'll feed you, hee hee. De Bao's behavior was very touching as he handed Tang Kuxian the pan-fried bun, which was almost as big as her little hand. Tang Kuxian crouched slightly, then opened her mouth and let De Bao pass the pan-fried bun to her mouth. She took a bite and held it in her hand. It still tasted like the pan-fried buns she remembered, and she always thought they tasted similar to the ones her mother made, which is why she loved them. It's delicious. Tang Kerson's mood improved a lot. Daddy, I'll feed you too. Xiaobao also took one and held out her little hand to Su Yuanhang. However, due to the height difference, her little hand could only reach Su Yuanhang's chest. Daddy, here you go. Su Yuanhang was very heartwarming. He crouched down and then picked up Xiaobao, so that Xiaobao could stuff the pan-fried bun into his mouth. After swallowing the pan-fried bun in one bite, the rich soup exploded in his mouth, which was simply a treat. It was as if all the delicious flavors were stimulating his taste buds at the same time, making him feel happy. He had eaten 2 pan-fried buns, but found that it tasted even better when the toddlers fed them to him. "Daddy, your mouth is so big, hee." Xiao Bao was mesmerized and giggled. Su Yuanhang said indistinctly, "Wow, are you afraid that Ba Ba will eat you in one bite?" "Kiki, I'm not afraid Ba Ba won't eat me." "Yuanhang, sit down and eat with Bao Bao." Tang Kersen saw that everyone's usual favorite foods were on the table, and the family was now joined by their new baby brother. Eating a warm dinner together, she felt much better. Good. Su Yuanhang sat on a stool with his baby, while Tang Rinxin had already distributed fried rice and Wellington steaks for everyone. He said to Su Yuanhang, "Brother-in-law, eat as much as you like, I'll order more if there isn't enough. You guys eat more." Su Yuanhang laughed and said, "Today, Xian is treating." Ha ha! Tang Rinxin laughed heartily, yes, I'm treating, I'll pay for the next meals." The meal was a great success. The children commented, however, that the fried rice wasn't as good as their father's. "That's true." Lin Shanshan agreed, saying, "The fried rice with mushrooms we had for lunch was absolutely delicious." Tang Kersen smiled, looked at Su Yuanhang and said, "We're in a hotel now, so there's no way for Yuanhang to cook, is there?" Tang Rinxin, however, became curious. "Sis, Shanshan, is your brother-in-law really that good a cook? Wasn't the dessert I had this afternoon made by your brother-in-law?" But everyone said in unison, "Of course. It was absolutely chef level, especially the pastries, the best dessert I've ever had, absolutely delicious." Tang Rinxin instantly became hungry. "Brother-in-law, no, some other day I must try your cooking for myself." "You'll get your chance." Ding! At this moment, everyone wants to eat the food personally prepared by the host. In order to satisfy everyone's wishes, the system has reserved the kitchen in the hotel for the host to use. Cooking a sumptuous meal for everyone within 7 days will earn a cash reward as well as a prop skill reward. Su Yuanhang never expected everyone's wishes to be activated. He also wanted to personally cook for the cute kids. As long as he could see them happy, he would be very satisfied. At this time, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Su Yuanhang saw Tang Kersen and Lin Shanshan start to deal with matters on their phones again, so he thought for a moment and came over to Tang Kersen's side and said, "Kersen, I want to talk to you." Tang Kersen was puzzled, but she nodded and said, "Okay." Then, the two of them went back out onto the balcony, where they breathed in the fresh evening breeze. Tang Kersen waited as Su Yuanhang gathered his thoughts. After organizing his words, he looked at Tang Kersen's long hair blowing in the wind, and could clearly see her perfect profile. Su Yuanhang said, "You don't need to worry about the contract termination for the company anymore, I'll help you solve it all." Tang Kersen couldn't help but look Su Yuanhang straight in the face, her eyes full of shock as she looked at this handsome and heartwarming man. "Please hurry up and give away free gifts also, I want to know here how big the audience for the subject of watching dads is. Can the readers tell me? For example, students, office workers, or dads. Let's see which one will have a higher percentage." Chapter 38, Acquiring an Entertainment Company. Day 2. Tang Kersen got up early and prepared to go to the company with Lin Shanshan. Their agency was in the Magic City, and that was the significance of their visit. As for Su Yuanhang and Tang Rinxin, they had to stay at the hotel to take care of the cute baby. This was what they had discussed with Su Yuanhang last night. At this time, they also refused Su Yuanhang's Rolls-Royce car and chose Uncle Chen's business car instead. Uncle Chen had been waiting downstairs at the hotel for a long time. Tang Kuxian and Lin Shanshan, both wearing plain clothes and masks, got into the car and went straight to the talent agency. Once in the car, Tang Kuxian asked Lin Shanshan, "Have you got all the paperwork ready?" "Yes, it's all ready." Lin Shanshan was a professional assistant and had dealt with all sorts of problems for Tang Kuxian over the past 4 years. In addition to resolving Tang Kuxian's contract termination, she also had to terminate her employment contract with the company. But hers was simple and easy, and the compensation was not much. However, Lin Shanshan still took out a stack of documents from her relatively large shoulder bag and rechecked them to make sure that everything was in order. "Uncle Chen, after dropping us off at the company, you go and get some rest." Tang Kersen knew that Uncle Chen had come all the way without sleeping, so she cared about it. "As for us, we can just take a taxi when we go back." "Okay." Uncle Chen is also very conscientious and responsible. He looked at Tang Kersen in the rearview mirror and smiled gently. After a journey of less than an hour, they arrived downstairs at the talent agency. The company was not a whole building, but 2 floors of office space. Their arrival did not cause much of a stir, and after taking the elevator to the 12th floor, they found the office of the company's chairman with ease. At this time, the staff in the company saw Sister E arrive. Although her identity was relatively sensitive at the moment, they still greeted her respectfully. However, some people's eyes were avoiding her, as if they didn't want to interact with her for fear of being misunderstood. Tang Kersen had long since learned in the past few years since entering the entertainment industry that their relationships were all superficial. She had also seen many artists leave the company or be shelved. At that time, their treatment in the company plummeted, and they had seen the coldness of others. Therefore, she didn't care about the attitude of the company's staff towards her. Knock, knock, knock. Arriving at the door of the chairman's office, Tang Kersen knocked gently. Inside, a man's voice immediately sounded, "Come in." Tang Kersen pushed open the door and looked in. The chairman personally picked her up, but because she had brought huge profits to the company and run the entire company, the chairman naturally rose with the tide. It can be said that the two have achieved mutual success. But after seeing Tang Kersen, the boss did not have the same kind and affable attitude as before, but instead said coldly, "There are still important people coming in a while, so you go to the waiting room and wait." "Boss, I want to talk to you about settling the matter with the company I'm terminating my contract with." Tang Kersen didn't want to waste her time either, insisting, at the very least, "Let's settle the compensation first." But Lin Donghui, the boss, just gathered up a stack of documents, shook them on the table, and said nonchalantly, "This matter is no longer my concern. There will be a new boss to deal with it." Tang Kersen and Lin Shanshan exchanged glances, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. "Don't you understand what I mean?" Lin Donghui snorted, "The company has been acquired, so from today onwards, you are no longer under my control, and there will be major personnel changes in other departments as well. You need to wait for the new chairman to arrive before your affairs can be dealt with. So, I have to leave the matter of terminating my contract to the new boss?" Tang Kersen never expected that after she had discussed the matter with Lin Donghui last night, they had agreed that she would first pay the liquidated damages today, but when she woke up, the company had directly changed its legal representative. "Yes," Lin Donghui said impatiently, "go wait in the reception room. Someone will come and notify you when the new boss arrives." Tang Kersen came back to her senses, and then was reminded by Lin Shanshan's little gesture. She didn't say anything and turned to leave the chairman's office. While walking towards the reception room, Tang Kersen also noticed that many of the employees she knew were busy. Lin Shanshan whispered beside her, "Sister Kersen, this is too much of a coincidence. The company was acquired at this critical juncture. In the old man's character, I'm afraid he won't let his company be acquired." Tang Kersen didn't know why this was the case. She saw a company employee walking from her side and hurriedly stopped him and asked, "Xiaoyi, what's the situation at the company? I heard the boss say it was acquired, is that right?" Xiaoyi is a company makeup artist and has a good relationship with Tang Kuxin. At this time, everyone is on edge, but they still chat with Tang Kuxin for a while. "Sister Xin, we also just received notice that the new boss will take over the company today, and now the whole company is in turmoil." It turns out to be true. Lin Shanshan said in surprise, "Xiaoyi, do you know the name of the new chairman?" But Xiaoyi shook his head, "We don't know either, the boss didn't say, and we didn't dare to ask." Afterwards, she looked at Tang Kersen again and said, "Sister Xin, the boss doesn't seem to be in a good mood. It seems that he is a bit reluctant about being acquired. That's all I know. I have something to do now, so I won't chat with you much, Sister Xin." With that, the other person hurriedly left, afraid of being seen chatting with Tang Kersen. Tang Kersen and Lin Shanshan glanced at each other, and the two understood without saying a word. When they arrived in the reception room, no one paid any attention to her, the former big sister. However, this also gave Tang Kuxin and Lin Shanshan the chance to chat and speculate about the big changes in the company. "Sister Xin, the company being acquired is not a bad thing for us." Lin Shanshan suddenly brightened up and said excitedly, "Maybe the new chairman will be easier to talk to than that old thing about your contract termination. It's also possible that it will be more difficult to deal with." Tang Kuxin, however, smiled wryly. Being in the industry, she had long since become accustomed to the underhandedness of these businessmen in their pursuit of profit, and they would go to any lengths to do so. From what Xiaoyi said, it seems that Lin Donghui, the old dog, also seems to be reluctant to have his company acquired, but there is nothing he can do about it. Lin Shanshan guessed again, perhaps, there is really a chance for things to turn around. "I hope so." Tang Kersen also had a touch of expectation in her heart, hoping that the new boss would be easier to talk to. At this time, they were in the reception room and heard some relatively loud noises coming from outside. Vaguely, they heard the new boss arrive. "Let's go and see, the new boss is here. I hope he doesn't fire me." "Don't speculate, just go and have a look." After hearing this, Lin Shanshan glanced at Tang Kersen and said, "Sister Xian, shall I go and have a look too? Please hurry up and rate this chapter 5 stars and get a free gift, thank you." Chapter 39 The chairman is my husband? Tang Kersen was also curious about who the new director was, and sitting around waiting was not an option, so she nodded and agreed, "Okay, let's go see what's going on." She just wanted to get rid of the problem as soon as possible. If the new director agreed to terminate the employment contract with a billion-yuan penalty, she would pay without hesitation. Lin Shanshan opened the door and walked out, following the crowd towards the door. At this time, it seemed that all the employees had gathered at the door, even forming 2 rows, while some stood up at their workstations. When Lin Shanshan walked out, she saw a surge of people, but did not see the new director arrive. Instead, Lin Donghui took the lead and said to the employees, "Stand properly, the new chairman is coming soon, be quiet for a while, and call me boss honestly, do you hear me?" "We hear you." The employees answered in unison. Suddenly, an employee rushed back through the door and shouted to Lin Donghui, "Boss, the new director is here and will be at the door soon." These words made everyone tense up in an instant. With every personnel change, they worried that they would be fired, but they never expected that this time it was you who directly replaced the new boss, and even the company was acquired. So the fate that awaits them depends on the new chairman. A single word from him could make all the employees lose their jobs, so everyone was on their toes, afraid to let their guard down for even a moment. Lin Shanshan was also a little nervous, being in the thick of it. Unlike the others, she was just curious as to whether the new chairman would be easygoing. If he was even more calculating than the old dog, Bill Lin, then the matter of terminating the contract would probably be put off indefinitely. However, the first thing Lin Shanshan and the others heard was a young, girlish giggle that was very familiar to her. "Daddy, this is where Mummy works. It sounds like so much fun. I wonder what Mummy is doing." Lin Shanshan's heart skipped a beat, and she wondered if she had heard wrong. Was that the sound of her children? No, she must have heard wrong. Since the walls of the company were not made of glass, the new chairman could not see inside the office until he had crossed the threshold. Tang Kersen, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity when she heard the sudden silence of the outside noise. Her restless heart made her stand up, and then she couldn't help but pull open the door and walk out. She also wanted to find out what was going on outside. However, what Tang Kersen saw was rows of employees standing together, just like in military training, waiting for something. San Tang Kersen couldn't help but call out softly when she saw the other person's figure. But she was too far away, so Lin Shanshan didn't hear her. Tang Kersen had no choice but to stand by the door of the reception room and wait. The next second, she suddenly heard all the employees shouting in unison, "Hello, chairman. He's here?" Tang Kersen's mood became slightly tense. She tried to look at the entrance while the employees were bowing their heads, but she couldn't see anyone because she was still blocked. Tang Kersen was unwilling to give up, so she extended her neck slightly on her toes to look again. At the entrance, Su Yuanhang led the 2 cute kids into Tang Kersen's company entrance. As soon as they appeared, they saw all the employees standing respectfully in a row and shouting, "Hello, chairman." The cute kids were startled and snuggled into Su Yuanhang's arms. Su Yuanhang, however, was well prepared. Looking at the nearly 100 people, all standing in front of him, looking ready for battle, he wore a faint smile on his face. At this time, everyone began to size up Su Yuanhang. When they saw him, they all stared in disbelief, as if they knew Su Yuanhang and were full of surprise at his appearance. Su Yuanhang wasn't wearing a more formal suit, but instead a light outfit of casual clothes. He also looked a little ridiculous, carrying 2 cute babies to work. Isn't he Xiang Xian's fiancé? Am I seeing things? How is this possible? These 2 little cuties are Tang Kersen's babies, right? Why are they here? Could it be that everyone has made a mistake? Everyone had this same doubt. Since they had learned from the news yesterday that Tang Kersen had held a press conference, as employees of the company, they had naturally seen that news. Therefore, Su Yuanhang was also very familiar with the cute babies. Lin Shanshan was also shocked to see Su Yuanhang appear with the cute babies in the crowd. Su Yuanhang, why are the babies here? She was also full of confusion. In addition to her shock, she couldn't help but look back towards the reception room, as if she wanted to go back and notify Tangkerson. However, she found that the other party had already been standing at the door, waving at her. Lin Shanshan wasn't sure if Tangkerson had seen Su Yuanhang and the babies. Now she glanced at Su Yuanhang and the babies again, preparing to walk towards Tangkerson and report the situation. Just as she took 2 steps, the cute kid spotted Lin Shanshan and shouted in surprise, "Auntie Shanshan! Auntie Shanshan, we've come to play with you." Lin Shanshan instantly stopped in her tracks, and the other staff members turned their heads to look at her. They also noticed Tangkerson standing in the doorway, all with expressions of confusion, shock, and curiosity. Su Yuanhang also saw Lin Shanshan, but just raised the corners of his mouth without rushing to greet her. Instead, he put the children down and said softly, "Babies, go find Auntie Shanshan, she'll take you to Mummy." "Yes, yes." The children immediately rushed into the crowd, and as they made way for them, they ran towards Lin Shanshan. They shouted cheerfully, "Auntie Shanshan, it's us. Auntie Shanshan, we are De Bao and Xiao Bao." And just as everyone made way for the cute kids, Su Yuanhang and Tangkerson locked eyes. Tangkerson trembled when she saw Su Yuanhang and the cute kids running towards Lin Shanshan. Her eyes were filled with shock, and she seemed to have lost her mind, frozen in place. However, Su Yuanhang gave her a slight smile, and then turned his head to look at Lin Donghui, who was waiting for him to hand over the business. Lin Donghui also immediately came forward, politely extending his hand to say hello, "Chairman Su, I'm sorry for not welcoming you personally. You have arranged such a grand reception, which is really flattering." Su Yuanhang smiled but did not shake hands with the other person, directly embarrassing him in front of the employees. However, Lin Donghui didn't dare to let out a fart, and he smiled apologetically and withdrew his hand. While doing so, he tried hard to appease him. "Director Su, there are still some employees working outside. Here is the list of company employees. Please take a look." When everyone saw that Lin Donghui, the once almighty boss, actually treated Su Yuanhang with such a respectful attitude, their hearts all stirred. Chapter 40 To impress his fiancée, he rewards her with the most luxurious mansion in Shanghai. Although Lin Donghui had reminded them to be honest and keep quiet, the identity of the new director was really shocking, and it was inevitable that they would whisper. "Xian's fiancé is our future company boss, isn't this crazy? Yesterday I read in the news that Su Yuanhang has a $1 billion mansion, so it seems to be true. I've seen it too," and Xian's fiancé even answered domineeringly that Xian herself is a member of a wealthy family and doesn't need to depend on him. Now I suddenly understand why Xian would terminate the contract with the company. With a fiancé as rich as he is, it's only natural that she would go home and be a full-time rich wife. Amidst everyone's discussions, Su Yuanhang took over the list of staff members that Lin Donghui handed him. He nodded without looking at it, and then said directly to Lin Donghui, "Let's go to the office to talk, and everyone else can go, so as not to affect their work." "Everything is up to Chairman Su," Lin Donghui said, and immediately ordered everyone, "Go back to your own work and don't come to my office to knock on the door unless it's urgent." "Yes, boss." Everyone answered in unison. The next second, everyone returned to their own work. However, their minds were not on their work, and they were all full of gossip and curiosity about the new chairman. This was also a problem in their occupation, as there was never-ending discussion of public opinion news every day. Under Lin Donghui's leadership, Su Yuanhang walked towards the chairman's office. Naturally, he would see Tangkerson and Lin Shanshan. At this time, the cute kids were all around them, excitedly saying something. When Su Yuanhang looked over, he and Tangkerson locked eyes again, and then he gave a faint smile and said, "You go to the office first and wait for me there." "Director Su, what about you?" Lin Donghui glanced at Su Yuanhang and followed his gaze to the door of the reception room. He understood at once and secretly groaned inwardly, but dared not express any dissatisfaction. He said, "Director Su, are you going to see Sister Xin? How about inviting her to sit in my office as well?" "No need. There is no need for a woman to interfere in our affairs." Su Yuanhang refused firmly. Yes, what you say is right, then I will go inside and make you some tea." Lin Donghui was like a grandson, not daring to breathe a word to Su Yuanhang. After the other person left, Su Yuanhang walked towards Tangkerson's location. At the moment, she and Lin Shanshan were shocked and unable to say anything. Tangku Xian didn't say anything until Su Yuanhang came close, and she asked, Why are you here?" Su Yuanhang knew that everyone had many questions in their minds, so he smiled slightly and said, "Do you have somewhere to stay? Let's go somewhere quiet and talk. The reception room would be fine." Lin Shan said, Sister Xan, you talk to Su Yuanhang, I'll go make some coffee. Okay. Tang Ku Xian really did have many questions she wanted to ask Su Yuanhang at the moment. At this moment, she still remembered last night, before going to bed, when she was chatting with Su Yuanhang, his eyes told her firmly that she didn't need to worry about the termination of the contract for the company, and that he would solve it all for her. Unexpectedly, he has already fulfilled his promise so soon. Mom, are you surprised? Dad said he would bring us to your workplace to play, so don't be angry, Mom. Tang Kurson looked at the two cute kids and smiled happily, with a hint of sweetness in her heart. How could it be? Mommy is happier than anything else to see you guys. He. Ding, at this moment, Tang Kurson had many doubts and surprises in her heart, and she hoped to get an answer from the host. Please solve this confusing matter. Ding, congratulations to the host for making Tang Kurson's wish to spend time with the cute kids at work come true. She has received a 50 million cash reward plus a 5-point dependence value. Su Yuanhang was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tang Kurson's wish to be this. To receive 50 million in cash at once. What's more important is that Tang Kurson's dependence value has also increased, which is also a major reward. After hearing Tang Kurson's wish, the other party also opened the door to the reception room and invited him in. Su Yuanhang walked into the reception room with the cute kids. The area was not large, but it was not simple either. It could be seen that it was usually used to entertain guests, with 2 rows of soft sofas and coffee tables. The walls were decorated with photos of various company stars and a few ornaments, giving the reception room a more atmospheric feel. After taking their seats, Tang Kurson saw that the cute kids were just like curious babies, looking around. She couldn't help but smile. Once, in order to hide the existence of the cute kids, she didn't even dare to bring them to the company. But she never expected Su Yuanhang to fulfill her wish. Su Yuanhang, you are the new chairman of the company, what is going on? Tang Kurson couldn't help but ask. Su Yuanhang could tell that the other person was extremely confused, and at this moment, their expression was still in a state of shock. He gave a faint smile and said lightly, I bought the company. Bought the company? Tang Kurson was shocked again. How did you do it? If you have money, you can do it. Su Yuanhang grinned and said, didn't I say that I would solve the termination of contract for you? Now I'm here. Ding, your warm-hearted actions have filled Tang Kurson's heart with emotion, and she has won a cash prize of 10 million yuan plus a villa in the Tan Palace. The next second, the system's prompt sounded, and Su Yuanhang was shocked when he heard it. Even his face, which was trying hard to remain calm, showed a trace of excitement. The award of 10 million in cash was already a pleasant surprise, but I never expected a reward of a 500 million yuan mansion. As the most luxurious mansion in Shanghai, Tangong was beyond Su Yuanhang's reach, but today he has achieved it. Covering an area of 5 mu, the luxurious and high-end single-family villa is also the dream of countless people in the city. How much did you spend to acquire Tianyu Entertainment? Tang Kurson knows the value of this brokerage company, and Su Yuanhang will have to bleed to acquire it. And with Lin Donghui's character as an old dog, he would have to pay a sky-high fee even if he hadn't terminated the contract yet. It was impossible to imagine how much assets Su Yuanhang actually had. More importantly, Tang Kurson knew very well that Su Yuanhang's purpose in doing so was purely to help solve the company's troubles. Su Yuanhang suppressed his excitement and said to Tang Kurson in a nonchalant manner, it's not much, just a few 100 million. I've bought all the company's shares, and now the company is mine. A few 100 million? Tang Kurson was a little unconvinced. After all, the market value of this company was at least several billion, so how could it be easily acquired for a few 100 million, as Su Yuanhang had said? In fact, Su Yuanhang did not deceive Tang Kurson. With the help of the system, he did acquire this brokerage company with a market value of about 4.2 billion for less than 300 million. It seemed unbelievable, but Su Yuanhang knew that the system had a lot of ways. Su Yuanhang, don't lie to me, Tang Kurson said with a concerned look in her eyes. But Su Yuanhang just smiled lightly and said, here's the acquisition contract, you can take a look. With that, he took out a contract from the lining of his jacket pocket and handed it to the other person. Tang Kurson was a little incredulous. For such an important contract, Su Yuanhang had casually slipped it into his pocket without worrying about it getting wrinkled. It was as if he didn't take this matter seriously at all. With a sinking heart, Tang Kurson picked up the contract and took a look. She didn't expect it to be true. The acquisition of all the shares of Tianyu Entertainment for 280 million yuan. Tang Kurson read it out and was already dumbfounded. And Su Yuanhang added at this time, in the future, you will be the boss of this company. Chapter 41 The Soulful Gaze of the Fiancé. Tang Kersen froze after hearing this. She looked at Su Yuanhang foolishly, her eyes filled with various emotions, but mostly shock and disbelief. She had never imagined that one day she would become the proprietress of an entertainment company. And she had never imagined that what Su Yuanhang had told her yesterday was that he would personally settle this matter, and it turned out to be the acquisition of Tianyu Entertainment. Proprietress? These three words had endless implications. Tang Kersen blushed when she came back to her senses. Yuanhang, this is unbelievable. Su Yuanhang felt inexplicably proud inside. This is the advantage of having a system, which can turn the impossible into the possible. He laughed and said, it's very fantastic, but it really happened, so your breach of contract will be completely resolved in the future. The change in status came so quickly that Tang Kersen wasn't mentally prepared for it, but the inner feeling was unparalleled. This man in front of her had been creating miracles and bringing her surprises ever since he had come knocking on her door. It was as if she had been a flimsy little boat on the sea, but had met a huge ship to escort her. She could really feel that sense of security. Gazing at Su Yuanhang's carefree smile on his face, she felt that he was a bit omnipotent. Ding, congratulations, the host has increased Tang Kersen's sense of security, dependence value +5, reward 50 million cash reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for answering Tang Kersen's confusion, reward for god-level driving skills. 2 reward prompts sounded in Su Yuanhang's mind one after the other. Su Yuanhang didn't feel anything wrong about god-level driving skills, after all, his driving skills were at a normal level. At this moment, all kinds of technical knowledge about god-level driving skills also instantly entered his mind, surpassing even that of top racing drivers. Lin Shanshan happened to walk in with a cup of water. She saw that the atmosphere was a bit strange, and she could tell from Tang Kersen's eyes that there was something different. In the 4 years she had spent with Tang Kersen, Lin Shanshan had never seen her look so deeply at any boy. This was of course good news for Lin Shanshan. When she went out to get coffee earlier, some employees even came up to her to chat, asking or confirming whether Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen had really become the boss and bosses of the company. The information revealed in their words naturally made Lin Shanshan, an old hand in the entertainment industry for many years, clearly understand what it meant. They had gone from distancing themselves and rejecting them to currying favor with them now. They are just worried that their actions will anger Tang Kersen, so much so that they will tell Su Yuanhang and get fired. Turbulence and secret struggles are common in the workplace, and Lin Shanshan naturally didn't give a good impression. It all depends on the decision of Sister Xian and her husband. After leaving, Lin Shanshan secretly felt relieved as she watched the apprehensive staff members looking dejected. Now she saw Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen seemingly sparking in the reception room. Although it wasn't that strong, it was a good start. She broke the atmosphere and laughed. Sister Xian, Su Yuanhang, have a cup of coffee. Thank you. Tang Kersen took the coffee and drank it. Su Yuanhang got up and said to the two of them, you guys chat, I'll go talk to Lin Donghui about the next handover. Okay. Tang Kersen nodded with a quiet smile. The toddlers noticed that Su Yuanhang was leaving and immediately came running up, shouting, Daddy, where are you going? Can we go play too? Before Su Yuanhang could say anything, Tang Kersen took the toddlers by the hand and said gently, babies, Daddy has to go talk about serious business. Can you let Daddy take you to play later? Yes. Daddy, then hurry back, we'll wait for you here obediently. The cute babies laughed in their baby voices. They were all very understanding, and they didn't cry or make a fuss, which was reassuring. Su Yuanhang, however, couldn't help but walk over and give each of the 2 cute babies a kiss on the face, then laughed and said, Daddy will be back soon. Then he looked at Tang Kersen again, and then turned and left. After Su Yuanhang left, Lin Shanshan became nosy. Sister Xian, what were you and Su Yuanhang just talking about? Did Lin Lago's company really get bought out by him? Well, Tang Kersen's face broke into a smile, and she stroked the heads of the cute babies while saying, Yuanhang bought all the shares of Tianyu Entertainment, and I don't know how he did it. I'm going, I thought at most he would be the majority shareholder, I didn't expect a full takeover. Lin Shanshan was surprised, her eyes full of shock. Su Yuanhang is really something. Although it's a bit vulgar, Tang Kersen smiled lightly and said, he's really something, always full of surprises. So in that case, the storm surrounding our contract termination has been perfectly resolved. Lin Shanshan said cheerfully, Xiang, you don't have to pay the liquidated damages either, haha. This was the truth, and Tang Kerson couldn't help but let her eyes drift in the direction of the chairman's office. Su Yuanhang walked out of the reception room and, as he walked towards the chairman's office, he met some employees. Their eyes avoided each other and they hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, chairman." Fortunately, Su Yuanhang did not hold a grudge against these employees, and responded to each one, saying hello. This made the employees' impression of Su Yuanhang a little better, and they felt that he was not as stressful as they had imagined. When he arrived at the chairman's office, Su Yuanhang did not knock on the door before pushing it open. Lin Donghui, who was fidgeting at the moment, hurriedly greeted him with a smile when he saw Su Yuanhang arrive. "Chairman Su, you're here, please sit down." Su Yuanhang, however, walked straight to the chairman's seat, sat down with a thud, and made Lin Donghui feel extremely awkward, but he didn't dare say anything. "This is all the information you need, and there is only one copy." Su Yuanhang casually threw a USB flash drive on the table, and Lin Donghui, upon seeing it, pounced on it like a hungry wolf, hurriedly went up and put it away. On the one hand, he finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Chairman Su, I have done everything I promised you. I hope you won't do me injustice either. Take the money and leave." Su Yuanhang, however, looked at the tea that had been brewed on the table, poured himself a cup, and then said expressionlessly, "Don't show up here again." Lin Donghui's expression was uncertain, but the company acquisition agreement had already been signed electronically and could not be changed. He no longer belonged to Tianyu Entertainment as the chairman, so he had completely severed all ties with the company. Although he was reluctant, Lin Donghui tightly gripped the USB drive and swallowed his anger as he said, "Director Su, then I will take my leave. I hope that you can run this company even stronger in the future." "Cut the crap, even if I dissolve the company, it's none of your business," said Su Yuanhang indifferently. Lin Donghui didn't say anything more and left the office directly. After he left, the system's prompt sounded, "Ding." At this time, it is detected that Lin Donghui is unwilling to accept the situation and will secretly play tricks. Please pay attention, host. Ding. In addition, information about Lin Donghui's tax evasion and playing with actresses through illegal means over the years, as well as criminal information involving the dark and pornographic, has been sent to the relevant departments. It won't be long before he is investigated and, once arrested, the host will receive an additional reward. After listening to this, Su Yuanhang's mouth curled up slightly, feeling that this was still not enough. Before he was arrested, he would have some more fun with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuanhang directly used the god-level prank prop on Lin Donghui. Chapter 42. After Lin Donghui left in a huff, as he passed the office staff in the lobby, everyone got up and respectfully shouted, "Chairman! Chairman, my ass!" Lin Donghui was depressed, and a mouthful of old blood was about to spurt out. In a state of desperation, he felt that the respectful title of this group of employees was so ironic that he yelled out of control, "I'm not your chairman from today onwards, got it?" All the staff members shrunk their heads, afraid to respond. But a playful voice rang out, "Who told you to yell at my staff?" Lin Donghui's body trembled, and he turned to look at Su Yuanhang, who had suddenly appeared. The other staff members also turned their heads to look at Su Yuanhang, and shouted again, "Hello, chairman." This was undoubtedly a loud and humiliating slap in the face for Lin Donghui. "Director Su, we will meet again in the future." Lin Donghui's face was ugly, and he said gloomily. Su Yuanhang, however, had the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, and he said, "Sorry not to see you off." "Shit." Lin Donghui let out an expletive, and then slammed the door and left. However, he did not expect the glass door to bounce back and slam directly into his face. The huge impact caused a loud noise to ring out from Lin Donghui's head. Dong! Ding! The god-level spoof props came into play. Lin Donghui fell to the ground and, when he dizzily got up, stumbled again. The staff members all let out a sigh of relief when they saw this, while trying hard to suppress their laughter and looking down, afraid to look at each other directly. Su Yuanhang, however, pretended to be concerned and said, "Lin Dong, are you okay? You tell me, this glass door really doesn't listen. I'll definitely tear it down someday." When Lin Donghui finally recovered, he found that he had lost face and was shaking with anger, like a dog in mourning. He stared at Su Yuanhang as if he wanted to eat him. "Su Dong, we're not done yet." At this moment, Lin Donghui could no longer hold back and directly threatened Su Yuanhang. Su Yuanhang, however, shrugged his shoulders and made an inviting gesture, "Lin Dong, take your time." "Humph." Lin Donghui rubbed his forehead while shaking his sleeve and left. When they could no longer see his figure, the entire audience fell silent. Everyone tensed up, waiting with bated breath for Su Yuanhang to speak. The commotion outside naturally attracted the attention of Tang Kurson and the others inside the reception room. The cute kids had already opened the door and peeked their heads out. Seeing Su Yuanhang standing outside, so tall and imposing, they immediately ran out happily shouting, "Daddy!" Su Yuanhang turned around and saw that all the cute kids rushed into his arms, and he embraced them all. Then, he saw Tang Kurson standing in the doorway, so he smiled slightly and said, "Kuxian, come here for a moment." Tang Kuxian then glanced at Lin Shanshan, and followed her towards Su Yuanhang. When the family stood together, facing most of the employees in the hall, Su Yuanhang clapped his hands, and said with a heroic air, "Next, I will introduce myself and the people I care about most." Unavoidably, the employees all raised their hands to applaud, deafening the room. Tang Kuxian was moved, and stood with Su Yuanhang, while the cute kids stood in the middle, holding hands. Lin Shanshan, however, stepped aside. While checking her phone for news about Tang Renxin, she typed, "Did you see old Lin leave?" "Yes, he was punching and kicking at the gate. But I don't know which kind person threw a banana peel, which he stepped on, and he fell over. It made me laugh, ha ha ha." Tang Renxin said this and sent Lin Shanshan a photo of Lin Donghui's embarrassing fall. After looking at it, she also suppressed her laughter, saying, "You come up, now your brother-in-law and sister-in-law have become the heads of the company." "Okay, I'll come up." Tang Renxin sat in the Rolls-Royce. Today, he was acting as the driver, escorting Su Yuanhang and the Meng children. Reminded by Lin Shanshan, he directly got out of the luxury car, tidied his clothes a bit, and then looked at the people passing by on the street, all of whom looked at him differently. Tang Renxin felt giddy. Without sending any more messages, Lin Shanshan put her phone away and listened to Su Yuanhang again. "Dear brothers and sisters, I am very happy and honored to be here to meet you all." Su Yuanhang began his speech in all seriousness. "My name is Su Yuanhang. I think you all know who I am, but today I have several other identities that I would like to announce to you." The whole audience stood up, stood at their own workstations, and listened very carefully to Su Yuanhang's speech. The cute kids stayed by Tang Kurson and Su Yuanhang, looking cute and obedient. They didn't play around at this time, but they had cheerful smiles on their faces. They whispered curiously to Tang Kurson, "Mommy, does Daddy have to work here too? Mommy, can we keep watching you work from now on?" Tang Kurson was once unable to answer these words from the cute kids, but now, she replied with a slightly crouched body and a happy smile full of confidence, "Yes, in the future, the babies can come to watch Mommy work whenever they want." Oi, the cute kids cheered and jumped up. Su Yuanhang could hear their interaction, his mouth curled up slightly, and he continued to say to the employees, "I am your sister Xian's fiancé and the father of these two cute children. Of course, in the company, I am also meeting you all as the new director. In the future, please give me your advice." As soon as the words fell, there was instant thunderous applause. A staff member who had a crush on Su Yuanhang cheered even more, "Long live the chairman." This set off 1,000 ripples, so much so that when the other staff saw Su Yuanhang severely reprimand Lin Donghui and take out their anger for them, they also deepened their impression of Su Yuanhang and echoed, "Long live the chairman, long live Sister Xian." At this moment, Tang Renxin happened to walk in. Hearing and seeing this beautiful scene, he couldn't help but yell along, "Long live my brother-in-law, long live my sister, and long live my dear baby, haha." Tang Renxin's loud voice immediately made everyone pay attention to his presence. Lin Shanshan covered her face directly, not wanting to deal with this psychopath. However, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kachin's faces broke into a smile, and they introduced the staff, saying, "As for this handsome guy, he is my brother-in-law, and also your sister's younger brother. You should all know him, right?" "Yes." The staff all answered in unison. "And do you also know who the precious person he is talking about is?" Su Yuanhang asked, his lips curling up slightly. As soon as he asked, Lin Shanshan wanted to find a hole to crawl into, she was so embarrassed. However, she saw that although these employees didn't know before, they almost all understood at this point, and their gazes all turned towards Lin Shanshan. Feeling that the atmosphere was becoming a bit more lively, everyone relaxed and shouted, "Sister Shanshan." Su Yuanhang nodded, yes. Tang Kurson discovered that Su Yuanhang still had the talent to liven up the atmosphere. When the employees still didn't know much about him as the new chairman, he was able to change the serious atmosphere into a pleasant one with just a few words. Everyone's impression of him had also completely changed. Su Yuanhang saw Tang Renxin flirting with Lin Shanshan, but he returned to the topic at hand and said, "As the new chairman, I don't know the environment here very well yet, so I still have a lot to learn from everyone in the future." After a pause, he looked at Tang Kurson again, and then, unbeknownst to the young employees, he moved to the right and left sides of the two of them. As a result, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen were standing close together, and Su Yuanhang had the opportunity to hold her hand. With a deep look in his eyes, Su Yuanhang took Tang Kersen's hand and said to all the employees, "Your sister Kersen will also assume the position of vice chairman." Everyone knew and understood the result. After all, Su Yuanhan's identity was there for all to see. At this point, they were more concerned about Tang Kersen's career. One staff member from the business department boldly asked, "Sister Xin, so you're really going to retire from the screen and go behind the scenes in the future?" "Sister Xin, please don't retire, your fans are full of expectations for you." "Sister Xin, I want to show you a video." The next second. On the projector on the side, after the staff member's voice fell, a carefully crafted video was played. The voices of the fans followed. Chapter 43, hearing the voice of their fiancé. On the projection screen, 5 fans, seemingly on a mountain climb, wearing thick down jackets, carved a silhouette of Tang Kersen in the snow, but it was lifelike and lifelike. There was also a row of words of blessing. "Dear Miss Tang Kersen, hello. I am very happy to be with you on this special day. And will always support you. Love you, heart." Following, they said in unison, "Sister Xin, we are challenging the world's highest peak. After learning that you are quitting the entertainment industry, it's as if the sky has collapsed." After a pause, they continued, but with a choked voice, "Sister Xin, because of you, you have brought us positive energy so that we can forge ahead and challenge the impossible. We all hope that you will persevere no matter what difficulties you encounter, because behind you, there will be millions of fans like us who love and support you." Finally, our beloved Xin Jia, fighting. Tang Ku Xin saw this and her eyes brimmed with tears. To be honest, her fans are very loyal, and coupled with the fact that Tang Ku Xin herself has not been involved in any major scandals, she is a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry and is also known as the goddess of pure lust. At this time, the video clip ended, and the employee looked at Tang Kersen and continued, "Sister Xin, in fact, they are all autistic patients, but because they like you and because of your positive energy, they try to communicate with people." After listening to the employee's explanation, Tang Kersen's face wore an expression of disbelief. She watched the video and saw that these cute girls did not look like people with social communication disorders at all. Unwittingly, she was moved and also received great encouragement. Su Yuanhang felt that he was holding Tang Kersen's hand tightly, and it was trembling with nervousness. Whether Tang Kersen continues to choose to withdraw from the entertainment industry or not, he will not interfere. After all, this career is Tang Kersen's favorite career, and there are so many fans supporting her, so it is understandable that she continues to film and sing, appearing in the public eye. All he has to do is silently support her from behind. Now Su Yuanhang also has the ability to protect her. The large brokerage company is all his, and in the future, Tang Kersen's resources will only get better and better. Just like the name of a variety show, work hard to be a person who rides the waves. Thinking of this, Su Yuanhang also held Tang Kersen's hand tightly, giving her strength. Special skills. The courage to love also played a huge role at this moment. When Su Yuanhang heard that Tang Kersen's heart was touched by the video of several autistic patients and began to waver, it was like a shot in the arm, making her eyes firm again. "Thank you." Tang Kersen looked at the paused picture and was moved. The staff member continued to play the video, "Sister Xin, there's more. Keep watching." The next second. Under the gaze of dozens of people, a girl lying on a hospital bed appeared on the screen. She was a cancer patient who spent every day undergoing chemotherapy, and had shaved off her long, beloved hair. As life continued to slip away, this cancer girl was fighting the disease tenaciously. The video shows her body full of needles and the heart-wrenching pain, but the cancer girl has persevered. After watching the first half, everyone was moved by the images of the cancer girl fighting against the disease. The staff also had a tear in their eye and said to Tang Kersen, "Sister Xin, this is a private message I received from this brave girl yesterday. Her only wish is for you to see this scene. Of course, she doesn't want sympathy, but she wants you not to give up on your dreams." Tang Kersen covered her mouth with one hand to prevent herself from crying out. But her bloodshot eyes were filled with glistening tears. She never imagined that she still had such a strong fan, who, despite being tormented by illness, did not forget to give her support. After watching it, although the cute kids didn't know what the sick girl was doing, they could see that her expression was full of pain. They couldn't help but squeeze the hands of Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen tightly. Their faces no longer had the previous happy smiles, but instead looked as if they were feeling the same pain. They looked at Su Yuanhang and said, "Daddy, is this big sister sick?" Su Yuanhang saw that De Bao's eyes were filled with tears, so he said softly, "Well, this big sister has a difficult disease to cure, but she is very strong and is actively cooperating with treatment. Let's make a wish and hope that this big sister gets better soon." Okay, the cute kids then really made a wish. At this time, the voice of the sick girl rang out. "This video and recording, in fact, I want to tell those black fans. The girl I love has been blackmailed by you for 4 whole years. She is naturally beautiful, but you said she had plastic surgery. When she won an award, you said it was bought by an army of internet trolls. She got to the top by relying on her good looks and using her connections. When she got her period, you said she was being pretentious. In the entertainment industry, having a good relationship with a male celebrity is tantamount to seducing someone. You say she's faking when she sings well, and when she releases an album and goes on tour, you say she's manipulating the situation and pretending to be popular when she's just paying for everything herself. But I want to tell you black fans, do you really know how hard my favorite goddess works? She broke her hand for a shot, she almost got disfigured rushing into a fire to get a better shot, and she does charity work every year for all her fans. She goes to great lengths to deliver supplies and money to homeless children who have no books to read. I just want to say, what kind of heart do you have to slander other people's hard work? This time, my goddess was exposed to have an illegitimate daughter and was also supported by some invisible rich man. Please use your brains and think about it. She just wanted to protect her loved ones and family, is that wrong? And you started to blackmail her online, insulting her, outing her, and trolling her. But do you know that she is also an ordinary person, and she is also a precious child held in her parents' hands? Why do you have to treat her like this? Do you want to drive her crazy and corner her until she has no way out? I want to ask you black fans, has she ever done anything to you? For the sake of everyone, she even went so far as to openly confront a technology company and help us ordinary people win the tyrannical clause of clearing data. Finally, I want to tell my beloved XIN, although I don't know how long I can support you, please believe that there is light in this world. All of our fans will be waving glow sticks and watching you on stage. We hope that you won't let the light of our love go out. Tangku Xin had already been in tears by the end of this speech, her face covered in tears. Lin Shan Shan had accompanied Tangku Xin all the way, and she knew how difficult it had been. As the sick girl said, Tang Kurson has been through a lot, almost disfiguring her face, breaking her hand, and even filming a movie in sub-zero temperatures during her period and soaking in ice water for 2 whole hours. Only the people involved know all the sad stories. So she was also moved by the words of the sick girl, crying uncontrollably and falling into Tang Renqing's arms. Su Yuanhang took a few tissues from an employee's desk and handed them to Tang Kurson, then raised his hand and patted her back gently. Tang Kurson dried her tears and whispered to Su Yuanhang, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Su Yuanhang smiled faintly and said, "It seems that your fans all love you very much." The employees chimed in, "Sister XIN, in the past 2 days, we have received nearly 10,000 private messages from fans, and the number is still growing. They are all supporting you. Everyone hopes that you won't give up all the hard work you've done over the years just because of a few derogatory comments from a few haters. We all want to see you shine on stage and in front of the camera again. Sister XIN, we hope you won't retreat to the background. We need you, and your fans need you too." But after a moment to compose herself, Tangku Xin said to the staff, "Can you connect me to this girl? I want to say a few words to her." "We'll try." The staff said, and immediately went to try to find a way to contact the girl. The system's prompt sounded. At this time, Tang Kurson's mood was very complex, with both emotion and sadness. Her greatest hope at the moment was to encourage the girl. "The contact information for the host has been found, please fulfill her wish. Ding new task, please support the cancer girl. She comes from a single-parent family, and the high cost of treatment has exhausted her mother's heart. She hopes to alleviate the medical expenses through the host's hands. A generous reward will be given after completing the task." After hearing Tang Kurson's heartfelt words, Su Yuanhang got the contact information of the sick girl again and took out his mobile phone. While waiting, the entire office was silent, waiting quietly for the employee to find the contact information. But when the employee got up and looked at Tang Kurson, there was a touch of regret in his eyes. "Sister Kurson, we can't get in touch with her. Give us a little time, we'll get in touch with this little girl as soon as possible and let you know first." Tang Kurson also knew that it was unrealistic to contact the girl with the illness in a short time. With a touch of disappointment and concern in her heart, she could only nod and say, "Okay, thank you." "This is what we should do, Sister XIN, the employee replied. When everyone thought that this matter had passed, Su Yuanhang picked up his phone and dialed a number, but of course no one paid much attention. It wasn't until Su Yuanhan's phone rang that he asked, "Hello, is this Lin Xiaoxiao?" Tang Kerson couldn't help but look at Su Yuanhang, her eyes full of confusion. The sick girl hadn't told her name, so she wasn't sure who Su Yuanhang was calling, but she had an inexplicable hunch. After asking, Su Yuanhang turned on the speaker so everyone could hear. "May I ask who's speaking?" A voice came over the line that sounded haggard and weathered. Su Yuanhang explained, "I'm a friend of Lin Xiaoxiao's. I heard that she's sick, so I wanted to call and ask how she is." "Hello. Hello, I'm Lin Xiaoxiao's mother. She's in the bathroom right now, but she'll be out in a minute." Lin Xiaoxiao's mother immediately explained, her words polite and courteous. At this point, everyone reacted, Tang Kerson included. After hearing what had happened, she looked at Su Yuanhang in disbelief, her eyes full of confusion, as if she was wondering how Su Yuanhang had gotten the contact information for this fan. "Holy shit, is my brother-in-law talking to the mother of the cancer fan on the video?" Tang Renshin let out a curse word, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Su Yuanhang smiled faintly and said, "Auntie, let's keep in touch, and talk to her again when she comes out, okay? There are also other people around me who care about her and are waiting, hoping to hear her voice." Thank you all for your concern." Lin Xiaoxiao's mother was moved to tears, and she burst into sobs. Her sobs were so heartrending and helpless. Everyone was moved and touched by her, and they all secretly wiped away their tears in their seats. Tang Kerson's tears were like broken pearls, falling one after the other. The tissue paper she was handed was now soaked. Su Yuanhang handed her some new tissues, and as she smiled back, he comforted Lin Xiaoxiao's mother, "Auntie, please don't be too sad. We believe Xiaoxiao can definitely overcome the illness. Please believe in her too, after all, she is so kind and strong." Yes, Auntie will be fine, thank you, and thank your friends too." Lin Xiaoxiao's mother was consoled, but her crying was even more heartbreaking. At that moment, there was a sudden sound of vomiting coming from the phone, which sounded so worrying. Lin Xiaoxiao's mother was even more nervous and heart-wrenching, shouting, "My dear daughter, how are you? Do you want your mother to go get the doctor to come over?" Creak. A door-opening sound was heard, followed by a voice that was extremely familiar to Su Yuanhang, Tang Kerson, and everyone else, with a weak tone, "Mom, I'm fine, don't worry." "Who are you talking to? Why are you crying?" "I already said I'm fine." Everyone heard Lin Xiaoxiao's voice, and the fact that she was still comforting people despite her appearance was almost enough to make people cry. Lin Xiaoxiao's mother immediately explained, saying that it was a friend of yours who wants to talk to you. "Who?" Lin Xiaoxiao was puzzled. At that moment, Su Yuanhang handed the phone to Tang Kerson, asking her to talk to Lin Xiaoxiao, while also explaining that she was the cancer fan you were looking for. Tang Kerson looked at the phone, but her hand was stiff and slowly reached out. You could hear from her voice that she was very nervous at the moment. With Su Yuanhan's encouraging look, Tang Kerson finally picked up the phone, and at that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice followed, "Hello, who is this?" Tang Kerson took a deep breath, and while everyone held their breath, she managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "Xiaoxiao, this is Tang Kerson." After revealing her identity, Tang Kerson was filled with trepidation and nervousness, and on the other end of the phone, Lin Xiaoxiao also fell silent for a long time. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Nearly 4,000 words. Please hurry up and update. Please give a gift if the plot can move you for even a second. Please also give a 5-star rating to support it. Thank you. Chapter 44 The Girl Fighting Cancer. Xiang Lin Xiaoxiao finally spoke up in the somewhat tense atmosphere. Tang Kuxian had the speakerphone on, so everyone could hear Lin Xiaoxiao's voice, which was tinged with a slight tremor, as if she hadn't expected her favorite idol to call her personally. "It's me." Tang Kuxian's hands were a little at a loss for what to do, but after she answered, she saw Su Yuanhang holding her hand tightly, which gave her some encouragement. She continued, "Classmate Xiaoxiao, I saw your private message to me. Thank you for your support. It really is Sister Xin." Lin Xiaoxiao's voice caught in her throat, and she said in a trembling voice, "Sister Xin, thank you for calling me." The staff could all feel the sad atmosphere, which was easy to empathize with. Some sentimental female employees even secretly wiped away tears. At that moment, the children suddenly came to Su Yuanhan's side and asked softly, "Daddy, why is everyone crying? Is it because the sister in the video just now is sick, so Mommy and Auntie Shanshan are sad?" De Bao's eyes were clear and curious. Su Yuanhang nodded and said, "The older sister is Mummy's fan. She sent the video to encourage and support Mummy, but now the older sister is sick, so Mummy wants to go comfort her." "Oh. After understanding, the cute kid suddenly shouted at the phone, "Big sister, don't cry, you have to hang in there, you will definitely defeat the disease. Big sister, if you feel bad, just eat a candy, that will make you forget your troubles. I accidentally fell and hurt myself before, and I ate a white rabbit gummy, and the pain went away quickly." The two cute kids encouraged Lin Xiaoxiao one after the other, but it made the other person burst into tears. Oh, Sister Xin, are those two babies talking? Lin Xiaoxiao is a sophomore at university. 2 years ago, she was diagnosed with cancer and began the heartbreaking process of fighting it. During this process, Lin Xiaoxiao underwent 18 chemotherapy treatments and 3 surgeries in 2 years, and also emptied the family savings, selling their possessions for millions of yuan, but still couldn't make ends meet. She originally wanted to end it all and didn't want to become a burden to her mother. However, a year ago, Lin Xiaoxiao followed Tang Kerson and watched her anti-cancer movie. The inspirational life was full of setbacks, but in the end she successfully fought the cancer and also found her own love. Although the movie story is fake, it gave Lin Xiaoxiao a desire to live, as well as the kind of perseverance that never gives up and the expectation of a better future. Thus, she began to silently support Tang Kerson, and has continued to do so until now. After joining Tang Kerson's fan group, she also received a lot of encouragement and support from her fans. I have also received support for their medical expenses, which has helped to reduce my mother's burden over the past 2 years. Of course, the high cost of surgery is still a drop in the bucket, so in the end I had no choice but to crowdfund online. Lin Xiaoxiao feels that all of this is because of Tang Kerson, that she has become better and better, and life has become hopeful. After learning that Tang Kerson had a secret daughter, Lin Xiaoxiao felt even more the beauty of life. Coupled with the appearance of the two cute children in front of the cameras of the press, they were so petite and cute. However, the online haters and keyboard warriors kept attacking, which made Lin Xiaoxiao feel very sad. She decided to write to Tang Kerson to show her support. Unexpectedly, Tang Kerson really saw it and even called her personally. It was them. Tang Kerson could now bring the cute babies into the public eye with confidence, and said frankly, "Classmate Xiaoxiao, I hope you can continue your treatment and persevere in fighting cancer. I believe that one day you will get better. Big sister, hang in there. Big sister, when you get better, I'll buy you some white rabbit gummies." The children also continued to encourage her, giving Lin Xiaoxiao infinite hope. She had already been crying uncontrollably, and her voice choked with sobs as she said, "Thank you, Xin, and thank you, children, with your encouragement, I will definitely live on. Xin, do you know that it was because of the movie Cancer Girl that I started to pay attention to you? You played the cancer girl so well that you completely moved me, which is why you made me give up the idea of taking my own life." Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and continued, "So I and all your fans who love and support you hope that you can continue to sing and act." After choking up a little, she continued in a tearful voice, "Because, apart from my mother, you are the only reason for me to go on living. I can't be defeated by cancer, and neither can you be defeated by those comments, Xin." Tang Kerson looked at Su Yuanhang, Lin Shanshan and the others, her eyes brimming with tears as she made a promise to Lin Xiaoxiao, "Classmate Xiaoxiao, thank you for your encouragement, and thank you for liking me so much. So I promise you too, no matter how big the difficulties will be in the future and no matter how many people don't like me, I will continue to fight for all of you who have always supported me." Her promise to Lin Xiaoxiao also made all the employees happy. After all, Tang Kerson can be said to be the mainstay of the agency, and without her, the company would also face difficulties. Once profits are bad, there will be a crisis of layoffs, so they all hope that Tang Kerson can continue to forge ahead in the entertainment industry. Sister Xin, are you promising me that you won't quit the entertainment industry? Lin Xiaoxiao got excited. Tang Kerson said solemnly, "Yes, for you, and for myself, I will continue to persevere and work hard for a career I love." When she said this, Tang Xin also glanced at Su Yuanhang. However, she saw Su Yuanhang smile happily, and while holding her hand, he squeezed it a little harder, giving his support. Lin Shanshan and Tang Renqin were undoubtedly happy with Tang Xin's decision. "This is really great, I must tell my friends in the fan group the news, they have also been sad for a long time." Lin Xiaoxiao happily said, "They would be so happy if they knew you would make a comeback, Xin, we will always support you." "Thank you." Tang Kichin added, "Xiaoxiao, can you give your mother the phone?" "Yes." Without thinking, Lin Xiaoxiao shouted to her mother, "Mom, Sister Xin wants to talk to you." After learning that Tang Kichin was a big star, Lin's mother became nervous. "Xiaoxiao, what should I say? I'm afraid I'll embarrass you." After hearing Lin Ma's words, Tang Kerson felt that Lin Ma was a very simple and pure mother. "Mom, Sister Xin is very nice, just say whatever you like." Lin Xiaoxiao comforted her. In the end, Lin Ma answered the phone under the reassurance of Lin Xiaoxiao, and then said a little nervously, "Hello, Sister Xin, I am Xiaoxiao's mother, I am very happy to meet you." "Auntie, I'm also very happy to meet you and Xiaoxiao." Tang Kuxian's face broke into a smile, and after looking at Su Yuanhang again, she continued, "Auntie, we already know about Xiaoxiao's illness. You have worked hard over the years, and on behalf of myself, I want to do my part. I would also like to trouble you for your bank account number, so that I can show my appreciation." Without waiting for Lin's mother to reply, Lin Shanchan also wiped away her tears and said, "Sister Xin, add me." "Of course I can't miss out, sis." Tang Rinxin also laughed as he walked up. "And us." When Tang Kursin looked at Lin Shanchan and Tang Rinxin, she saw all the staff in the company shouting in unison. It was deafening. Post-writing thoughts, the author herself has experienced the anti-cancer journey of a loved one, but in the end, it was unsuccessful. Here, I also wish all readers and their families happiness and good health. Chapter 45 My Fiancé. Sister Xin, we are all willing to donate. The staff members expressed their willingness to help. This show of solidarity was very touching. Lin Ma naturally heard the voices of many people willing to help her in her ears, and tears instantly rolled down her face. She wiped her tears again and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was already lying in bed under the covers, her face pale and bloodless. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was looking at her with a bright smile on her face, as if the pain of being tormented by the disease had disappeared directly. But the tears kept welling up, and she used a tissue to press against her face to stop them from falling. To be honest, Lin's mother really didn't want to, or rather, she didn't want to accept everyone's kindness, as it would make her feel guilty. She had already felt the care from everyone for Lin Xiaoxiao, and was full of gratitude from the bottom of her heart. But what she has to face next is the bottomless treatment costs. Even if she raises more than 100,000 yuan through crowdfunding, it will still not be enough for a single surgical treatment. Lin's mother was in tears as she said, "Thank you, thank 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 you. However, Lin's mother was embarrassed and said, "Sister Xin, I don't have WeChat, and I can't read, I'm sorry." Tang Xin didn't mind, and said, "Does Xiaoxiao have WeChat? Can you add me?" Okay, I'll give you Xiaoxiao's phone number, and she can talk to you." Lin's mother nodded repeatedly, and then said to Lin Xiaoxiao, "My daughter, Sister Xin wants to talk to you." Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up the phone and said, "Hello, Sister Xin, I heard what you said to my mom just now. Thank you." Afterwards, Lin Xiaoxiao wiped away her mother's tears as she sat next to her. Lin's mother also took a tissue and wiped Lin Xiaoxiao's tears away. "You're welcome." Tang Xin smiled and said, "I also want to thank you for comforting me and letting me pursue my dreams." After a pause, Tang Xin continued, "Xiaoxiao, your mother doesn't have WeChat, so she has to let you add me and then transfer the bank account number to me. My colleagues and I want to help you, so please don't refuse." Sister Xin Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't stop her tears, choking back sobs and saying, "Sister Xin, thank you, I don't know how to repay 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 you." Tang Xin, however, comforts her, "You getting better quickly is the greatest repayment for those who support and encourage you. Sister Xin, then tell me your WeChat ID and I'll add you." Lin Xiaoxiao is a little emotional. On the one hand, she has unexpectedly added her idol's WeChat, and on the other, she has received Tang Xian's financial support, which gives her another chance to live and also reduces the burden on her mother. After adding WeChat, Tang Xin takes the initiative to message the other person, "Xiaoxiao, give me your bank account number." "Sister Xin, please wait a moment, my mother is getting the bank card." Lin Xiaoxiao didn't plan to use her own bank card, so it would be a bit slower. While Tang Kursin was waiting, Su Yuanhang whispered in her ear, "On behalf of our family, let me give Lin Xiaoxiao some money." "Yuanhang, no need." Tang Kursin smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I can't use your money. It's no big deal." Su Yuanhang grinned and said, "1 million should be enough for her next medical expenses. If it's not enough, I'll make up the difference." "1 million? Tang Kersen was a little surprised. She had originally thought of transferring 500,000 yuan to Lin Xiaoxiao, and with the support of the staff and Lin Shanshan and the others, it should add up to 7 or 8 million. Unexpectedly, Su Yuanhang directly gave 1 million at once, leaving her speechless. However, Su Yuanhang did not make the donation randomly. Instead, the system provided a detailed medical bill, which would cost about 1.5 million. That was why Su Yuanhang gave 1 million to help Lin Xiaoxiao's family. Yuanhang, on behalf of my fans, thank you. Tang Kersen added, if you really want to donate, just give 100,000, and I'll pay the rest. I've already transferred the money. Su Yuanhang, however, smiled lightly and said, so you can continue to transfer money to Lin Xiaoxiao if you want. Tang Kersen was taken aback. How did you know their account numbers? Su Yuanhang grinned and said, I peeked at your phone just now. Tang Kersen was shocked again. I didn't even remember the account numbers. I never forget a face. Su Yuanhang said with a slight smile. Tang Kersen. At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao sent a message, a little shocked, Sister Kersen, why did you transfer so much money to us? It's too much, Sister Kersen, we can't use so much. I'll transfer it back to you. Tang Kuxian hadn't transferred the money yet, and after reading Lin Xiaoxiao's message, she looked at Su Yuanhang with confusion in her beautiful eyes and said, Yuanhang, why did Xiaoxiao say that I transferred the money to her? Because I added a note with your name, Su Yuanhang explained. Tang Kuxian could only smile helplessly at Su Yuanhang, and then replied to Lin Xiaoxiao's message, Xiaoxiao, that's. After typing this, Tang Kuxian didn't know what to call Su Yuanhang for a while. Su Yuanhang was watching from the side, which made Tang Kersen feel a little shy. You don't need to look. Seeing that Tang Kersen was actually being a little coquettish with him, Su Yuanhang's heart blossomed with joy. Afterwards, he accompanied the cute kids and said to them, Mommy secretly sent a message, but she won't let Daddy see it. Kiki, Daddy, do you want us to secretly read Mummy's messages for you? Can you read the words, Xiaobao? Debao ruthlessly interrupted. I can't read them, Kiki. Xiaobao answered with a smile. Su Yuanhang didn't care, but he was still curious about how Tang Kersen would address Lin Xiaoxiao. Tang Kersen didn't think much about it at the moment, and simply typed, Xiaoxiao, that's my fiancé, your brother Su, making the transfer, not me. Since that is his heart's desire, you should accept it. The follow-up treatment will also cost a lot of money. I am transferring money to you now, so remember to check your account. After she finished speaking, she also transferred 500,000 yuan to Lin Xiaoxiao, and then with the crowdfunding from her colleagues, Lin Shanshan and Tang Renqin, there was an additional 300,000 yuan. After the transfer was complete, Lin Xiaoxiao sent a series of messages. Sister Xin, we have received a total of 1,823,500 yuan. Lin Xiaoxiao counted, thank you, Sister Xin, and thank you, brother-in-law, and all the other brothers and sisters. If I defeat cancer in the future, I will definitely work hard to repay you all. Tang Kuxian looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who also called Su Yuanhang brother-in-law, but her face was tinged with a quiet smile, and she said, No, as long as you get the proper treatment and live a good life with your mother, that will be our greatest wish. At this point, after the matter was resolved, Tang Kuxian secretly prayed that Lin Xiaoxiao would be cured of cancer. On the one hand, she thanked Su Yuanhang gratefully, Yuanhang, thank you. You're welcome. Su Yuanhang grinned, then curiously asked, Kuxian, now you can tell me, how should Lin Xiaoxiao address me? Tang Kuxian instantly blushed. While waiting for her answer, the system's prompt sounded, Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping the cancer girl, and you have obtained. There's another update at dawn. Thanks to the readers for their support. Please give me some free gifts and 5-star reviews, thank you. Chapter 46 Thank you, boss, for not killing me. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 100 million cash reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest business skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the amulet item. This time, the system rewards are very generous. In addition to cash, there are also items and skills. Su Yuanhang waited for Tang Kachin's answer while quickly understanding the effects of the skills and props. The strongest operational skills. The host has been detected as the owner of a company, so naturally, he or she must run the company and become the #1 in-house entertainment company. The next second, Su Yuanhang comprehended the strongest operational skills, as if he had been in business for hundreds of battles and was still undefeated, with a wealth of experience. Amulet prop. As the host becomes richer and his status improves, he will face the suppression and retaliation of competitors. For this reason, an amulet will be provided to protect the host and his family. Note, when encountering a security threat, the amulet will come into play, equivalent to a second life for the host and his family. Su Yuanhang instantly interpreted it and found that the prop and the skill complement each other. There were 4 amulets in total, which were obviously intended for Tang Kurson and the 2 cute kids in addition to himself. For this reason, Su Yuanhang felt that the system was very considerate. There are many insider stories and back channels in high society, which are difficult for ordinary people to reach. 2 days ago, Su Yuanhang saw a news report. It was about a top celebrity who committed suicide a few years ago due to depression. Everyone thought that was the end of the story. But after so many years, the story resurfaced and even made the trending list. The news broke that the top celebrity did not commit suicide due to depression, but became the plaything of the rich and was killed accidentally. Su Yuanhang has always believed that in this era of the rule of law, there are still dark areas that cannot be controlled. This area is free from the constraints of the law and allows people to do whatever they want, and that is the rich and powerful. Now that the system has arranged a protective charm in advance, Su Yuanhang can easily imagine that as his status rises, he will definitely encounter various crises one after another. After coming back to his senses, Su Yuanhang looked at Tang Kurson, but she avoided his gaze with an excuse. "I'm not telling you." A tone similar to a spoiled child's, which made Su Yuanhang's heart itch. Especially Tang Kurson's pure face with a touch of sensuality, being spoiled was absolutely deadly seductive. Although he did not get the answer he wanted, Su Yuanhang was not disappointed. Lin Shanshan and Tang Renxin were standing nearby, watching the scene of Su Yuanhang flirting with Tang Kurson, and could not help but snigger. "Shanshan, it seems like your sister and brother-in-law have a chance. Needless to say, it's just that your sister is more reserved and introverted, and Su Yuanhang needs to keep up the good work." Lin Shanshan judged, but from the current progress, it's only a matter of time before your sister is taken by Su Yuanhang. "Shanshan, how about we make a bet?" Tang Renxin's playful mood rose. Lin Shanshan even accepted the challenge. "What's the bet?" "Tell me." "Just guess when my sister and my brother-in-law will really get together." Tang Renxin explained, "Just like our close relationship." "Pfft, who's intimate with you?" Lin Shanshan pursed her lips, but thought it seemed like it was interesting. She said, "How long do you think?" Tang Renxin thought for a moment and said, 6 months. "I think that after 6 months, my sister will definitely fall completely under the warm embrace of my brother-in-law." Lin Shanshan didn't think so, but I'll say 3 months. Before 3 months, your sister will fall in love with your brother-in-law, and it's even possible that they will become very passionate and inseparable. Lin Shanshan, you still don't understand my sister. Tang Renxin smiled and said, "My sister is a goddess of ice. It's not easy to melt her." "You say 3 months, but if my sister's heart hasn't melted after 3 months, then you lose." "No, it should be 4.5 months. If your sister hasn't been conquered by your brother-in-law, I'll lose." Lin Shanshan corrected. Tang Renxin thought about it and realized that this timeline was exactly halfway, so he readily agreed, "Let's do it that way." "What happens to the loser?" Lin Shanshan asked curiously. "If I lose, I'll," Tang Renxin whispered in Lin Shanshan's ear. Lin Shanshan blushed and patted Tang Renxin playfully, saying, "You rascal, you're full of dirty thoughts, too." Then Lin Shanshan's phone rang, and she stopped messing around with Tang Kurson. Instead, she looked at the number and went over to answer it. "Hello." Su Yuanhang saw that Tang Kurson's mind was settled, so he directly picked up the 2 cute kids, and then said to the staff, who were still in a state of excitement, "Everyone, quiet for a moment, let me say a few more words." Tang Kurson stood with Su Yuanhang, also listening attentively, along with the staff as Su Yuanhang spoke. "As the new chairman, you should also know that Tianyu Entertainment has been acquired by me." At this point, all the staff were solemn and respectful, and the smiles on their faces disappeared, replaced by nervousness. Some people even swallowed, staring at Su Yuanhang, waiting for his next speech. As his eyes scanned the faces of the staff and observed the expressions they revealed, Su Yuanhang immediately guessed their inner thoughts. For this reason, Su Yuanhang gave a faint smile and said, "I don't know what you were like when Lin Dongui was here, but now I'm in charge here, so I hope that everyone can work together with me to make the company grow even stronger. Chairman, we will definitely work hard to achieve even better results. Boss, with you and Sister Xin here, our company will only go from strength to strength. We just hope that you won't fire us," said one employee bitterly. Su Yuanhang laughed and looked at this young employee who was probably about the same age as himself. He gave a very affirmative answer, Don't worry, the company doesn't plan to lay off staff, and if possible, it will even continue to recruit staff. As soon as these words were spoken, all the staff let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, deafening cheers erupted. Long live the chairman. Thank you, boss, for not killing us. From now on, I will live and die for the company. They were all grateful to Su Yuanhang as if they had been pardoned. It was clear how much they cared about and longed for their jobs. Tang Kersen actually knew how hard it was for these employees. They lived a 996 life every day. Many of them even had to stay up late and work overtime, and it was not uncommon for them to work more than 10 hours a day. Su Yuanhang raised his hand to silence them and then said, although I can't guarantee that your work pressure will be reduced from now on, I can guarantee that under the 8-hour work system, anyone who works overtime will be paid overtime. Wow. Upon hearing this, the staff were all shocked and couldn't believe it. Before Su Yuanhang bought the company, they had never received this kind of treatment, and they had all been treated like cattle by Lin Dongui. Comrades, sisters, our spring is here. Tang Kersen still agreed with Su Yuanhang's decision. Judging from the reaction of the staff, everyone was happy. Suddenly, after making the phone call, Lin Shanshan came to Tang Kersen with a difficult expression on her face and whispered a few words, freezing the smile on Tang Kersen's face. Su Yuanhang, who happened to turn back to look at Tang Kersen, felt his heart stir when he saw her expression of some worry. Tang Kersen's thoughts were heard by Su Yuanhang without any hindrance. Updated in the early morning and delivered. Please ask for a quick update and a free little gift. Thanks to Wu Gu for the inspiration capsule of love brown sugar and yam kanji, to Quan for the inspiration capsule, and to Yusi, who loves braised rice with mushrooms, for the bubble milk tea and the praise and flowers from the readers. Good night and sweet dreams. Chapter 47 Let's go protect mommy and drive the bad guys away. Ding at this time, Tang Kersen's mood was a bit bad, and the fundamental reason was that someone had informed Lin Shanshan about the news that Tang Kersen's villa had been sprayed with feces, scribbled on, and smashed. Please go and solve it. After hearing Su Yuanhang's heart, his mood also instantly dropped to a low ebb. He never imagined that some people could be so disgusting as to take revenge on Tang Kersen recklessly. If no one was meddling in the middle, Su Yuanhang simply would not believe it. Yuanhang, I may have to go out for a while. Tang Kersen did not give a reason, but she did not know that Su Yuanhang already knew, and she did not want to make him worry. Then, looking at the children, she forced a smile and said, my darlings still need you to take care of them. Mommy, are you going to work? I want to stay with you. The two children were a little clingy, but Tang Kuxin explained, Mommy has work to do and I'm afraid I won't be able to keep you company. But I promise you that I will be back before nightfall to have dinner with you, okay? Okay, then Mommy will go early and come back early. Mommy, be careful on the way, the children obediently replied. Afterwards, Tang Kuxin fixed her gaze on Su Yuanhang and continued, please take care of the children. Okay. Su Yuanhang didn't insist, but nodded lightly, and then said to Tang Rinxin, Cinny, give your sister a ride. No, I'll go with Shanshan. Tang Kersen refused, however. Considering Tang Rinxin's reputation for being a busybody, she was afraid that once they arrived at the scene of the crime, he would immediately ask Su Yuanhang for help, and she didn't want him to get in any danger with the cute kids. Sister, it's no big deal, I'll give you a ride wherever you go. Tang Rinxin, however, insisted, my brother-in-law's Rolls-Royce is parked downstairs, and I haven't had a chance to drive it yet. Today, I'll be your full-time driver. Just stay out of trouble and follow your brother-in-law. Lin Shanshan knew what Tang Kersen meant. After all, the two of them had been together for 4 years, and they had an unspoken understanding. Just take care of the kids for your sister, and don't worry about anything else. Tang Rinxin was depressed. Lin Shanshan, what's going on? We'll talk about it tonight. Lin Shanshan didn't want to explain, as it would only cause trouble for everyone. After saying that, she left the company with Tang Kersen. Uncle Chen was already in position downstairs. After they got in, Su Yuanhang could see the car slowly leaving from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Brother-in-law, what exactly did my sister and Lin Shanshan go do? Tang Rinxin guessed, could it be to go talk to the advertiser about the previous breach of contract? Do you really want to know? Su Yuanhang saw that Tang Rinxin was no longer a child, and his eyes were full of concern, so he tried to ask tentatively. Tang Rinxin was still relatively clever, and he could tell the meaning of the words at a glance. He looked forward to it and said, brother-in-law, do you know? However, Su Yuanhang did not answer, but looked at the employees, who were all waiting quietly for his next instruction. He then arranged, everyone has heard what Sister Xin just said clearly. She will continue to be active in the entertainment industry, so you just continue to work as usual. Yes, Chairman. Everyone answered in unison. Su Yuanhang then took the children's hands and walked towards the office. Tang Rinxin hurriedly followed, still unable to contain his curiosity. Brother-in-law, can you give me some news? What did my sister and the others go there for? Once inside, Su Yuanhang also gained a complete understanding of the situation at Tang Kerson's villa. In front of him, a related panel appeared, visible only to him. It showed the appearance of Tang Kerson's villa, as if from a god's perspective, and one could instantly see the villa being attacked. The front door had been spray painted and defecated on, and the glass inside the villa had also been smashed, leaving a mess. As for the culprit, the system had also found him through various channels, and he was now being presented to Su Yuanhang on the panel in front of him. Among them, the security guards in the villa area were also involved. There were a total of 8 of them, leading a group of unknowing fans, forming a relatively large group, and causing wanton destruction to Tang Kerson's villa. The impact was very bad. Instead of leaving, this group of guys hid, waiting for Tang Kerson to personally deliver himself to them. You go downstairs to prepare the car, and you'll know when we go. Su Yuanhang, however, hung Tang Rinxin's appetite and said, Brother-in-law, you're playing mysterious too. Saying that, Tang Rinxin still sensibly turned around and left the office. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take a sip of the chilled superb tea, and while smacking his lips, he said, awesome. After Tang Rinxin left, Su Yuanhang immediately used the amulets. In an instant, the 3 amulets were worn by the 2 Menghua and Tang Kerson. Of course, they were invisible and silent, and would only be triggered when the cute kids in Tang Kuxian were in danger. Su Yuanhang kept the last amulet for himself, to ensure that nothing could go wrong. After finishing, Su Yuanhang said to the cute kids, babies, do you want to go find Mummy? Yes. Daddy, Mummy is at work, will we cause her trouble if we go? De Bao said with big, knowing eyes. Su Yuanhang didn't expect De Bao to think so deeply, but in his heart, he felt sad for her understanding. Since they were young, they have been like canaries trapped in a cage, always protected tightly by Tang Kerson, and as a result, they have lost some of their freedom. But even so, they have no complaints, and they are even thinking of Tang Kerson. After petting the heads of the 2 cute kids, Su Yuanhang laughed and said, no, Mommy is in trouble now. Shall we go help Mommy fight the bad guys? Ah. The 2 cute kids stared in disbelief. Has Mummy been bullied by the bad guys? Yes, so as Mummy's strongest backing, shouldn't we go and help? Su Yuanhang said with a smile. Then I'll go help Mummy fight the bad guys. I'll go too, no one can bully Mummy. Daddy, let's go then. As soon as Xiaobao said this, he couldn't wait to take Su Yuanhang's hand and urge him on. Seeing their unwavering determination, Su Yuanhang's heart was stirred. My dears, aren't you afraid of the bad guys? The little girls replied in unison, no. Because we'll feel sad if Mummy is bullied, so even if the bad guys are scary, we have to protect Mummy. Su Yuanhang listened to their resounding and forceful reply, and his eyes took on a determined expression. He suddenly understood how important Tang Kerson was in the hearts of his little girls. Good, then let's go protect Mommy together and drive the bad guys away. Su Yuanhang followed up with a spirited response. And as Su Yuanhang was walking downstairs, he also greeted the staff, saying, we're not in the office, so the supervisors will manage each department for now. Thanks for your hard work. The company staff all felt for the first time that Su Yuanhang, the new director, was so polite and considerate. After Su Yuanhang left, the news department was the first to learn about the news that Tang Kerson's villa had been attacked. They couldn't help but be shocked and started talking about it. There will be an update in the early morning. I begged the readers to support me with free gifts. For every click on the gift, the author who is generating electricity with love will get 1 cent. Thank you, readers. After all, the topic of dads is niche, and not many people read it. More free gifts will give the author more motivation to keep writing. Thank you. Chapter 48, Saving the Beauty. After Tang Kerson and Lin Shanshan got into the car, they told Chen Shu to go to the villa. Without Su Yuanhang and the cute kids, Tang Kerson could speak more freely. Shanshan, what's the situation at the villa? The property management tried to call you but couldn't get through, so they called me instead. Lin Shanshan explained, they said the villa was surrounded by a large group of people, and they started smashing the glass with eggs and stones. Have you called the police? Tang Kerson frowned. she would not tolerate these troublemakers. The property management company has already reported it, and the police are on their way. Lin Shanshan explained, but they have all run away, and the property management company can't do anything about them. Tang Kersen felt that someone must have organized this incident, and she was not going to let it go. Let's go over there and take a look. Uncle Chen, however, reminded her, are you sure you want to go back, Xinjie? I'm worried that there will be paparazzi. Let them take pictures. There's nothing to hide anyway. Tang Xin added, it's a good opportunity to use their pens to announce some new news to our fans. Lin Shanshan thought this was a good idea, but she still had other concerns. She said, Xin, you'd better not get out of the car for a while. I'm worried that someone might attack you from hiding. Okay, Tang Xin nodded. Inside the car, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The traffic was heavy, causing a traffic jam. Tang Kersen followed suit and turned on her phone, and immediately she was bombarded with countless messages, with people from all walks of life contacting her. Among them were big-name advertisers. Ignoring some greetings from friends, Tang Kersen looked at the messages that needed to be dealt with and replied to them one by one. Lin Shanshan also had a lot of messages to deal with, but fortunately the two had formed a tacit understanding and were busy with their own things. Time passed quickly while they were dealing with messages and business. It was more than an hour before they arrived at the villa area. Uncle Chen followed up by reminding her, Xiangxi, we're almost there. Tang Xin looked up and saw the familiar road, so she put her phone away. At this time, there were 2 police cars parked in front of the single-family villa, conducting inquiries and investigations with the property management. They didn't notice any strangers hanging around, so it looked like they had fled. After the car came to a stop, Lin Shanshan said to Tang Xin, Xiangxi, I'll get out of the car and check the situation first, and you can come down when it's safe. Okay. Tang Kersen knew this was a good idea, so she readily agreed. After Lin Shanshan got off the bus, she walked towards the police. The property management recognized Lin Shanshan. After all, she and Tang Kersen had always been inseparable, so after the police finished taking the statement, they immediately shouted, Miss Lin, you've finally arrived. The police also focused their attention on Lin Shanshan and asked, is she the owner of the house? Sort of. The property manager explained, Comrade policeman, the surveillance cameras around here were sabotaged beforehand, so I don't know who did it. We understand. We will investigate this case through other channels. The police were also very responsible. After Lin Shanshan came over, a handsome policeman asked her, excuse me, are you the owner? I'm her assistant. Lin Shanshan stated her identity very clearly, the owner herself is already here, in the car. What results have you found out? The policeman glanced at the van not far away. Although he didn't care much about celebrities, he knew who was in the car. Tang Kersen had even served as the public relations ambassador for the local police station, so they took this incident of intentional damage to personal property very seriously. However, the police still asked routinely, I'm sorry, but we need to talk to the owner of the property in person about this matter. Please cooperate. Lin Shanshan looked around and saw that there shouldn't be a problem with the police present, so she nodded politely and said, okay, comrade policeman, I'll go get the owner. After saying this, she came to the front of the car and said to Tang Kersen, Sister Xin, no one has been found, you can get out of the car. Tang Kersen nodded and got out of the car, then walked straight towards the policeman. Just as she got close, before the policeman could ask, a flash suddenly went off. It was like a butterfly effect. The flashes of light became more and more intense, and then countless people poured out of the shadows. Each one of them was holding a camera in their hands, taking a burst of shots at Tang Kersen's face, and then following up with an interview. Miss Tang Kersen, please tell us, your villa has been attacked, what are your thoughts now? Miss Tang Kersen, could this have been done by your fans? Miss Tang Kersen, please answer our questions. Miss Tang Kersen, are you really going to quit the entertainment industry? Questions followed one after the other, and the situation quickly got out of hand. Even though the police were there, these paparazzi were still fearless. The police officers were slightly surprised to see 20 or 30 reporters suddenly appear, like ghosts, and then immediately shouted, "Get out of the way, all of you, don't obstruct us from doing our job. Make way, don't push." There were only 4 police officers responding to the call, so there were simply not enough of them. Even if they had warned the media paparazzi, it would have been useless. Tang Kersen and Lin Shanshan were both startled. Lin Shanshan hurriedly protected Tang Kersen and shouted at the paparazzi, "Can you stop filming? If you want an interview, can you wait until we've finished?" "Hey, will you stop?" But the paparazzi didn't care and just wanted Tang Kurson to answer. Even though the police stopped the paparazzi, they were still pushed to the gate, and the situation was in chaos. Tang Kurson was also a little angry, these people were going too far. Just as she was about to answer their questions directly, suddenly a large group of people poured in from elsewhere. These people were not media reporters, but ordinary people, but they were coming in a fierce manner. Among them, many people were actually holding things like eggs and tomatoes in their hands, and they threw them at Tang Kurson as soon as they saw her. They were shouting all kinds of obscenities, which was extremely loud and annoying. Tang Kurson was in the crowd, and Lin Shanshan had no time to care, and even the 4 police officers didn't expect this group of people to be so reckless. Pop! An egg smashed onto Lin Shanshan's body. But she didn't care and still protected Tang Kurson, and then shouted in the midst of the noise, "Sister Xin, you go inside first. Be careful." Tang Kurson noticed a tomato coming at Lin Shanshan's back, so she shouted and pulled her behind her. Lin Shanshan was carried away by inertia, while the tomato was also visible to the naked eye, heading towards Tang Kurson's head. At this critical moment, a dark figure pushed its way through the crowd and wrapped Tang Kurson in its arms. The tomato also smashed onto the back of this dark figure. When Tang Kurson looked clearly at the figure in front of her in the chaos, her uneasy eyes could not help but become surprised. In her ears, the cries of the Manghua children rang out crisply, "Mommy!" The update has been delivered. Without further ado, I beg the Daddy Corps to send some free gifts to support me. Thank you. Chapter 49, The Super Daddy Who Can Fight 10 Enemies. Tang Kurson gazed at Su Yuanhang's handsome and determined face, and her eyes were filled with surprise. She could still hear the cries of the children in the distance, which stirred her emotions. She saw her body spin in midair, and then she avoided everyone's egg attacks. However, after Su Yuanhang avoided the tomato attack, he was hit by an egg, and the splashing egg liquid also dripped onto Tang Kurson's face, carrying a faint fishy smell. Yuanhang Tang Kurson shouted with mixed emotions. "Let's go inside first." Su Yuanhang said, pushing her away, and then shouted at Lin Shanshan, "You go inside and hide first. Once inside, if these troublemakers dare to take a single step, it will be considered trespassing, and with the police there, they won't dare to do whatever they want." "What about you?" Tang Kurson worriedly asked. "Their target is you. As long as you are safe, they will stop." Su Yuanhang smiled slightly and said, "And there are also police comrades at the scene, so they dare not do anything reckless. Throwing eggs is already the maximum retaliation, and Tang Kurson also knows that if she stays put, she will only increase the pressure on everyone. So she hid in the villa with Lin Shanshan. The police were covered in tomato juice or egg liquid and were in a sorry state. They were helpless against these rioters, and could only try to stop them. Don't run, stop right there." The paparazzi had already hidden far away to film the scene, and were not affected by the chaos. At this time, Su Yuanhang also told Tang Renxin to take the children inside, as he still had some business to attend to. Su Yuanhang had found the culprit in this case of rioting. He took a few strides and rushed towards a small grove outside the villa. There was a sneaky guy on the phone. When he saw Su Yuanhang rushing at him, he was startled and hurriedly ran away. Su Yuanhang's usual training came into play. Relying on the advantage of his long legs, he finally caught up with the guy after the two of them had run about 50 meters. After pinning the other person to the ground, a piece of information appeared in Su Yuanhang's eyes. Chen Xinjie, organizer of the riot. Age, 38 years old. Identity, Triad. Where are you running to? Su Yuanhang used his foot to rest on the opponent's spine, and then grabbed his hand and lifted it back, in a very standard restraint position, making the opponent scream, "Ah! Let go of me!" Su Yuanhang would not let go of the other person, and was about to take out his phone to call the police when he heard footsteps in the woods. One after the other, they were carrying sticks and beating on the trees, making a dull sound. Chen Xinjie became smug when he saw this. "Kid, let go of me quickly, or I'll show you." Su Yuanhang casually glanced around and saw about a dozen people, each of whom looked like trouble. With his current abilities, he was not yet able to fight 10 people. With no choice, Su Yuanhang had to let go of Chen Xinjie, then got up and stared at the group of hostile-looking guys, saying with a straight face, "The police are not far away, aren't you afraid?" Before they could return, Chen Xinjie stood up from the ground, waved his arm again, and then said viciously, "You want a fight?" As soon as the words fell, Chen Xinjie kicked Su Yuanhang in the back. Su Yuanhang, who had been on guard, dodged sideways, causing Chen Xinjie to miss. This caused him to stumble under the force of inertia, splitting his legs in the air. Rip! The sound of ripping pants was accompanied by Chen Xing's heart-wrenching scream, ah! Amid Chen Xing's screams, the hired thugs didn't know who shouted, beat him up. And all of a sudden they all charged at Su Yuanhang. The sticks in their hands were raised high, looking menacing, and they had every intention of putting Su Yuanhang down. Su Yuanhang was about to run, but at this time, the system's prompt sounded, "Ding, congratulations to the host for solving Tang Kerson's crisis, reward 30 million cash reward plus divine martial arts." The next second, in Su Yuanhang's mind, it was as if countless martial arts secrets had come together, making him seem like a battle-hardened master. A thug holding a wooden stick high above his head, ready to chop Su Yuanhang's head off, saw Su Yuanhang extend a single hand. The stick stopped in midair, and no matter how hard the thug tried, it did not budge. Instead, when Su Yuanhang lunged forward, the thug's body followed suit. Su Yuanhang was no pushover. As the thug dove at him, he opened his right arm and slammed it into the thug's throat. Ugh! The thug immediately tumbled in place and fell to the ground, instantly losing his fighting spirit. Su Yuanhang then took on 10 thugs at once, but it was like he was walking through a field of flowers, effortlessly taking them all down. In particular, one of the thugs, who was holding a baseball bat and was trying to sneak up on Su Yuanhang, was blocked by him, and then the bat was smashed with a punch, which made the thugs tremble with fear. When the police arrived, only 4 or 5 of the thugs were left, scared and unable to fight. As for the others, they had all been knocked down by Su Yuanhang. After seeing this, the police officers were all dumbfounded. "Comrade policeman, help us!" Chen Xingjia had knocked out 2 front teeth at this point, and cried out with a mouth full of blood, "This guy is going to kill someone." Su Yuanhang, however, ignored Chen Xingjia's false accusations and calmly explained, "Police officer, this time the instigator behind the incident was him, and he was the one who found these thugs to fight for him. Just investigate the street surveillance footage and you'll know." After a pause, Su Yuanhang provided more information. Of course, most of these thugs have criminal records, so it will be easy to find out. One policeman recognized Su Yuanhang as the one who had protected Tang Kerson. But after maintaining order at the villa gate, the police, looking disheveled, chased after the troublemakers, hoping to catch as many as possible. However, they heard a noise in the woods and hurried over, just in time to see Su Yuanhang cleaning up the thugs. "Comrade policeman, we were the ones who got beaten up." Chen Xingjia cried out again, "We are the victims." "Shut up!" The police officer snapped, with a cold face. "Everyone here is going back with me for questioning." Su Yuanhang naturally had no objections. He just happened to have evidence to give to the police, so they could thoroughly investigate the matter. It seemed like Chen Xingjia was the instigator, but Su Yuanhang understood from the information provided by the system that he was just a gopher. "Ding, congratulations, host, for assisting the police in solving the case and receiving a cash reward of 10 million. Ding, congratulations, host, for catching the ringleader of the rioters. This system will provide the host with the most complete evidence of the riot, ensuring that no one will get away." Su Yuanhang's mouth curled up slightly upon hearing this. He had gotten 60 million in cash and skill rewards for starting a fight, and had also captured these criminals, so his mood was very different from Chen Xingjia's. When Su Yuanhang and the group of thugs came out of the woods, they saw a police bus approaching. Chen Xingjie and the others looked at it and all of their faces changed. After the police officers escorted them all onto the bus, they politely said to Su Yuanhang, "Mr. Su, Chen Xingjia has done a lot of bad things in his life, and he has been to the police station 3 times, but he still hasn't repented. We also believe that you were acting in self-defense, but we still hope that you can cooperate with us and come back for investigation." Su Yuanhang didn't expect the police officers to know Chen Xingjie as well, which made things easier. "No problem, comrade policeman, this is what I should do." Su Yuanhang smiled. "Then please come with me to the police station to make a statement," the police officer said, politely inviting Su Yuanhang to get into the car. Su Yuanhang, who was about to get into the car, suddenly heard Tang Kerson scream, "Yuanhang!" Chapter 50 Fiancé's thoughts, "You are a wonderful man." Order was now being restored with the arrival of the police. Although the troublemakers had fled, the nearby surveillance cameras had captured them all on film, and none of them would get away with it if they were held accountable. Tang Kerson and the others could also safely leave the villa, but they saw that Su Yuanhang had actually been taken away in the car. So, Tang Kerson and the 5 manhwa kids all ran out to find out what was going on. "Yuanhang, what's going on?" "Officer, what did my brother-in-law do? Why are you arresting him?" "Daddy, don't arrest my daddy," the kids cried as they shouted. Normally, the people who get into the police car are the ones who have done something wrong, so they all thought that something had happened to Su Yuanhang. However, Su Yuanhang looked at their worried and sad expressions and felt warm in his heart. He then explained, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just going back with the police to investigate a little, and I'll be back soon." The police officer also told them, "Ms. Tang, don't worry, Mr. Su Yuanhang has assisted our police in apprehending the instigator of this incident. We will also commend him and thank him for his active cooperation. We are just asking him to accompany us to the police station to make a statement. We will personally bring him back then. I don't want to be separated from you." De Bao, however, rushed straight into Su Yuanhang's arms, his big eyes brimming with tears, and said, "I want to stay with Baba. Mama, we don't want Baba to be taken away by the police." Xiao Bao also had teary eyes. Tang Kersen had by now fully understood what had happened, and the stone in her heart had fallen away. She patted Xiao Bao on the head and said, "Comrade policeman, can we go together? That would be best." The police officer laughed and said, "If you come together, it will be convenient for us to open a case investigation into the vandalism of the villa." After listening to the police officer's explanation, Tang Renxin took out the car keys and said, "Let's take my brother-in-law's car." Of course, Su Yuanhang could also ride in his Rolls-Royce and follow the police car to the police station. In the car, the children were no longer crying or making a fuss, but instead snuggled in Su Yuanhang's arms and ate milk candies, looking very well behaved. Tang Kersen looked at Su Yuanhang's soiled clothes and said with a mixture of guilt and concern, "Yuanhang, are you hurt?" "No." Su Yuanhang gave a faint smile and said, "Someone did this deliberately, and I believe it won't be long before the truth comes out." Lin Shanshan angrily wiped her hair and clothes with a wet wipe. "Which bastard did this? Don't let me catch you, you son of a bitch." Lin Shanshan was furious, with no one around to keep her in check. Tang Renxin was also furious. "If there hadn't been reporters around, I would have rushed over and taught those people a lesson." In fact, he really wanted to do so, but Su Yuanhang stopped him. If Tang Renxin had hit someone, not only would the paparazzi have filmed it and broadcast it, there were also police officers at the scene, and they were recording everything. Once they were recorded actually hitting someone, it would be filed away. Don't get carried away in the future, you hear me? Tang Koxian naturally thought of all this too, and reminded Tang Ren Xian, "No matter what happens, don't hit anyone." Of course, there is an exception, and that is in self-defense, you can fight back. "I know, sister, I'm not stupid." Tang Ren Xian said with a smile while driving the car, "Besides, you're here, my brother-in-law, so I just need to protect my precious." Lin Shanshan was once again moved by Tang Renxin's words. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kersen, however, exchanged glances at this moment. He saw tenderness in the other person's eyes, along with a faint smile of shyness. Ding! At this moment, Tang Kersen's dependence value on the host increased by 12 points, and she received a cash reward of 120 million. The next second, Su Yuanhang heard Tang Kersen's thoughts. "Yuanhang, thank you, you are a very good man, thank you." Although it was a thank you, Tang Kersen's impression of him deepened once again. The dependence value was about to reach the halfway mark, and the two's feelings grew stronger with each passing day. Most importantly, Su Yuanhang's bank account balance was about to exceed 600 million yuan. Throughout the country, there were only a handful of people who could come up with 600 million yuan in cash, most of which was in the form of fixed assets. So Su Yuanhang felt that he also belonged completely to the first or second tier of the rich. Before long, the group arrived at the police station with the police. They did not immediately get out of the car, but watched as the police officers escorted Chen Xinjie and his gang into the station. After everything was taken care of, Su Yuanhang and the others followed and entered the police station, where they were arranged to give their statements in the reception room. When the statement was finished, it was half an hour later. However, Tang Kersen and the others did not see Su Yuanhang come out for a long time. In another room, Su Yuanhang told the police officer everything he knew. Chen Xinjie was not the real mastermind, but you can ask him during the interrogation. "Mr. Su, how do you know that Chen Xinjie is not the mastermind?" the police officer asked curiously. Su Yuanhang said calmly, "Because there was suddenly an extra sum of money in his account. If you investigate carefully, you should be able to find out where the money came from. Then the person who transferred the money to Chen Xinjie is the mastermind." "Mr. Su, do you know the purpose of their actions?" the police officer asked while taking notes. "I'm not sure about that, but my fiancée's attack definitely has nothing to do with fans being upset that she quit the industry. Su Yuanhang crossed his arms and said calmly, "They are just using the guise of being fans to deliberately smear my fiancée and take revenge on her, making her look bad in public." "Okay, Mr. Su, we have a general understanding of the situation. We appreciate you coming in to give a statement." The police officer stood up, shook Su Yuanhang's hand, and said, "If you have any follow-up questions, please cooperate with us again." Su Yuanhang readily agreed, because of course, cooperating with the police is what the people should do. "Thank you." When Su Yuanhang came out of the house, Tang Kurson and the others all gathered around. "Brother-in-law, what did the police ask you?" Tang Renxin couldn't wait to ask. The other people's eyes also carried curiosity, but Su Yuanhang didn't explain too much. "Let's go back first, I'll tell you more on the way." "Okay, I'll go get the car." Tang Renxin also knew that this was not the place to talk, so he took the car keys and ran outside. Lin Shanshan, however, said with a bad temper, "These reporters are really like dogskin plaster, they can't be shaken off." Tang Kurson was also helpless. It seemed that they couldn't go back to the villa, and they couldn't go to the hotel either. "Go to my place and stay for now." Su Yuanhang, however, smiled lightly. Everyone was puzzled. The cute kids asked in a baby voice, "Daddy, are we going back to our previous home? Do we still have to take a plane to get there?" Su Yuanhang, however, laughed and said, "I have a villa in the Tan Palace. Let's go there. The reporters and media will definitely not be able to go in and visit, let alone film us." Upon hearing this, Tang Kurson, Lin Shanshan, and the others were stunned, and they even became shocked. "Yuanhang, you have a house in the Magic City too?" Lin Shanshan added, "And it's still in the Tan Palace?" Chapter 51 I'm dating a rich guy now. Su Yuanhang saw everyone's incredulous look, but he calmly smiled and said, "Yes, I have a villa in Tan Palace." Tang Renxin was even more surprised and said, "Brother-in-law, didn't you say you've never been to the devil's capital? Just because you haven't been there doesn't mean you don't have a house there." Su Yuanhang, however, remained calm and said, "It's just like the favor I asked you to do for me yesterday." Hearing this, Tang Renxin instantly understood. "Brother-in-law, are you trying to speculate on the property market?" Just thinking about it, Tang Renxin felt that Su Yuanhang's financial resources were a bit scary. After all, he can casually come up with a few $100 million, and who knows how much Su Yuanhang's assets are. At this moment, Tang Kurson suddenly realized that after following Su Yuanhang for 4 years, there seemed to be many things about him that she couldn't understand. At the beginning, she only knew that he had bought a house in an ordinary residential area for less than $1 million, and had been living a life of a nerd all by himself. When she took the kids to find Su Yuanhang, she didn't expect him to give them a life of wealth and luxury, just a simple life like any normal person. Now she thinks about it, Su Yuanhang is even richer than she thought. Whether it's the billion-dollar Peach Blossom Land, or the acquisition of an entertainment company with just one person, and now there's a new type of villa called the Sandalwood Palace, which costs several $100,000 per square meter and sells for 500 to 600 million yuan. This is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Tang Kurson was shocked and began to doubt herself, "Have I hooked up with a rich man?" Lin Shanshan also rolled her eyes, her heart filled with waves of shock. "Su Yuanhang, I thought I had seen a lot by following Xinjia, but in front of you I've completely become a clown. You've hidden it a bit too well, haven't you?" Su Yuanhang could be considered a nouveau riche at the moment, but what made him happiest was being able to gain the approval of the Menghua children. Of course, he is also filled with a sense of pride at being able to help his family with the abilities the system has given him. "Let's go to the Tan Palace." Su Yuanhang didn't explain too much, and gave Tang Renxin a faint smile. "I'll give you directions myself when we get there." "No problem, brother-in-law." Tang Renxin said cheerfully, "I'll take over from here, and let my driving skills as the best old driver do the rest." At this moment, the atmosphere in the car also eased up a bit. The toddlers were eating the food that Tang Renxin had bought in the snack street, and the way they were enjoying themselves made Su Yuanhang feel a little hungry. Tang Kurson looked at the dirty clothes on Su Yuanhang's body, but took out a wet wipe to wipe them for him. Lin Shanshan, who was standing nearby, saw this and a smile appeared on her face. She teased the toddlers, saying, "My dears, Shanshan auntie doesn't have anyone to help her with the laundry, so would you help her?" "You have Xiao Xin." Su Yuanhang retorted. But Tang Renxin glanced at the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, I would like to, but then no one would be driving." The cute kid said with a smile, "Sure thing, Auntie Shan, I'll do it for you. If Daddy has Mummy to help him, then I'll help Auntie Shan wipe the egg liquid off her hair." The two cute kids started to work on Lin Shan from top to bottom. Tang Kerson followed up, when we get there, you can take off your clothes and I'll wash them for you. No need, just tell Xiaoxin to go buy some new clothes that fit. Su Yuanhang was still wearing clothes that cost a few tens of dollars, and he had worn them for more than a year, so they could be thrown away. Tang Renxin said cheerfully after hearing this, brother-in-law, then you have to pay for my travel expenses. That's easy to arrange. Su Yuanhang grinned. Lin Shanshan, however, pouted and said, Xin, when did you become so money-minded? I'll give you the money later. Tang Kerson, however, smiled and said, it's just that you can also help Shanshan pick out a few things. Who needs him to buy them for me? Lin Shanshan pouted, his taste doesn't satisfy me. Tang Renxin laughed sheepishly, my dear, you previously said that the underwear I bought you fit perfectly. Shut up. Lin Shanshan blushed and shouted after hearing this, and if you say anything else, I'll sew your mouth shut. However, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kerson heard everything, and the two of them glanced at each other and then smiled at each other. After arriving at the location, everyone finally got to see what the place where the real rich people live looked like. As the premier top-level villa area in the demon capital, the residents of Tan Palace are even more prominent in status, and each of them can be considered a social celebrity. However, Su Yuanhang was not interested in the identities of the others. He only knew that it was most important to be able to give Meng Hua and Tang Kerson a warm home. At this time, a security guard came over to check their identities. After Su Yuanhang reported his name, they were let in. This also convinced Tang Kerson and the others that Su Yuanhang did indeed have a luxury home in this area. After arriving at the location, Tang Renxin said with a smile, brother-in-law, those paparazzi were stopped outside and couldn't get in. You can stay here for a few days. Su Yuanhang said to the group when he got out of the car, let's travel together again after the storm over Xian has passed. I have to meet with a few big-name advertisers tomorrow. Tang Xian, however, said helplessly, after all, I broke the contract first, and I need to go and explain things in person. That's easy. Su Yuanhang knows about the big-name advertisements that Tang Xian has taken, so he said very readily, I will negotiate with them in the company's name, you don't need to appear in person. As for the compensation, it can also be deducted from the company's finances. Now Su Yuanhang alone controls Tianyu Entertainment Company, with a net worth of nearly 600 million, there is no problem solving these advertisers. Tang Kerson, however, felt that she was not yet married to Su Yuanhang, and it felt a bit inappropriate. Then I'll give you the money. Tang Kerson emphasized, Yuanhang, after all, this is all because I caused it myself, so I have to do something too. If I keep relying on you, it will make me feel guilty. Su Yuanhang, however, smiled lightly and said, that's fine, as long as you're happy. Tang Kerson's face then broke into a smile, and she nodded, thank you. After the two finished discussing business, they began to appreciate the villa. To be honest, the Tangong Villa was just an expensive location, and from the outside, the style of the villa could be seen in some rural areas. It was just that the building materials used were expensive, and the special features were not comparable to the Peach Blossom Villa in the least. Therefore, after they had stayed in the Peach Blossom Spring, the Tang Palace Villa no longer had the same impact when they saw it again. Su Yuanhang was naturally visiting this place for the first time as well, but fortunately, the blueprints of the villa had long been in his mind, and this made him feel familiar with everything inside the house. There were 3 floors in total, with a floor area of about 1,500 square meters, including a relatively large courtyard with various kinds of precious trees planted. Part of the money had been spent on these decorative landscapes. If it weren't for the system's reward for this villa, to be honest, Su Yuanhang would not have bought it even if he had the money. He still misses his own paradise, which can be called a fairyland on Earth. After settling the family, Su Yuanhang transferred 100,000 yuan to Tang Renxin, asking him to go buy some clothes and ingredients. Tonight, no one will go out, so everyone will just rest in the villa for the day. After Tang Renxin left, Lin Shanshan and Tang Kerson went to take a shower, as they both had egg and tomato juice on their bodies, which was very uncomfortable. As for Su Yuanhang, he listened to the system's reward prompt sound again. Ding, congratulations to the host for solving the incident in which Tang Kerson was attacked by fake powder. Reward 100 million yuan in cash. Ding, congratulations to the host for assisting the police in cracking this case of troublemakers. The person behind the scenes will be successfully captured with the help of this system. As the voice fell, a panel appeared, and Su Yuanhang also saw a list of criminal suspects presented in front of him. Unexpectedly, this person behind the scenes was also a rich second generation. Su Yuanhang's eyes narrowed after looking at it, and he said to the system, show me all the information on this guy. I want to see why he organized this attack. I stayed up late writing yesterday, and I caught a cold because I was wearing too little clothing. Readers, please pay attention to keeping warm and don't be like the little author you won't earn any money but have to pay for medicine instead. Oh. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. We also have to protect our parents. The information on the second-generation rich kid was all displayed on Su Yuanhong's attribute panel. His name was Wang Song. He was the son of a tycoon who started out by investing in real estate. He owned hundreds of shopping malls and cinemas, and was worth tens of billions. He was also known as the entertainment industry's disciplinary committee, and was usually active on the internet, arguing with the sky, the earth, and the air. After reading it, Su Yuanhang retrieved records of the grudges or conflicts between Wang Song and Tang Kersen. Not only did the system find it, but it was even reported online. Once, on social media, Wang Song directly named Tang Kersen, saying that she was a very interesting and very beautiful actress, and that he was still a little fanboy of Tang Kersen. And the only celebrity he follows is also Tang Kersen. He even declared publicly that he admires Tang Kersen very much and believes that she is a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry and the originator of pure lust. In response to Tang Kersen's remarks, he posted a total of more than 10 comments in just half a year, and at one point, the media believed that Wang Song was intentionally showing his interest in Tang Kersen. Some even took photos of Wang Song personally waiting for Tang Kersen at the film set, asking after her well-being. Everyone thought he was falling in love. Wang Song was also spotted at Tang Kersen's concert. Not only that, when the movie was released, Wang Song used his power to give Tang Kersen's movie a green light, and the screening rate was higher than other movies. Of course, some of it was just media gossip, but some of it was true. What the mass media cared about even more was Tang Kersen's attitude towards Wang Song, so during entertainment interviews, the media asked about it, and she took advantage of the mass media coverage to bluntly reject Wang Song's flattery. Wang Song, who had been rejected so cruelly, responded again, "It feels like Tang Kersen is the type of woman that most men would like." May I ask which man wouldn't like her? Tang Kersen simply chose to ignore it and no longer responded to any questions related to Wang Song. After reading it, the system gave a positive evaluation and analysis. According to various signs, Wang Song may have learned that Tang Kersen has long been in love with someone else and has even given birth to 2 cute children with the host. For this reason, he hates her out of love and wants to take revenge on her. The system has detected that Wang Song's methods do not end there, and that he has a next step planned, which is to make Tang Kersen unable to establish a foothold in the entertainment industry. Please make a decision in advance. Su Yuanhang immediately understood what the system meant after reading it. Want to block Tang Kersen? As Wang Song, he does have the ability to do so. After all, Wang De Movies has always been recognized as the industry leader, has always been an industry leader, occupies a high market share, and has significant advantages and strong market competitiveness. Moreover, he has invested in most of the movies, so it can be said that every filmmaker cannot get around Wang De, and they must cooperate with him if they want to release their movies. After some speculation, the system reported the latest development. It has been detected that Wang Song has used his influence to avoid being pursued by the police by using a scapegoat. Su Yuanhong's eyes narrowed. He knew that with Wang Song's ability to lean on big trees, it would be easy to clear his suspicion. However, he is not discouraged, because he has obtained other criminal information about Wang Song from the system, and he is also involved with a male singer with unlimited potential from a few years ago. He has also colluded with his own uncle and done many illegal and criminal things. At this moment, Tang Kersen's mood is very complicated. She has also guessed who the person behind the scenes is, but in the face of the power of Chaebol Capital, she is now a little overwhelmed. The latest situation is that the company has encountered the latest obstacle. All business partners who have cooperated with Tang Kersen have announced a complete suspension of cooperation. At this time, Tang Kersen will face the crisis of being banned from the entertainment industry. Please solve this matter in time. Su Yuanhang was downstairs and heard Tang Kersen's thoughts as she was taking a shower. Just as he had guessed, it had suddenly come true. "Daddy, I have candy for you." Just as Su Yuanhang was deep in thought, De Bao pulled up 2 of his fingers and shook them. Su Yuanhang, who had come back to his senses, looked down at his son's big, sparkling eyes, which were full of expectation and a smile, and his other hand held up high a little white rabbit gummy bear. He smiled knowingly and said, "Thank you, my dear." "Daddy, I've got more here," said his son, taking out several more little white rabbit gummy bears from his pocket. Su Yuanhang patted their little heads and said, "My darlings are so good, I'll buy you some more after we've finished eating." "Good. Daddy, your clothes are dirty too. Do you want to go to the bath with Mummy?" Big Bao said innocently. Su Yuanhang laughed and said, I'll wash after mummy. For now, I'll play with my babies. Daddy, crouched down for a moment. The adorable babies suddenly looked at each other and said in unison. With a puzzled look, Su Yuanhang still crouched down, smiling, what's wrong? Daddy, lower a little more. They stood on their tiptoes, but it was still not low enough, so they continued to pout. Su Yuanhang simply squatted down, and at this time, the two cute kids kissed him on the left and right cheeks respectively, which was unexpected. Ba Kai. Tom Ya. He he he. The cute kids immediately laughed happily again. Thank you, Daddy, for protecting Mummy. Su Yuanhang was slightly taken aback, then a smile spread across his face as he said, Did what happened earlier scare our babies? The babies nodded in unison. Yes, those people were so scary, they were throwing things at Mummy and Auntie Shan Shan. I hate them. Daddy, will the bad guys all be arrested by the police? Su Yuanhang reassured them, of course, the police are there to catch the bad guys, didn't we see them all in handcuffs before? The children nodded emphatically, and when they grow up, they will protect their parents too. Having heard these words from the cute kids, Su Yuanhang felt that it was enough. He smiled slightly and said, My darlings, no matter how old you grow up to be, you will always be the apple of your parents' eyes. We will protect you for the rest of our lives. Giggling, the kids said, Promise, Daddy. Cross your heart and hope to die. Su Yuanhang saw that they had extended their little fingers to him to make a pinky promise, so he satisfied their expectations and held on. Then they beamed and said, Pinky promise, we won't break it for 100 years. Whoever changes will be a piggy. Giggle, giggle. Watching them cheer and jump for joy, the softest place in Su Yuanhang's heart was touched. He finally had something that he would defend to the death, these two treasures. Tang Kersen happened to be taking a shower at the moment and was walking downstairs when she saw this scene. Her heavy heart was suddenly swept away by the beautiful scene. Whether it was the adorable children who were playing around, or Su Yuanhang, who was crouching on the ground making a promise with them, they all felt so good, life was so beautiful. There's more to come, so please hurry and comment. There's also a free gift, thank you. Chapter 53, We'll keep Mum for you, Mom. Su Yuanhang noticed that Tang Kersen had come down from washing up, but her bandages on her fingers were already soaked. He went over to the little ones and said, Are you done washing up? Yes. Tang Kersen nodded slightly and said, You should go wash up too. No rush, let's take care of the wound on your hand first. Su Yuanhang said, rummaging through the medicine cabinet in the hall. Although they had never lived there, the household supplies were complete. Su Yuanhang took them out with ease, then asked Tang Kersen to sit on the sofa and carefully removed the previous bandage. The children couldn't help but feel distressed when they saw Tang Kersen's wound. Mommy, does it hurt? If it hurts, I'll blow on it for you. Xiaobao said and did as he said. Tang Kersen felt that this was the happiest moment. Su Yuanhang disinfected it with iodine and then covered it with a band-aid. He then said, You need to treat it once a day until it scabs over. Thank you, Tang Kersen said with a faint smile. I'm going to take a shower. Su Yuanhang didn't wait for Tang Renxin to return. He was sticky and needed to clean up. As he walked up the stairs, he suddenly remembered something and shouted to Tang Kuxian again, Kuxian, after Xiao Xian comes back from the grocery store, don't cook, I'll make lunch. Tang Kuxian felt that with Su Yuanhang in the family, she didn't need to worry about anything at all, and she had never felt so secure. Okay, Tang Kuxian said with a gentle smile. At this time, Su Yuanhang went upstairs and entered the bathroom where Tang Kuxian was washing up. At this time, the bathroom had an exhaust fan on, which had evaporated the foggy water, but the scent of shampoo mixed with shower gel lingered. He also followed suit and took off the dirty clothes on his body, and threw them into the drum-type washing machine. Then, looking at himself in the mirror, he saw that his physical fitness had improved, and his inverted triangle body shape was very obvious, with abdominal muscles that could bulge with a little effort. The explosive power contained was unimaginable. Su Yuanhang stood in the bathtub again, and then turned on the faucet. Suddenly, water droplets fell from the shower head, soaking him all over. While he was happily and thoroughly restaining his body, Lin Shanshan also washed her whole body and then came to the living room to sit with Tang Kersen. Neither of them was in a good mood. Lin Shanshan, with her long wet hair, explained to Tang Kersen, Sister Xian, just now the company sent me a message saying that all of our artists' businesses have been suspended, and some projects that we were still working on have also been cancelled one after the other. Tang Kurson pursed her lips as she held her phone and said, "It's because of me that the company has been blocked by people with ulterior motives. Their goal is also very clear, they want to silence me. Sister Xin, who on earth has this kind of power?" Lin Shanshan couldn't think of anyone. It could only be that rich guy. Tang Kurson received a text message from Wang Kong. Although she didn't have a friend, she knew his number. Wang Song told her to give in to him, go to the Wangda Hotel tonight and meet him, and he would settle all the public opinion. Lin Shanshan stared with a mixture of shock and anger and said, "Wang Song, that bastard, could it be that he caused all of this today?" Tang Kurson nodded, pretty much. Sister Xin, are you really going to go on the date? Lin Shanshan became worried. That bastard is no good. Sister Xin, why don't we just ignore it and talk to Su Yuanhang to see if there's any other way? Tang Kurson actually didn't want to trouble Su Yuanhang again, and it was hard for him to acquire Tianyu Entertainment for her, and now it had been blocked by Wang Song and all business had been suspended. This was equivalent to letting Su Yuanhang's efforts go down the drain. I will handle it personally. Tang Kuxian thought for a moment and sent a message to Wang Song in reply. Afterwards, she reminded Lin Shanshan, "Don't tell Yuanhang about this, I don't want him to worry." Sister Xin, are you really going to go on the date? I'm afraid Wang Song will do something inappropriate to you. Lin Shanshan became worried, this bastard obviously doesn't have good intentions. Tang Kuxian knew this, but she would not obediently comply, but also had her own conditions. Don't worry, I'll ask Wang Song to help me arrange a press conference, and then he won't be able to say anything to me in front of everyone. After Tang Kuxian finished speaking, the vibration of a text message came, and she looked down to see it. A smile came to her face as she said, "See, he agreed." Lin Shanshan looked at the chat history and saw that Wang Song was acting like he was determined to get her, which made her very unhappy. Sometimes, I really want to tear his face to shreds. Lin Shanshan said angrily. For the sake of the voyage or the company, we all have to swallow our anger. Tang Kurson knows the fear of capital. Although she is a top celebrity, in front of these plutocrats, she is just a small person. They can easily promote ordinary people to high positions, and they can also make people fall from the altar, often just with one sentence. Since Tang Kurson has already made up her mind, Lin Shanshan can't change her mind, so she can only support her as best she can and say, "Sister Xin, I'll go with you that night." Tang Kurson nodded, and they would see how things went at the time. No problem. Lin Shanshan made a gesture, and then, before Tang Kurson could continue, she laughed and said, "Sister Kurson, I know you want to say don't let Xin know, I understand." The two had long since understood each other's minds, and they smiled at each other at the moment. The little ones were listening on the side, but they were confused. "Mommy, you and Auntie Shanshan are sneaking out to play tonight? Why can't you tell your father and uncle?" Lin Shanshan almost forgot that the toddlers were listening. She was about to say something to coax them when Tang Kurson hugged them and said, "My dears, don't tell your father and uncle what you just heard from Auntie Shanshan. This is a secret between Auntie Shanshan and me. Will you keep it a secret for us?" The toddlers didn't understand what was going on, but they knew they had to listen to what Tang Kurson said. They nodded in succession and said, okay, we'll keep mum for you." Shush Xiaobao also made a shushing gesture, which was adorable. At this time, Lin Shanshan's phone rang, and it was Tang Rinxin calling. After answering, Tang Rinxin shouted, "Baby, I'm almost at the villa. Come out and help carry the things in a bit." "Got it, drive slowly," Lin Shanshan replied. After hanging up, Tang Kurson had just sent a message to Uncle Chen, agreeing on a time to meet. They would wait until after dinner to go to the hotel to pick up their luggage as an excuse to go to the reception invited by Wang Song. Su Yuanhang was wiping himself down when the system's prompt sounded. "Ding, it is learned that Tang Kurson is going to go on a date with Wang Song tonight. Please prepare a corresponding strategy." The plot is very exciting, and it is completely different from the cliché plot that everyone has guessed. Stay tuned, please support me by asking for a small gift. Brothers and sisters, let's do a survey. What time do you think is more suitable for an update? Morning, noon, or evening, or even early morning? Chapter 54 promotes the relationship between the two. When Su Yuanhang finished washing up and went downstairs, Tang Rinxin had also returned from shopping and was busy carrying things with the others. The children were also carrying lighter ingredients in their hands. When they saw Su Yuanhang, they shouted happily, "Daddy, Uncle bought a lot of things, and he bought us toys too, hee hee." They happened to meet Tang Rinxin coming out of the kitchen, sweating profusely. He looked at Su Yuanhang and said with a bitter expression, "Brother-in-law, come and help me, I'm exhausted. Su Yuanhang was wearing the same clothes as before, except that they were much cleaner. This was because they had been washed in a fast-drying smart washing machine, which had been in the villa since before. After half an hour of washing, and with Su Yuanhang having deliberately adjusted the time difference, the clothes were dried in the dryer. He quickly went downstairs and looked towards the front door again. At this time, Tang Kurson was unloading the goods, and there was a pile of things that looked like they were moving house. "Xin, what did you buy?" Su Yuanhang asked, surprised. "Whatever I saw," Tang Renxin said nonchalantly. "It's all stuff I need anyway." Lin Shanshan came out, but she looked helpless. This kid has no idea how to run a household. He buys whatever you give him. Here's the list. Take a look. It's enough to go around the world. Although she was exaggerating a bit, Su Yuanhang was also slightly surprised when he saw the list. The list was as tall as the kids. "It's okay, buying so many things also exhausted Xiao Xin." Su Yuanhang, however, spoke up for Tang Renxin. He wasn't wrong, the things bought could all be used and weren't a waste. Tang Kurson, however, asked surreptitiously, "Yuanhang, how much did you give Xiao Xin?" "Not much." Su Yuanhang didn't say the exact price, but smiled and said, "I guess he even paid out of his own pocket." He noticed that Tang Renxin had not forgotten to buy gifts for the kids, and said with a smile, "Babies, in a couple of days, your uncle will have to go back to work, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it to your birthdays, so I'm giving you the gifts in advance. I'll give you red envelopes when I can." "Thank you, uncle." "Uncle," Trojan Baobao made a flying kiss gesture, which made Tang Renxin's heart bloom with joy. He responded with love in his eyes, "Uncle loves you too, Trojan. Stop kissing, hurry up and carry the things inside, we still have to cook for the babies." Lin Shanshan shouted at Tang Renxin, carrying 2 bags full of ingredients. "Yes, honey, you're menstruating, don't you have back pain? Don't mention it, leave it to me, you go rest with my sister." Tang Renxin was like a shot of adrenaline, being attentive. Tang Kurson was also moved by the lively scene, filled with laughter and joy, and her mood improved. While moving things around, Tang Kurson took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Su Yuanhang. "Yuanhang, wait until this afternoon, Shan Shan and I will go to the hotel and bring the luggage over. I'll go with Xiao Xin." Su Yuanhang said tentatively. In fact, he knew what Tang Kurson was going to do, but he didn't deliberately reveal it. "No need. You and Xin are tired enough, so just rest at home." Tang Kurson laughed. "Besides, the girls need someone to take care of them, they're tired from all the running back and forth." "Okay." Su Yuanhang nodded, not insisting, but agreeing readily. After all the ingredients had been carried in, Su Yuanhang and Tang Kurson tidied up the kitchen a bit more, while Tang Renxin and Lin Shanshan went about adding some furniture or knickknacks to the home. According to Tang Renxin, the current home lacks some liveliness. It looks upscale but a bit empty. Lin Shanshan, on the other hand, likes tasteful decorations, so she bought a whole bunch of things. Now they are going to decorate, and Su Yuanhang is going with them. The kids are having a good time, one staying in the kitchen and the other running to decorate the room with Lin Shanshan. "You go rest, I'll take care of the kitchen." Su Yuanhang spoke softly, seeing that Tang Kurson's hand was still not well and it was not convenient for her to touch water. "It's fine, I'll help you." Tang Kurson insisted. "Then don't cut vegetables or touch water." Su Yuanhang didn't insist either, "Just peel some onions, ginger, and garlic for me." "Daddy, I can do this too," Debao said with a smile. "At home, Xiaobao and I used to help mommy peel garlic too." "Really? Then your daughter is very capable," praised Su Yuanhang. Upon receiving Su Yuanhang's praise, the smile on Debao's face became even more radiant. Tang Kurson continued, "Debao and Xiaobao rarely cause me any worry. They are very sensible. Once, I came home late from work and didn't expect them to be able to fry an egg for me on a stool and heat up some milk for me." When she talked about this, tears welled up in Tang Kurson's eyes, and her face was full of relief. Debao suddenly brought up something else, though. "When Mama was sick and had a fever, and no one was there to take care of her, we learned from TV how to make ginger soup for her to drink, and she got better quickly. Auntie Shanshan even praised us for being little miracle healers." Su Yuanhang knows that over the years, Tang Kurson has been bringing up her children alone. Although they are very understanding, the process must have been very difficult. "You've had a hard time over the years," Su Yuanhang says, stewing a bone soup and feeling sorry for her. Tang Kurson, however, doesn't think it's a big deal, and smiles faintly. "It was just a cold I caught while filming in the water." You don't have to work so hard in the future, because I'll be there for you, Su Yuanhang promises. Tang Kursen nods gently. At this moment, Xiaobao ran down, beaming, Daddy, Mummy, Dabao, come upstairs quickly and take a look. I put a super pretty sticker on the wall, it's so pretty. Dabao was instantly intrigued, I want to play too. Su Yuanhang smiled and said, My dears, then you go and play, and I'll go up and look when I've finished cooking. Good, then, Baba and Mama, we're off to play. Dabao said hello to the two of them and skipped upstairs. Su Yuanhang and Tang Kursen exchanged glances and then smiled at each other. At this moment, the atmosphere became awkward due to the departure of Dabao. At this time, Su Yuanhang heard Tang Kursen's thoughts again. At this time, Tang Kursen wants to interact with you, but she doesn't know how to start. She also wants to know some interesting things about your life in recent years. The host can take the initiative to share and promote the relationship between the two. After hearing the thoughts, Su Yuanhang also understood that he and Tang Kursen had only been together for 2 or 3 days, so they were still not very familiar with each other. He was in no hurry and was prepared to take things step by step. And with the help of the system's heart, the two of them will become closer. Tang Kursen handed over the picked green onions and garlic. Su Yuanhang took them and thought to himself, Kursen, you read my novel, what did you think, was it scary? I heard the girls say that whenever you are at home, you will let them listen to the stories I wrote, and they have all become accustomed to it. There are also updates, usually in the evening and nighttime, begging for more in small gifts. Chapter 55, You Are a Man Worth Relying On. Tang Kursen saw that Su Yuanhang had taken the initiative to mention something they had talked about before but hadn't had time to finish, and couldn't help but smile. She said, they don't like listening to fairy tales very much, whether it's The Little Match Girl or Snow White. They feel very sorry for the characters and don't like sad stories. One day, for some reason, they suddenly told me that they wanted to hear scary stories. They found them terrifying but liked them very much. I thought about it and tried reading your book to them. At this point, Tang Kachin's eyes changed slightly, and with a faint smile, she explained, I didn't expect them to still love listening to the stories you wrote, and they have already listened to one. Sometimes, when I'm not at home, I will ask Auntie Chen, who helps take care of them, to play them on her phone. When I get home, they often fall asleep listening to the stories. Su Yuanhang also didn't expect Tang Kachin to find his books and let the children listen to the stories he wrote since they were young. For some reason, Su Yuanhang felt quite proud. Perhaps it is because our genes run in our bodies, so we are naturally fond of listening to horror stories. Su Yuanhang teased. Tang Kursen was slightly taken aback, but quickly returned to normal, pretending that Su Yuanhang was joking, while apologetically saying, Yuanhang, you've been busy with our affairs these past 2 days, haven't you stopped updating your novel? Su Yuanhang, however, grinned and said, you and the kids are important, and the novel is just a hobby. I'll update it when I have time. I've also taken a week off from the readers, and I'm sure they'll understand. But Su Yuanhang also has no intention of giving up this skill that feeds him. Even if he makes a lot of money, he will still bring his skills into play. The main reason is also for the cute babies. Tang Kursen, they love to read, and Su Yuanhang will keep writing. And also for those readers who are waiting for more. Before there was a system, readers were the bread and butter of Su Yuanhang, and he will never forget his roots. It's all my fault, I'm sorry to have troubled you, Tang Kursen said apologetically. Su Yuanhang, however, felt that it was no big deal. On the contrary, Tang Kursen's appearance with the cute kids had changed the trajectory of his life. I also want to thank you for taking such good care of the kids and making them think I'm an excellent father. When Su Yuanhang spent time with the kids, they would tell him about their lives. Or rather, Tang Kursen would sometimes bring the kids' thoughts of their father to the kids when they missed him, hoping that one day when the kids met Su Yuanhang, they would have a good impression of him. In reality, after seeing Su Yuanhang get along with the children over the past few days, Tang Kursen felt that she had done exactly the right thing. Although in the process, she had paid a price and sacrificed her career, Su Yuanhang had unexpectedly helped her solve these problems. Gradually, her impression of Su Yuanhang deepened. This is only natural. After all, they are my flesh and blood. Tang Kursen let go of her reserve and spoke her mind. Yuanhang, I never wanted to hide their existence from you. I was just worried that it would be a burden on you. Plus, over the years, because of the nature of my work, many people have been watching me all the time, and I haven't been able to catch a break. Tang Kursen said the reason, Yuanhang, don't blame me. Su Yuanhang smiled and said, of course I don't blame you. I understand your difficulties. Now that I can see that the babies have grown up to be so cute, pretty, and well behaved, I couldn't be happier. The two of them also slowly opened up during their conversation. Tang Kurson smiled faintly and said, "You said that some of it is inherited from your genes, otherwise they wouldn't be so well behaved." Seeing her say this, Su Yuanhan's eyes lit up with joy and he said, "When I was young, I wasn't as sensible as them. But you, although I didn't know you at school before, your name was well known, you had excellent grades and were proficient in everything from the piano to chess and calligraphy. I think the babies should follow your example." That's not true. Tang Kurson also started a conversation about the cute babies. They have some characteristics that are not like mine. For example, they like to read horror stories and they like more masculine things. Su Yuanhang hadn't really understood the hobbies and interests of the cute kids yet. He was curious and said, "Really? I saw that Xiaoxin bought them dolls and stuffed animals, and they just love them." However, Tang Kurson covered her mouth and laughed. "The kids are just giving him face. When he's not around, the kids will secretly hide the dolls and stuffed animals, and they won't even look at them when they get dusty." Su Yuanhang was surprised to hear this. It seems that they really are little smart Alecs. Yes, that's right. So although they are well behaved, they also have a lot of ideas. Tang Kurson and Su Yuanhang got chatting, and they felt free to speak their minds. They remembered that when they were a few months old, Xiao Xian was holding them in his arms when the babies peed right into his arms. Su Yuanhang suddenly felt a little envious, but Tang Kurson noticed that there was something wrong with his expression and realized that she had said the wrong thing. Just as she was about to speak, Su Yuanhang thought of another question. "Xian, if you hadn't volunteered the news of the babies, I don't think your aunt and uncle would have known, right?" Tang Xian was secretly surprised. Su Yuanhang was right. Unwittingly, she was drawn into her memories. "At that time, I was afraid to tell my parents, for fear that they would force me to abort the baby. Of course, I was also worried that they would go to you and burden you. Once, when Xian saw that I wasn't coming back for the whole winter vacation, and knowing that I wanted to enter the entertainment industry, he was worried that I would be cheated by some media company, so he came to find me without warning, and that's how he discovered that I was pregnant. After that, in order to take care of me and the baby in my belly, he secretly asked my family for money under various pretexts. Even if he was scolded, he was thinking of me, and at the same time, he took temporary jobs to add some household income." After a pause, Tang Kurson laughed at herself, "And my parents really love me. Knowing that I had never found a job, they transferred money to me every month. At that time, I felt so guilty. I didn't expect that after talking to them yesterday, I wasn't scolded, but instead they just wanted me to give you and your aunt and uncle an explanation. At that time, my whole heart fell, and I felt so much relief." Su Yuanhang knew that at that time, Tang Kurson had just graduated and was pregnant, so it was very difficult for her to find a job. She also felt speechless when facing her parents and relatives, so the pressure was imaginable. "I can't help but feel guilty inside. In fact, if you had told me at that time, although life might have been difficult, I would have been willing to raise them with you. I was worried about too much, I'm sorry." Tang Kurson had also gotten to know Su Yuanhan's character over the past 2 days. What seemed like an ordinary young man had inadvertently revealed his wealth and charm. He had easily resolved the problems he encountered, protected himself and the children, and never complained even when he was despised by everyone. She felt that Su Yuanhang was a reliable man. Su Yuanhang listened to her thoughts, smiling as he said, "Now you can completely let go of your burdens. We will face any difficulties together. I believe that both Xiaoxin and your uncles and aunts will support you fully." "Good." Tang Kurson nodded emphatically. After that, the two of them followed up by cooking one dish after another. It was very sumptuous, with seafood, vegetables, bone broth, and special claypot rice. After the 6 of them took their seats, the atmosphere instantly became lively. The food tasted delicious, and everyone was enjoying themselves. When it was almost time, Tang Kurson and Lin Shanshan went out together and took Uncle Chan's business car to the hotel.